Okay, I should be live now. Let me just wake up YouTube one. Okay. Cool. We should be here now on this screen. Let me get the music playing. Alright, I just got out of the shower. Let me get my playlist. I also just rebooted my machine. Here we go. We'll start it there. Alright, let's get it booted up. Alright, let's get everything started up. Oh, it's using the mini one. My bad. Oh, even the Snowbreak mini one is being detected. That is weird. Okay. Here we are. Let me get logged in. Alright, let's get logged in and loaded into everything. And I know I was sent even more stuff to react to. God damn. That's crazy. My list just keeps being piled onto of reacts and everything. So that's neat, I guess. When is the Snowbreak patch dropping, I wonder? What day is it exactly? I know, like, the Battle Pass thing currently ended. I'm still trying to figure out exactly how I'm gonna handle that thing. I think what I'm gonna do is just record, like, the first bit of a stream and then just have a loop after. And label as rerun for my AFK scene or something. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. Okay. Yeah, I don't need anything there. Let me get my alt logged in. Right, and I still need to farm the iBoss. So we'll get that done as well later. Oh, what is today's join up anyways? Okay, it's that one. We get Nokia shards. Okay. That's nice. You know, let's go do it. Let's go do our join ops first. Right, let's get our 2 join ops done. We're gonna do out of bounds tech. Oh, let's do out of bounds tech. Gotta select a mid-level secret passage. And just like that. You gotta get through the hole. Where there's a hole, there's a goal. Unless you skip to the end. Right. Where there's a hole, there's a goal. And that's exactly what you want. Alright. Just like that. Don't even have to deal with the the other part. With the cutscene and everything. Just skip all of it. Big brain stuff. It's much faster than playing through it normally. But yeah. Wait, I don't even have enough vitality yet for another run. Just realized. I don't quite have enough vitality. I'm only at 70 out of 90. I need 20 more vitality. Oh well. Let's get the dailies done. And then I need to do the event farm. We're gonna be doing that. Because we gotta farm that. As well. The Mia event, whatever it is. We're gonna get that done. Alright. Let me just claim my thing here first. What happened? What the fuck? Why was he being tortured live? What the fuck is going on? What the actual fuck? He was being tortured and then he... What? I know all sorts of things can be streamed on Kick because there's barely any like rules and regulations on there, but like what the fuck? Alright, hi Grimjaw. Welcome, welcome. Pretending to be his friends and then use torture and abuse as content. What the fuck? That's crazy, man. Anything else happen after that? Like, I'm assuming his fake friends or whatever were getting, like, got arrested or some shit. Mentally disabled and he got manipulated for years. That's just insane, though. That's crazy that that's happened. That is crazy. Like, actually, what the fuck? I mean, yeah, there's definitely gonna be an investigation. Someone died. Like, of course. But the fact that that happened in the first place is insane. 10 days marathon, what the fuck? And then he died. Still crazy, man. That's the world we live in, man. That's the world we live in. Wait, does my ult have a thing? Yeah, one more month. Next month we can play Trails in the Sky remake. I will be streaming that. I will be doing that. I think I got my plan figured out though for later this week. Alright, when the Snowbreak patch drops, I'll try to stream it for like 12 hours or something. Record the whole thing. and then I'll just have it replay in a loop after the fact. They blackmailed him until saying if he stopped streaming, he would be homeless and other consequences. Damn. And they were just exploiting him for money that way. That's insane. And you gotta think, it's like, you know, they're doing it on Kick. It's like, a lot of the things that happen on Kick, a lot of it outside of like certain special deals or whatever, is because like the content wouldn't be allowed anywhere else. What they were doing. Yeah. They would get 150k a month and he would only get... God damn, and he would only get 6k. Oh, wait. Kick was even in on it? What the fuck? What the actual fuck, man? That's insane. Actually insane, man. That's the world we live in, I guess. What are they cooking? They cooked some guy until he died. That's what they're cooking. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I probably shouldn't look at that on stream or whatever. Not that I would want to see someone get choked and stuff, but like, goddamn. Like, actually, goddamn. They draw the line with lewd content in VR chat, of course. What the fuck? Well, that's something, man. That's the fucked up world we live in. Yeah, obviously not a good idea to look it up. For sure. For sure, it's not a good idea to look it up. Alright, I'm gonna move my alt to the thing. And we're gonna try to do some of the event thing. But yeah, when is the Snowbreak patch dropping exactly? Because yeah, I'm gonna try to see if we can like, I can game the system or whatever and get those stream hours in a way. Most of the stream will be React content anyways, because like, we got a backlog of stuff. There's Gamescom stuff. I haven't looked at anything from Gamescom related, so you can send me stuff on that too. I figured there'd be a lot today. There's Gamescom stuff, there was other stuff you sent, and then like I had videos that I was going to show yesterday, but like I didn't, because I was just tired. Bubsy is still alive somehow? Damn. And when you're dying, he'll be still alive, probably. I'm just kidding. They gotta make, at this point, like a freaking AI version of Bubsy singing Still Alive. That would be hilarious. Brand new game, of course. I've only heard of Bubsy, but I've never looked into it. I've heard the name Bubsy somewhere before. And that's all I know of Bubsy. Yeah, I don't really pay attention to a lot of those things. I just wait for the news later and after the fact. Because I figure that's the best way to go about it. Oh wait, one sec. Let's see if we can get people for Fruit Frenzy. Come on, people. Come to Fruit Frenzy. Fruit Frenzy 4 out of 6. Come on. We need people for Fruit Frenzy. 2 more spots. We're gonna be doing a bunch of them. I say. Well, good luck. All I know is there's a bunch of stuff out today on the stuff there. So if there was any day to go look at it, yeah. Today is a good day to have like a big react session or whatever. But yeah, we got some reacts for later. Come on. You heard Tales of Zillia's remastered? Otherwise, could always link. I say. Mm-hmm. Alright. Cool, I have the corner here. Duck. Jump. 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 Duck. Duck. Jump. 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 Duck. 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 Jump. 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 Duck. Jump. Jump. Duck. Alright. God damn it. Well, I got 6 stickers from that one. We'll just keep matching. Oh, he's still in there. Alright, one more slot. Fruit Frenzy Farm, 5 out of 6. Alright, easier when, like, it's a group like this. Alright. Auto approve disabled. We're full. Full. Wait, it doesn't work in team mode? Interesting. One of you join my alt group. I'll make one. Yeah. Apparently. It's capped. It, Alright. Fuck. Alright. This way both of them can get in. Fruit Frenzy. Surely it'll match both groups. There's 2 groups of 3. Yeah. I don't know why sometimes when I queue both of them together, and there's like a weird slight delay. Even though there's like 2 groups of 3. So weird. This time I'm gonna throw my ult. But yeah. Alright, the last 3 can keep going. Alright, and then we're just gonna keep queuing this. We'll do this until, like, people leave. And then we'll do a reaction, after. There we go. Right, because it's so much easier when we have, like, a pre-made group set that can match against each other. Oh cool, my ult is at the end. Oh, the other end. God damn it. Look at them go. Damn. Look at those two go. Right, look at him go. Right, one of them is slightly ahead of the other one though. Damn. They're gonna get the title, maybe. I feel like one of them is gonna get the title at least. Right, I think it's like 2 minutes or whatever. Oh, both of those two got the title. Grats. Grats to them. They got the 2-minute title. Congrats to them. I don't know, I think it's 2 minutes. I'm not sure. It's maybe it's 2.5, I don't know. Or maybe it's CN only. God damn it. Let him go. Hi Tiro, welcome, welcome. Alright, let me get something 1 sec. Okay. Damn, it said my ult is not ranked. Okay. Now, people gotta do Coconut Brawl with Coconut Mall playing. They gotta get Coconut Mauled in the Coconut Brawl one. Right, you gotta have Coconut Mall playing. I don't know why it's taking forever to match. When I literally have both teams there. So weird. Okay. I'm gonna focus on my ult for this one. Let me jump, duck, jump, duck, jump, duck, duck, jump, duck. God damn it. I suck at this freaking thing. Oh well. I wonder how it controls on a controller. Alright, let's get the other one. Alright, because we need tons of points. I need a lot of points. Okay. Let's get loaded in. Come on. God damn it. There goes my ult. Alright, let's go queue again. Alright, quick and easy match. Alright, at least it's like easy to farm when we have like full group. Okay. Jump. Okay. I'm gonna get close to like a minute and then ditch. Oh well. Alright, let me get to the menu. Alright, nice and easy. It would be nice if they just like brought me back to the menu to the fruit game. They want $80 for Kirby Air Riders? God damn. They're asking for so much while providing so little. As usual. It's like, why am I not surprised? Oh well. Oh well, it is what it is. That's what they're asking for, that's what they're asking for. I gotta grab all of these things. Do, 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 do. Right, we got another match. Okay. Those directs are never worth the amount of time they take up, man. That's part of why I don't like watching them. They're never worth the amount of time they take up. It's part of why I'm like, just look at the news of something later. Alright. Yeah, I do wonder how Fruit Frenzy goes on controller. You could probably sum it up in 5, honestly. If you're saying that. If you really try. Especially if you have, like, the original Kirby era in mind. I'm assuming. I don't know. I didn't see it. I was asleep when the direct happened. I see. Just so you know that Sora Limited is basically HAL though. The old HAL Laboratories is Sora Limited, you know that? Just keep that in mind. Just so you know that. Sora Limited is the old HAL Laboratories. Sora Limited was the company with that Sakurai ended up making. After he left HAL. Keep that in mind. Yeah. And it was comprised of a lot of former HAL Laboratories developers when he left. You didn't know that? A bunch of people left with him when he originally left, way back when. They formed that one. They ended up forming Sora Limited, but that, yeah. Well, it's not the full list of all the OGs there, but it's a good amount of them. I mean, to be fair, one of the OGs of that one is technically dead. So, like, he can't develop anymore, can he? Oh, my alt's gonna win one for once. Damn it! It didn't get. Got so close to the 2-minute mark. So close. To be fair, do you have faith? Look at Nintendo and tell me if you have faith. Do you? Do you? Like, you tell me, Tara. And hi, Flagger, welcome. You tell me. Do you have faith? Outside of their ability to print money, do you have faith in anything else? Because I sure as hell don't. There you go. There you go. But yeah, it is what it is. I barely won that last one. But yeah, imagine having faith. Eh. Alright, we're just gonna keep jumping. Do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. God damn it. I hit 40 again. That's like my record, man. Just over a minute 40. Damn, how long is it gonna take for them to load? Yeah, this matching is taking a while. Yeah, we'll look at it later. We're doing the event farm first. Until like the people leave or whatever. We're doing a bunch of the event farming first. And then we're gonna go look at those videos. It's in my reacts. I think there's like 5 videos on that thing. Like 4 or 5 videos on them doom posting wawa now. On the 2.6 or whatever. I saw some of them linked in Mr. Cake's Discord, so I'm like, yoink. Put them in, I guess. More content to look at. Right? Isn't that what we want? More content? But yeah, in the meantime though, we're gonna be doing this shit first. We're gonna have a bunch of reacts later. This is the other guy's super sweaty too, man. Look how sweaty the dude is. Fuck, I got so close to 2 minutes. I got so close. Oh well. We're still doing more of these anyways. Oh, the guy's still loading. There we go. Mm-hmm. Okay, my ult is at the end. Cool. Or not. Why can't I hit the thing at the very end on the side? It's like the best spot. Alright, let's keep going. Damn, there goes the alt group. They got desynced. They got matched with other people before my alt group could go in. Damn it, I'm in the middle. This is like the worst spot. Whatever. I think we've got matched. Oh, they're still in the instance. So gotta wait. Wait for them to win or lose. Whatever happens, happens. Alright, whatever happens, happens. There we go. That's what we were waiting for. Yep. Mm-hmm. Come on. God damn it. Alright, one more person left. Damn, how many freaking invincibilities did I get? That's crazy. Oh well. Wait. Oh fuck. Oh, great, that's annoying. Now we gotta wait 3 minutes. It would be so much easier if they would just let me match. Let me just put 6 people in a group and then match. It would be so much easier if we could just do that. But now we're on a cooldown of 3 minutes. Okay. If that's the case. People leaving other group. Instead of just trying to make a new group. Right, because people leaving other group too. Right. Might as well. Okay, I guess we can do reacts now then. Yeah. We'll do reacts now then. I guess we can start with the topic anyways. Yeah, there was 4 of the videos. Okay. I think.
I remember back in the day.
Here we go. Here's one of them. Wuthering Waves Peak Predatory Practices 2.6 live stream.
When my weekend see Lolly just came out in Genshin Impact, and Genshin Impact did a very predatory thing, which was locking 10 poles behind the second phase of the banner.
Yeah,
and
then
everybody
Wuwa did the same shit.
criticized it both on the Kurobot side that are willing to find some reason to hate Hoyo Games and Genshin Impact players collectively. Thankfully, we have not seen this implemented again in Genshin Impact, and I hope it stays that way. But Wuthering Waves has somehow surpassed us in the aspect of being predatory with that very same move by not doing it once in the anniversary, but actually doing it again in 2.6 right now, where they're gonna be leaving 10 poles locked behind the second half of the banner. And nobody's outraged about it, nobody is criticizing it.
They
Everybody
did the
seems to be
same
okay with
thing.
it. Everybody's seen it as best value, meaning that you're gonna get 10 poles towards your Luna poles rather than give us all poles up front. But you know, it is what it is. I have nothing to complain. Like, I saw this coming like As long as you have a toxic positivity community
Isn't
and
even
don't
the
want
same
to
phase.
criticize their games, these predatory practices will.
I heard, what is Luna or whatever her name is, the second half of Augusta's kid. Right? Like I said, they take one character, they cut their kit in half, buff the numbers to compensate, then give the other half of the kit to another character. Right? I'm assuming she's the other half of her kid or whatever.
Continue to happen in your game, and it's just unfortunate. The same thing with the ecosystem. Obviously, by nobody's surprise, these new two characters, Mavika and Mona, came up with two new echo sets, which by nobody's surprise.
Oh, they're different?
We
Okay.
all saw this coming. It's
Yeah, I don't play their shit, so I don't pay attention. But I assume they were doing that because people were complaining about stuff earlier. Or before. So it's for a different character. Okay, got it.
not good in a way.
Still not good.
You always have to be farming for new echoes every single time, and because
Yeah, I show a manga protagonist,
Wither
welcome.
Waves have not made changes to the ecosystem, how you recycle your stuff so you can get better rewards for it, or do something with that, most of your echoes are going to go to waste. That's a whole long topic. I'm not going into it. It's just a short video, just talking about some things that I realized are very predatory in Wither Waves 2.6
No
live
shot.
stream, but
Oh no, we were
nobody's gonna
predatory,
talk about it.
guys.
Nobody's gonna bring these things up. People are just gonna say it's peak because of all of the new area. Another thing I want to talk about really before I go is that many people don't seem to see the big picture here, that Wither Waves is gonna burn themselves out even faster than Genshin at
Yep.
this rate, because it's good having 2 story per patch and stuff like that.
I
but
see. I don't
you're
play it.
speeding the game up too much. Like, we're literally pretty much
I
done
could
with
cook a video on
Rosita,
why I
done
wouldn't
with
play it and why I
Septimum,
don't play it.
and now we're gonna pretty much
If you
have
guys
to
would
go
like
to a brand new area again.
Because there's
And
like a lot of reasons
it's
why.
gonna quickly squeeze out the. No, I don't think it's gonna quickly squeeze out the very little people that play Wither Waves, because most Wither Waves players that only play Wither Waves on mobile is probably from the elitist Hoyo hitters, so they probably don't have another big game on their mobile devices, so they should be able to keep this one big game on.
Yeah, here's a fun fact. If your phone can somehow play Wuthering Waves, you could probably go play like Zelda Breath of the Wild or something on your phone with the Switch emulator. The Switch emulator would run stuff like that better than Wuthering Waves if you can somehow play Wuthering Waves on your phone. That's a fun little fact there. The fucking Switch emulator will run better. I mean, here's the thing, man. The problem with WoA is a lot of the shit with the actual game itself. It's the same problems I had with Genshin. Actually, some of them in WoA are even worse. But yeah. Like, here's the thing, right? Your phone can run that. Your phone can run emulators for a lot of things. If you really wanted to. Like, that's the thing, right? Like, to me, it's like, if I wanted to play a game on my phone, because I don't play games on my phone, right? Like, I have options, right? If I want to use less power and less battery, but I have internet connection, I'll have a better time using a cloud gaming subscription service if I'm not going to be playing an older game on an emulator. Because no way in hell am I playing, like, all the other shit on there anyways. Yeah, I know, like, thing is, yeah, $300 phone, if you have, like, a good $300 phone, you can emulate any game on the Switch better than the Switch can play it. Like, realistically speaking. So, like, if I wanted to play, I don't know, every Trails game, that exists, I could do that on my phone. On that phone, I mean. I could play the original Sky Trilogy on the game, on the PSP emulator. I could play those ones. Same with, I could then use the Switch emulator to play Trails from Zero. Trails to Azure. Trails of Cold Steel 1 and 2 can be played on the PS Vita emulator. And then the rest of the Cold Steel, and then Trails into Reverie, as well as Trails through Daybreak 1 and 2, that can be done on the Switch emulator as well. Yeah, like, here's the thing though, part of the thing with HSR as well. I think part of the problem is like, I'm going to compare them to other games I could play instead. And let's be real, let's say HSR is a turn-based game. Compared to other turn-based games I could play, I would say HSR is by far the worst turn-based game I've played, that I've actually played, period. And with how some of the turn stuff is in HSR, with the style it's using, it's just a constant reminder that I could just play any of the Trails games instead and get the full complete experience, or I could go play like the Italia games for turn-based combat, get a better experience there because it's similar enough. I could go play fucking Pokemon Legends Arceus again and get a way better experience and have a way better time and everything. Right? Like, if I wanted to play it for the actual game, they're dog shit games. Right? Like, Genshin and Muwa, they're basically garbage ripoffs of the worst parts of any Ubisoft open world game. All the worst parts, but then they slop in anime waifus and stuff in them. Because there's nothing else in them. There's like nothing on their maps, nothing in the world. There's no level design or care or whatever put in there. They just throw a bunch of stuff at you. So you have some beautiful looking worlds that are completely empty and they put a bunch of bullshit in a way to stall you for as long as possible while giving you absolutely nothing after the fact. Yeah. And like, here's the problem too when all you're thinking about is meta. Here's the thing, it's like, why do you talk about meta and what is your goal in there? And like, is your goal even worth it? Right? Because like, one of the things as well with me, I don't care if I'm spending money on a game if the game itself is worth what I'm getting out of it, or like, the time thing in there, right? Like, here's the problem to me. Like, here's the thing for me, right, with some of these. Like, let's say I was to go play Genshin regularly, like I did way back in the day. In a month, let's say my playtime in a month, the amount of stuff I was doing that I would consider chores, that would probably add up to like, let's say 20 to 30 hours. That includes mint picking, doing daily commissions, doing the weekly reputation thingy, and then doing the quote-unquote endgame modes in Abyss or whatever. Right? This was years ago, but that would be like roughly, let's say 20 to 30 hours a month, right? Spinning the stamina as well included in there. Roughly 20 to 30 hours a month was just that. And then maybe I would play, let's see, story maybe was like 5 hours of just like falling asleep to it because like nothing in there. And then how much left of me actually playing? I don't know, maybe like an hour, 2 hours a month. Very terrible time value there, because like when I look at that thing, the time spent there, I could have spent that time playing a much better game that I would have wanted to play through. And like, let's say I space it out to like an hour or 2 hours a day over the course of a month. I'll have a way better time. But at the same time, when I look at it as like a chore factor, let's say like I'm only going after premium currency, whatever, right? Are they giving me, let's say 20-30 hours worth of that, right? Like compared to getting that in a different way. Let's say you go flip burgers at McDonald's or whatever for minimum wage, and then use that to swipe. You look at the time spent there, right? What's 20 hours worth there versus 20 hours of farming in the game or whatever? What's the difference there? And I'll tell you this, you're going to be getting at least 10 times more, 10 to 100 times more flipping burgers instead. That's just the reality. Like, if you look at it that way. Yeah. Yeah, so like what I do instead is I just I don't bother at all. They instead have to do something else to keep me there, right? And like the other problem too, it's like when all they're doing is like selling power, it's like, does what you're doing even matter, man? Right? What does it even matter? When all they're gonna do is just creep things up in a way to try to sell you on more. When the reality is like there's nothing else there, and like if the only reason why you were going after it was to go chase after something that won't even give you more than what you put in, what's even the point, right? It's like, again, let's say you go pull a character for the meta or whatever, right? You go do the end game. What, Abyss is what, 800 premium currency or whatever? On a monthly reset now, because it's not it's not twice a month anymore, every other week or whatever, right? So each character is worth 100 primos each, max rewards. So you're only getting 100 primo gems back. Let's say you spend 140 pulls to get the character, right? We're gonna ignore time factor to go level them up, get their skills, or ascension mats, everything else entirely, right? Again, we go put that. So let's say 140 times 160 premium gems. That's 22,400. That means it will be 224 resets of using that character to break even. Right? 224. You only have 12 resets a year. So that's 18.66 years. That's almost 20 years that you would have to use the same thing every single time. And that's just to break even. It's just like, bruh, why even bother anymore? It gets destroyed? Oh yeah, that just means it's gonna get a lot worse. Whatever it is, I assure you, it's going to make this number a lot worse. Right? It's going to make it so the number go up. And if number goes up, you know, the reality is a lot worse. But you get the point. Yeah, and this is 20 years, right? This is almost 20 years. Like, this is just why it's like, man, if that's really all they have, well, what the fuck is even the point, man? And then the same time too, it's just like the fact that you're basically pushed into like do shit every single day, constantly, you know? It's just, yeah. You get the idea there. Right, but again, like, it's not an exclusive to, let's say, this thing. It applies to all of them. Which is why I don't touch the vast majority of them. You can't just pull that. You need a constellation? Oh, that's even worse. So let's say you pull a character with, let's say, 1 or 2 constellations in their weapon. So we'll raise that number to, like, 500 pulls. How much do you get back from that endgame mode? And how many character slots do you have? Because it's only fair to go about the maximum amount of character slots you can fill, because that's the real value of them. Doesn't matter if you only use, let's say, an Abyss. You only use 2 characters, one in the first half, one in the second half of everything. The fact is, you're just using 1 character to take the place of 4, but the game's content was designed around having 4 on each side. So it's really, you know, you divide the value by 8. Yep. And like that's why for a lot of these, man, the only carrot on a stick you can put on me is like stuff that you can't get by swiping or whatever. But also you need to actually have something in there and not just be more of the same crap. It's just a terrible experience. Like, I think one of the ways to look at it is some of those, right? It's basically like if you took the worst aspects of, let's say, a Korean MMO, except instead you forced it to be time-gated behind daily stamina requirements and grinds, looked at the gear RNG, made it so the RNG is even worse with some of them, like a lot worse, and then made it single player. Yeah, like the other thing too, P5X. Here's the reality. Why the fuck would I play P5X if I can just play Persona 5? And like, here's the thing right now. Let's say you wanted to play Persona 5 right now. This week's Humble Bundle, this month's Humble Bundle. What's on the Humble Monthly this month? You can get Persona 5 Royal. You can just get Persona 5 for 18 Canadian dollars. This is what, like $15 US or whatever? $15 you can get Persona 5. You won't have to deal with daily bullshit. You won't have to deal with like time gates. You won't have to deal with stamina crap. You won't have to deal with gotchas for characters. You get the full game. Right? And like, this is like one of the discounts you can get. Like, this is just an example. It's on discount right now. Right? Like, if I wanted to go and play Persona 5, like, there you have it. And many of the Atlas games are on Game Pass. If you're on Game Pass, yeah. Yep, pretty much. But yeah, it's like, why would I play a crappy version of it when I can just go play Persona 5? Right, and like, again, like with the, with these, gacha games or whatever, like, as, like, hack and slash games or whatever that they have in there, their combat is kind of shit compared to other shit I could be playing. At the same time, too, it's like, you have this character swapping gameplay, but then you look at what you actually do, and then you realize all you're doing is all your other character slots, they purely exist to make number go up, rather than having, like, dynamic and interesting gameplay choices and things going on. Right? Like, when you go, like, set up a thing, like a setup in a game, right? So like ToF, doesn't matter the game, right? Let's say I wanted to play with Hipper for Volt. Okay, Hipper on-field main DPS. What do I use for my other slots? Whatever can give me big damage buffs, or give me some off-field damage. And that's it, and I just stack them. This applies to every single other game. Even with Genshin with its elemental reactions where you have technically more options to use for that, they're all effectively the same thing. Like, think about it this way, right? If you're doing, let's say, 1,000 damage per second for 30 seconds, right? So you're doing 30,000 damage, and you slot in a weapon that will, or a support that will give you I don't know, a 10% damage buff, right? You're now doing 33,000 damage over that 30 seconds. But what if instead of a damage buff, they were doing off-field damage, and it was 10%, their equivalent damage was 10% their relative value to whatever you were doing on field? Well, end result, same thing. You're still getting 33,000 damage over that 30 seconds. So like, off-field damage, in a way, you can look at it as a buff, but with extra steps. Right? As a hard capped buff with extra steps that has a fixed value contribution. Right? But yeah, that's how I basically look at them. Because it doesn't really matter either way. They're both doing the same thing. Right? And at the end, your only goal is to make damage number go up and nothing else. Number get bigger, what else? That's it. Right, that applies to all of these though. Right? This is not like in favor of one over the other or anything like that. All of them have this problem, and all of them kind of suffer from this. Some are far worse than others. But yeah, it's like you don't really end up really having much player agency or choices on when you're actually playing around or using these things. Because all you're doing is just pressing the same set of buttons over and over and over again to go and do your damage rotation. And then you call it a day. Right? You're not using and slotting things in to go and deal with specific things, to counter certain mechanics or whatever. Mechanics or whatever in these games don't matter. And in fact, players will complain about this stuff. Right? We all know that. But yeah, like that's just kind of how it is.
So,
that was another video for later. We were going this one first. We were on this topic. But yeah, like, that's kind of the thing there. But also, it doesn't help how, again, with these games, right? Your directional movement is completely locked and blocked off when you're using an attack animation. There's no point in positioning yourself either when you can just press a button really quickly to avoid and ignore all damage with iframes on a dodge or whatever. Or the fact that, like, what's called, you're just pressing any of your attacking buttons or skill buttons or whatever, you will just lock on to whatever the nearest target is anyways and get pulled towards them. So things like having directional input are entirely optional. Okay, so my thoughts are this. Ananta, I don't know what the fuck is going on. Silver Palace, looks kind of boring and more of the same crap that we have elsewhere, just with the Victorian aesthetic. These are my real thoughts, unfiltered, not for me to upload as a video for whatever, right? Because, like, it's literally just the same thing we've seen in literally any of these others, even if they don't have an open world. Like, honestly, with some of these open world games, like, I'm gonna be honest, like, from what I played and what I went through with Genshin and WoW when I tried them, my experience would have been improved drastically if the open world was deleted entirely. Like, if you just took the open world and removed it, it would probably increase my rating of the game. But yeah. But yeah, like, a lot of serious characters running in them. Major Demon Slayer one, yeah. Okay. It's just aesthetics, it looks great. But, like, that's it. But yeah. As for the other shit, though, like, at least with NTE, at least I know what they're doing, and they're not really having all those other issues, and you can see my VODs from when I played with that on the beta and my review on that one. That one was fine for the most part, but, like, let's be real, combat sucked. But, like, I think combat in all of these games sucks, so, you know, it is what it is. At least there, it's not that important. It's kind of just there as a formality, so to speak. And then Enfield, only reason why we'll be playing it is the factory stuff. That was, like, the main part. And, yeah. Yeah, they're just shit, man. Enfield is just the factory shit. Good stuff is the factory stuff. And then Azure Premilia, well, I think we can look at, like, some of the beta footage of that later. I haven't looked at that yet. So, we can look at that later and then we'll see. But, like, I'm really, you know, skeptical on how things are in that one. Because as a creature collecting game, I have no idea how that's gonna get handled. And what their goals are and what they're trying to do with them. And it could either be really good or really awful at the same time. It all depends on how they handle it. Here's the thing with Azure Premilia. I'm very skeptical. Because I have no idea, again, how they're gonna treat and handle their open world, but also the creature collecting and creature battling stuff. Like, the reality is, why would I play Azure Premilia for that when I could go play a different creature battling and creature collecting game instead? Because there's a bunch of those that I can play that won't have to deal with the gacha stuff in there. Especially when with those other ones, I won't have to deal with some of the pitfalls of this live service crap. And I also probably won't have to worry about certain balancing and how those things get handled. But yeah. I mean, we've seen how, like, freaking wawa handled echoes, and to some extent, you could say you're capturing the creatures, kinda, to use as your gear, and it's probably the worst creature collecting, gathering thing in a game, period. The ecosystem in WoW. That thing is really atrocious. I have no idea how that's gonna be handled in Azure Premilia. That's part of why I'm very skeptical. But yeah. Random, you don't want You don't like how many they'll refuse to add like tan, brown, black characters? I mean, I get it. I don't really care that much about skin color diversity or whatever. I don't really care that much. I can see why they might want to avoid it to some extent. And here's the reality. The reason why they don't like to put it that much, it's more so just how it will look visually, especially under like lighting engines and stuff. Because the thing is, those darker skin tones and stuff like that, especially if they want to use certain types of visual effects, let's just say depending on the lighting and effects they're gonna use, if they're not careful, this is like a color theory type of thing, but with how these games render this stuff out, you could basically make it so the skin color turns from looking like a darker brown or a tan color into looking like their skin is made out of cement. Right? It's kind of like this, right? Let's say you guys have cooked steaks or whatever before, right? What happens to a steak when you have it like indoors under darker lighting, not like the brightest lighting, and you look at it there, right? You know, you'll see it looks brown or whatever, it looks normal, looks fine. But what happens when you take that steak and put it into sunlight? It'll look gray and like it'll just look bad and gray. No, I'm talking about like the color of that. Like it'll look gray when you look at it next to direct sunlight. The steak would turn from brown to gray. Right? It's kind of why, like, if you've ever been to a steakhouse, for example, they like to have blackout curtains and they keep it darker. They don't really have that much light coming in from the windows. Or at least they try to where like people are dining. Because it'll make the steaks a little bit less appetizing when the color shifts because of the lighting. Oh, you mean character design options? I see. I mean, I guess. I wouldn't say it's just a problem exclusive to that. But yeah. The gray meat has no flavor, no Tara. This has nothing to do with that. The thing is, under certain lighting conditions, your meat can look gray, even though it's not gray. It has nothing to do with that. Like, yeah, I get it if you have other things going on with it, but like, if it's just like a normal thing with all its flavor, it'll look normal under all sorts of other lighting conditions, but you take it into sunlight, it'll look gray. But you take it back where it's darker, and it looks normal. That's kind of what I'm getting at there. With certain things, it's kind of hard. And I've seen in some other games when they've tried to make it work under certain conditions, a black skin color character ends up looking like he has cement skin. I think a good example actually is a while back when I was playing through Trails Through Daybreak. It was I think it was chapter 3 or chapter 4 when we were in like that desert town thing. There was like a cop that was one of the cops that was around there. Dude was black, but next to some of the certain scenes in the cutscenes, his skin color almost looked like it was cement colored. But like when you see him in like, let's say, the movie theater at nighttime or whatever, it'll look fine. It's kind of the problem with like the whole aesthetic what they have with these games, is it makes it a lot easier for the visual color shift to make it look like something it's not. And that's kind of the problem. And that's the other challenge that they face. They're trying to make it look as good as possible and mask any type of blemish they can in a lot of them. That it leaves less room for certain things that they can use. It's its own weird mess, but yeah. Well, it's because the art style is different. The art style and toning and like the shading of the colors on there isn't much of a problem. But for like the more anime aesthetic, it kind of is. Especially with like how they're they're doing the stuff in 3D in 3D stuff without like adding like extra lines or like having like slightly different rules for lighting on specific models. It's not easy. It would take extra work for them to work around it. If they're gonna keep using like all these lighting tools and stuff in these game engines or these advanced ones, because they're basically gonna have to go use like fake lighting techniques to make them look good without that. That's actually part of the problem as well with like chasing after realism in terms of like graphics and lighting and stuff in these. It can actually ruin the look of stuff because some of the things only looked good because you could artificially control the lighting. It's not as much of a problem with paler characters. It's more so the darker skin characters are kind of harder to deal with. The darker skin colors and tones are harder to deal with than the paler ones. It's more so for that. I mean, I guess to some extent there's that, but like, some of the games that I have seen done this, like, under certain conditions, like, just shifting the colors, it just hurts it a bit. I mean, yeah, like, that's its own other problem. They're not gonna sell. And, like, that's the thing, right? When they're trying to sell them and they're not gonna sell, it's not gonna work. Right? And, like, their whole focus is just trying to sell as much of them as possible. Even worse when, like, they have to deal with shareholders and stuff like that, and they don't want to piss those guys off. It's a slippery slope. But yeah. Not much they can do. I mean, it would change if people actually went after it and they actually sold, but no. I mean, it depends, right? Here's the thing, right? It's target demographic, right? If you're selling towards a certain target audience, the things that are going to sell is going to be one thing. But if you sell to a completely different demographic and a different target audience, the thing you have to sell them is a completely different thing. Like, let's be real. You look at some of these games, right? Who's their target demographic? Let's be real. Who is the target demographic for them? And what would their preferences be? Exactly. Right? You're gonna be targeting them. So, what are you going to sell them? Are you going to sell them some random dude with a bunch of muscles or whatever? Of course not. Okay, then, like, the thing is, again, this applies to the opposite end of the spectrum, too. Let's say you make an Otome game. Are you going to sell the players of an Otome game, which are mostly going to be the female equivalent of that? Are you going to sell them a bunch of waifus when they want husbandos instead? What are you gonna sell them? Right? And, like, they have the data on this, obviously. They know what their target demographic and audience wants. Sure, you'll have some mixes of either side playing either type of thing, interacting with either type of content. But the other side for each of them is going to be the minority. Right? And, like that's just the reality. And again, like, they're going to cater to whatever's going to sell them more. That's all it is at the end of the day.
Their devices. So I think it should be fine. For the average users,
But yeah, back to the video.
I think they got flushed out a long time ago. Like, only high-end phones can run Wooden Waves properly, I believe. And properly is not even the best. I don't even want to go into that because it's gonna invest a lot of hate. But even on PC, Genshin Impact is about 100 gigs, I believe, something like that. And I think Wooden Waves is 45 gigs or something to 65 gigs, I believe. Very, very soon, they're gonna catch up to Genshin Impact in terms of storage and in terms of
Define run.
of space. And I think
Define
Genshin Impact
run.
realized something that Wuthering Waves haven't realized yet. And the reason why Genshin Impact decided to not go to Sajnaya yet, and instead go to Notcry and actually develop those lore a little bit more, is because they realized that they're almost finished and they want to milk it a little.
Yeah, they want to stall for as much as possible, like they've been doing the entire time. That's why, like, their freaking content cycle of when they're releasing things to expand on stuff is taking forever, because they're trying to milk it as long as they can. You understand your issue is 1, the waifu market is becoming incredibly oversaturated, boring, and basic. 2, they don't even lean into the waifu aspect as much as they would. There's no relationship. Yeah, like, that's the thing, right? With a lot of these games, their characters are basically just cardboard cutouts of just whatever trope that they pull from a fucking hat, right? They just have a bunch of tropes in a hat, they just grab them, they just throw them at, or like they have a dartboard and they're throwing darts at it, just combining all of them, right? And then just stuffing them out. Maybe they'll suck off your character for a bit, and then they completely abandon them after they're done selling it, so they can go make the next one, so they can sell you on an entirely different one, to do the same thing over and over again. Rather than, like, actually making a character and doing something with the character, you're basically just getting that. Like, this is not a problem exclusive to one thing over the other. But this is one of the problems with all of these gacha games that just shove too many fucking characters at you. Because, like, the reality is, all of those characters they end up shoving after you, they're extremely one-dimensional and just the same crap. Just with one thing tweaked here or there. And there's just more and more of them. They keep pumping out a new one, and then abandoning them to go sell you another. Like, to a point where it's like, I don't even give a fuck. Like, you just stop caring, you stop giving a fuck. Because, like, all that's you end up seeing now is, like, what freaking numbers do they do? And which one can make your number go higher, go bigger, number go up, right? That's what ends up, where a bunch of people end up looking at that point. Because at that point, at some point, that's like just the only freaking selling point to certain users, players, or whatever. It's just that. And then the meta makes it where you can't even use the old character you love, so you'll never see them or be able to use them again. Exactly. And that's part of the problem there. And, like, the thing is, too, the other thing, too, with these single-player gachas especially, defensive units. So let's say you have a character that the only they can do is soak up damage. Let's say they're like a knight with, like, a big shield. They're very slow, but they have, like, very, very thick armor or whatever. And their entire role is just taunting enemies to attack them and protecting everyone. Maybe they have, like, a passive buff or whatever, a skill to reduce damage everyone else takes, and that's all they do. Purely defensive, right? What value do those types of characters have if all the content is just a DPS race to kill things as quickly as possible, and they provide zero benefit on that front? At the same time, even worse, when you can just press a button and completely ignore all damage on any character regardless of them existing. What value do they serve? I don't know who Jeopard is, but, like, yeah. Right, like, it is a thing. Give me a sec. These ones time dated still. Yeah, that one's time dated. It's not spawned in. Very unfortunate, because I would very much like to have that next suit relic. But unfortunately, it's not available. Unfortunately. Welcome back. You were always here, you never left? Okay, cool. Alright, we go back here. Right, 0 discharge is 3 seconds of damage immunity, which is better for us. Okay. Yeah, go back to the tank. I'll take the exoskeleton. Because you need to get a better exoskeleton after all. Why does this thing keep going saying weekly? There's like nothing for me to claim. You got to BR32 and that's it for now. I mean, congrats on making it that far. Right? Congrats on making that far. What the hell is he doing here? You're holding a flower? He's holding a flower! I did not know Enderman could hold flowers. Okay, I'm back. But yeah, like, what were you guys saying? I'll wait for the ad break to end. Okay. Ad break is gonna end in a few seconds. So where were we? You're talking about your characters here. Thinking about it too much. HSR character. But yeah, like what I was saying, right? Or you look at, like, again, like, let's say you make a character. That's just, like, their entire thing is just healing. Right? Again, like, if you can just avoid and negate damage, then you don't need to get healed up either. And that's kind of the other problem there, too. So then all that's left is just make number go bigger. And what can you do to make number go bigger? Right? But yeah, power creep too easy for turn-based games. Yeah, fuck, even Pokemon has power creep, man. They got like 30 plus years of not 30 plus. 30 years of power creep at this point. Like, you can look at like shit like even like Mewtwo, for example. Like the OG legendary Pokemon, right? Right, like let's say you're using Mewtwo, right? Ability, useless offensively, he doesn't have any offensive or ability or whatever. This dude, like you look at his stats, not exactly bulky or anything. Hits very hard on the special side, 130 speed. So above average speed for like the things of this type of stats or whatever. But like wasted attack stats and then like 154 special attack, right? Psychic typing, and it's like you look at its moves for coverage. I mean, it has some okay coverage options for special moves. Right, like you can use like a flamethrower, thunderbolt, ice beam, I guess. You got stuff like that. And then you have like your Psy Strike. But it's like, why would you use something like Mewtwo if you needed a Pokemon that was a Psychic type in the restricted slot that was also very fast, right? As a special attacker, for example. When you can use like a Calyrex Shadow Rider, you get even better typing offensively. You get the ghost typing on top, right? So you have even more stab damage on ghost type moves. you're even faster now. Like, you look at this, you're even faster at 150 speed. You're hitting harder at 165 special attack. I don't know, man. We'll see. We'll see how it is compared to other megas, though. Right? But, like, let's say, like, you're playing it competitively, right? The amount, like, the types of, the classification for Mewtwo is a restricted Pokemon. Like, why would you use Mewtwo over something else? That said, Calyrex is completely legal. Right? Calyrex Shadow Rider is completely legal in Scarlet and Violet competitive, and what? Calyrex Shadow Rider probably the strongest restricted Pokemon? Right? And like the thing is too, better offensive typing, the thing is faster. Right, you get Ghost Stab and stuff in there. You can hit them with, you got your Psych and your Ghost Stab, that's all you need. But yeah. But like, this is a freaking Pokemon. As just the example here. It really depends though. The problem is you have to make it so you actually have options rather than just making more of the same thing but with bigger number. Oh no, like Personas is great. Something like Trails is probably even further. If you've ever seen how this stuff works in a Trails game. Like, actually, I could probably, Oh wait, no, I don't have that installed right now. But like, if you've seen, like, how Trails... If you've seen how, like, the stuff gets set up in these games... Because, like, you would have, like, these orbments with slots that you put in. And, the types of stuff you can do changes based on how you fill things up. Oh no, rotation battles could be crazy in Champions. Rotation battles would be crazy, actually, with the stuff now. Especially because, like, rotations isn't the same as, switching. But yeah. And then have official inverse, that could be cool too.
Trophy hunting is
We'll
fun.
go to that one after. Back to the thing though, which is this one.
A little bit, I understand that from the from this game, but Wuthering Waves seems to be running. I don't even know what Wuthering Waves is running. I'm okay with them making...
So wait, inverse battles could be crazy? Because then, like, normal types, bug types, and ice types could be busted. Defensively, think about it. Like, normal type would probably be the strongest type in the game. If it was, because of how many things resisted. Right, bug and normal. And then steel type gets freaking 11 weaknesses. Steel with 11 weaknesses would be crazy. Like, you might as well make Pokemon like Dialga a fucking, like, legal with, like, weak-ass shit in that type of format. Because it'll just be weak to everything.
Like, I would rather them go at it this way.
Yeah, Little Cup. Imagine Little Cup with Duraludon. Duraludon and Little Cup. Would be hilarious. Duraludon and Little Cup. Just imagine. Since it's technically a baby Pokemon. Right? Duraludon's technically a baby. It'd be funny.
make stories and flush out the characters better, longer in that region. Like taking 6 months to speed through one region to go to the next region,
But yeah, even like the Ralladon sounds ridiculous for Little Cup, but you know.
don't feel that is the best option. Like, if they could make sure the stories spread out throughout the entire patch note, that would have been much better than to just say, okay, every 6 months we're going to be going to a brand new area and this is going to change and stuff like that. Also, another thing I don't like with the story is that I feel like many characters aren't developed in the story properly. Colcharo
Yep.
is one of them. Danjin is...
Yeah, except Bisharp isn't a baby Pokemon. Bisharp is the second stage. But like, why use Eevee Bisharp when like you can just use King Gambit? That's why it's like whatever with Bisharp. Because like Ponyard is the pre-evo. I mean, I guess you can have stuff like Eviolite, Girafarig as well. Eviolite Dunsparce. I don't know about Dunsparce, but I can see Girafarig maybe being interesting as a little Cupmon. But yeah.
I've never seen her in the story one bit, and that's unfortunate.
Nah. I don't know if you still play it now, but can you honestly still say that they're treating the current set of characters fine? What about the character on the freaking app icon? Who the fuck is the character on the game icon? Who the hell is that? Right? Poor calculator and dodging got cut out. I mean, it is what it is. Their own fault, their own problem. Right? Who is that? Who's Yang Yang? What's a Yang Yang? You moved on like what, 20 years ago?
Old characters are not utilized properly. Like, I've never seen them actually bring them up in the story. I've never seen, like, say for example, a Jincho character come into Renacita or something like that. Like, things like that that make the characters have personality is really good. The way Wooden Races handling their characters is not as good as I want it to be. But then again, I don't play the game. Why am I complaining? I'm gonna stop complaining about Wooden Race. I don't play the game anymore. I really wanted it to be better, but unfortunately that's not the case. I wanted to go back into Wooden Race to test it out. That's why I wanted to watch the live stream, but when I watched the live stream I realized that it's not worth it. NTE is right on the corner and I'm like preparing myself for that. And Azura Familiar is right around the corner too. I'm preparing myself for that. I won't have time to play Wooden Race and understand the intricacies of the game and stuff like that, and stick with the boring stories and say it's peak.
And there we go with that one. But yeah, that's just how these things are.
Okay, so
We got another one here. I guess we'll go with this one now. They're so predictable. Gamescom Awards. Oh boy.
I don't know if I'm going to upload this video because it's just stupid again, but the Gamescom Awards are happening, right? Because Gamescom's happening, right? This is an award that is not really, it's not a proper award in the sense of like the Game of the Year award or anything like that. It's an award ceremony.
Yeah, Tribe 9 would have fixed the gacha issue by having a main cast of characters the story revolves around, similar to Persona games. No. So, like, here's the thing, right? If you want, like, a long-running game series that keeps doing it and building on top of each other for every single entry, well, there's a game series that's been doing it for 20 years, actually. You go look at this stuff. You look at Trails, this one. They're remaking the first game later this year. It's coming out next month. Right? It's getting a full remake from what the game looked like originally into something like this. It's getting a full remake. This is next month. I will be playing it next month. But yeah. Yeah, what would they think they deserve everything for doing nothing? It is what it is, man. This stuff is actually really good. But like, yeah, like it's a long-running series and they continue on expanding on it. This is made by a very small studio. They've been a small company the entire time. They're like, what, 60 employees or something at this point? Very small. They also use their own in-house game engine that they made themselves. So like, not exactly the most graphically demanding or intensive, but then you'll realize what it can run on. Right, this thing can run on a GTX 1050. Is what, for like 1080p 60 FPS, is a GTX 1050. Right? Oh yeah, and guess what? You know the music you've been listening to? The music that you've been listening to come from games that they've made. Just so you know, a lot of the music that you've been listening to in my playlist, like 90% of it, comes from one of their games. I have like all sorts from different games from them in my playlist. And part of the reason why is outside of them, they have like a lot of good music. They basically have a policy where like I can pretty much just put them in everything, and everything will be fine. Like they actually have like a thing. Like if I go on their here on their website, I translate to English. Oh no, don't worry, they won't have DLSS support. You'd be surprised. Yeah, no, don't expect that. I don't expect DLSS or FSR or whatever in their game. Because none of their other games have those options. And they run fine, no problem. But yeah, I translate it to English and they have like things and what you're allowed to use it on. But yeah. Right, part of why, like, because everything is fine when using their stuff. I don't have to worry about anything. I don't know why I got a meh there. What was the meh for? That was an old video from a year ago. And they're like, meh. Bruh. I don't know why they even dug that far.
For games that are at Gamescom, right? You know, a little... Here we're going to dole out some awards for people who are attending the show, okay? For people who are attending the show. As you can see here, right, about the award. Every year, the Gamescom Award ceremony is organised by the Digital Gaming Culture Foundation as part of Gamescom. The Gaming Award honours outstanding games, expansions, exhibitors, announcements and trailers that are presented at Gamescom 2025, right? They are presented at Gamescom 2025, and this goes for games, expansions, exhibitors, announcements and trailers, right? So there's awards. It's not a game of the year. It's not, this is the best game of the year, okay? A few hours ago, while I was streaming, I said that this had probably happened, right? Looks crap because I've uploaded it to Twitter, but just listen to this a second, okay? I know the fact that even though this is like an award for like games that are appearing, you know, from a certain community. How the fuck is Genshin Impact in best mobile game? What the fuck is this shit? Enfield's not even it, man. I know what game should be in here. I'll leave it at that. And lo and behold, like clockwork, the Wuthering Waves community stepped in and kind of did what the Wuthering Waves community does, right? Kind of just makes itself look a little silly. Again,
of course.
a shame, right? But Kaz is here. Wuthering Waves left out to Gamescom Awards. Here's why. And if you just have a little snippet here, right, of him talking about it, this is kind of hilarious. Like, it's just like clockwork, as I say.
From what I've seen, Crawler, sorry, I've never heard of the game, but I don't know if the game is actually out, so I'm not going to talk about that one.
It's not about games that are out.
Impact, obviously, controversial opinion. I think that should be there. I mean, I have no problem.
Let's just remind, as the award said, it's not necessarily about games that are out. It's games that are at the show, trailers, exhibitors. You know?
With that being that, it is a current mobile game, and it's been killing it still, regardless of what a lot of people say. That's fine. Love and Deep Space as well. You know, they have been absolutely killing it, as we've seen on the revenue charts and stuff. So again, they also deserve to be there. And Southern of the Lake, I don't really know either. But we got three gacha games here, and the one that a lot of people are talking about is EnVtuber, because they've been nominated for best mobile game.
Now, I don't know if a lot of people were talking about this prior to this video. I'm not too sure. Maybe they are. Maybe there's people angry over in Reddit and Twitter. He's going to Twitter, so I'm assuming that, yeah, maybe there's people angry because, oh my god, gacha space, right? Again, this isn't the Game of the Year award. It will say here, Gamescom Award, the award for the best games of the year, but it's the games at the show, right? Again, the trailers, exhibitors. It's an award ceremony for the people attending the show, and these are considered the best games at the show.
Yeah, again, blanketing entire ones again.
And not like true Game of the Year awards.
I mean, it is what it is, man.
It's just like, it's unbelievable. The one community I knew that would be hissy about this. And it's the Wuthering Waves community again with these kind of pointless posts. Like, I'm sorry, this is like super pointless, you know?
I mean, they're not even there.
Free Primo Gems. It's because of
we need
like
to
this,
bot the votes.
Always have time. Oh, sorry. It's things like this that will always have time-gated domain materials. Said we need to bot the vote. Said, and that means we'll receive rewards, but potentially sometimes.
This is talking about Genshin, right?
Oh boy.
Sure, but why Genshin Impact again when that was back?
Yeah, I mean, sure, why Genshin Impact again when that was back in 2020? It should be replaced with either a different gacha game.
In 2020, it should be replaced with Wawa or a different gacha game, which obviously they got 4 likes and 7 replies, which is, oh god, I don't even want to look at those replies. But yeah, I mean,
But it's a dumbass statement, right? Again, because it's for people at the exhibition. I am like 99.9% sure the Wuthering Waves are not attending Gamescom. Now, I could be wrong, right? Let's just double check and have a look, shall we? Let's go to mobile, because that'll be the best way to find it, I would imagine, right? No, it doesn't look...
Nope. Oh, these are the ones that are under mobile. Interesting. Yeah, I guess. I'm surprised I didn't put NTE under mobile. I guess NTE was going under PlayStation, right? Because like they had the thing with PlayStation as well. I know PlayStation Channel uploaded a trailer or something. Let's see, platform. Yeah, mobile is... It's either that or PC, yeah. They didn't position themselves for mobile there. I know, I think they're PlayStation. I think they're under PlayStation. Why does this make me think of the Heroes of the Storm logo? The Blade and Soul Heroes. I don't know why, I was just thinking Heroes of the Storm. With the way they put heroes there. Yeah, no, they're under PlayStation, that's why. They can't even be nominated because they're under PlayStation. Or not. Did they not get like... They not put in any of these categories? The hell? That is weird. Maybe under other? No. That is weird. Interesting. I thought they're... That is weird. I don't know. They're not even listed there. Maybe it's just like the Perfect World booth then. They just came in as their whole booth. Maybe that's why. Perfect World did it that way. The fuck was going on with Mario Kart in there? Fucking Mario Kart. Yeah, of course, Pokemon stuff there. Pokemon Legends, because that one's coming out later this year. Huh? Yeah, I think Perfect World just probably grouped all their stuff together. That's why they couldn't put their thing in a single category. That's probably what they did. That's my guess. I mean, it depends on how they go in, right? Oh, they're... I guess they're not under these categories. I know Perfect World is there, though. I guess they're just there as a participant or whatever. I don't see them either. You know what? You're right. I don't see a thing here either. I don't see Hypergriff here. Right, they'd be Hypergriff for a thing. No, Arknights is even here. No, it's not even showing up there. I don't know, like, I can't even search them up. I don't know. That is weird. Or even if we go on their mobile. Yeah, that is weird. They're not even here. Duet Night Abyss is here. But, like, the other stuff isn't. I mean, they have Duet Night Abyss right here. No, because Duet Night Abyss is right here. Like, that is right there. Pokemon TCG is the freaking... You might as well call that a freaking gacha game. Pokemon TCG. Yeah, I know, like, there's no Hoyo stuff listed here. I don't know what the hell's going on. Oh, this one, wait, which one's this one again? I think this one's also a gacha. No, this one's also a gacha game. This one. Breakers Unlock the World. Yeah, that one's basically like if you took out the open world from Genshin and put a couple instanced areas, but did the exact same garbage. I'm pretty sure that's what Breakers is. I remember I was sent trailers of this to look at, like, before. Because, like, this thing, we've known about this thing for a long time, but yeah. This one's also a gacha, though. Breakers Unlock the World. But yeah.
Like, they're here. Let's go for... Let's slap PC in as well to see if they're there. Now, we do know Arknights Enfield is going to be at the show. Griffline are there. We've seen the booth already. You can have a look at it over on the Twitter, over on Reddit. They are there. As far as I'm aware, Wuthering Waves are not attending. So that'd be the reason why Wuthering Waves haven't been nominated.
Who knows? I wouldn't be surprised.
Right? Out there in the community.
Would be funny, though.
CC's Wuthering Waves community. it's not all a massive conspiracy all the time to undermine Wuthering Waves. I know you like to think that, because it might allow you to be, like, more just weird on the internet about everything all the time, because it gives you this reason, well, they're all against us, everyone's out to get us, that's why I've got to be a fucking loser on the internet. That's not the case, okay? Now, again, I'm not 100% sure. I'll tell you what, let's go to Wuthering Waves, just to double check. Because I'm pretty sure they're not at Gamescom. Well, let's see it straight from the horse's mouth, because I'm sure they would have tweeted about it, right? They've tweeted about figurines, the new content update. Yes, I don't think they're going to be at Gamescom. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, you can let me know down in the comment section down below if they are going to be there. But this is, as I say, I've said before, right, the Wuthering Waves community doesn't show itself off in the best light sometimes. And when I say the Wuthering Waves community, I don't mean everybody, okay? Because it's not everybody. This is a small
yeah, they never said anything, okay.
But, why are you making this video, Kazza? If you'd have read the award, right, you'd know why these games are nominated. You know this is not really a proper award. I don't quite understand what they're doing here.
At the same time, I think Genshin Impact deserves to be there more.
I mean, because their shit is so dry, they need something to farm.
I don't understand what we're doing here.
You know,
again, it's a game at the show. It's
only for the coup dogs.
Right? Best mobile game.
Their shit is always so dry, they need something.
I'll give way. It's not outright. And I suppose you could have that argument. Well, the game's not out though, so it's still okay. All right, but it's for at the show. As he says, he's never heard of these two games. I've heard of this Dungeon Crawler. I think the name rings a bell. I haven't heard that other one, the Lake game. I don't.
Yeah, and what the dude's reacting is a coup dog. Exactly.
Because it doesn't matter. But I think it's just more that this is just another frustration coming from the community for me. You know, it's just another stupid event. You know what I mean? Game of the year where gamers I don't have a say. Not just WoW, but also Expedition's not on the list. We see we're going to put in a game that isn't even out yet. Bro, no shade to EnVtuber, but why would they put it there? WoW did not sign up for Gamescom. It's a requirement for the awards to sign up for their awards. It seems currently not willing to pay to Gamescom. A good point, right? Good to see that somebody's actually there. Just a speculation.
I don't know why it wasn't on mine. That is weird. I couldn't find it here. Yeah, I don't know. Right, because Arknight's Enfield would be under A and it would be at the top. And it's like not even there. I see Alienware Arena though. I don't know what's going on with my list, why it doesn't show everything. Like, it is weird. It is weird. Right? I go to, wait, let's see. Nope, if I sort it that way. No. Yeah, it just goes to that list. What's this creators? I go here. Oh no, that's these guys. I guess these are like the list of whatever is going on there. Okay, go to areas. Let's see. Exhibitors 2025. Okay, let's see. Wait, no, these are featured. These are the ones that are featured. Interesting. Oh, I guess these guys got paid extra to get featured at the top. But these aren't all the exhibitors. These are just the featured ones. And you can obviously tell Hoyoverse is paying. Because, like, they're right there under the featured list. Okay, they should be here. Let's keep going down. Right. Because they're showing, I guess, like, who paid extra to get featured over everything else. You can kind of see it, like, which ones are featured. Oh, Hypergriff? Where's Hypergriff? I'm pretty sure that's the name they were using, right? What name did they use for themselves then? Because, like, I thought they would be using Hypergriff or whatever. I don't know. Maybe they went under a different booth or something. As part of something else. I have no idea. They don't got Kuro games, but they got a Keen games, guys. They got Keen games. They got Keen games. Interesting. Perfect World isn't even listed here either. That's interesting. I thought they would be, like, listed here too. Because we know NTE has a booth there. That's interesting. Right, yeah, and Hoppa isn't listed here. I have no idea. How the hell they're, like, listing their stuff. Maybe it's on what's open first. I have no idea. That is interesting. Right, because this is Exhibitors 2025. Let's give him a look. Nope. Yeah, I'm not getting anything when I search that up. But if I search, let's say, Arc Knights. Oh, Arc Knights Enfield. Just the award, not even their booth. Yeah, I have no idea what the hell is going on, because I can't find them. I can't find them at all. That is so weird. I don't know what's going on there.
Based on Hoyle's track record,
Who knows, maybe.
They can throw money at it like they do when mistreating CCs. They'll pay as long as you don't promote their biggest competitor. Here we go. Conspiracy theories. It's Hoyo. Hoyo were paying Gamescom not to put Wuthering Waves in there, even though this is what I say about it sometimes, this sort of content. It stokes the retards in the community to just say dumb shit all the time, you know? Because their brain's ready to spurg 24/7, and then you get a video like this that just goes, and that's got 53 likes, bro. 53 likes, right? These people are unbelievable. These game awards for investors, money laundering and building shady businesses behind the scenes. They weren't about good games years ago. Now, I'll argue that the idea that they're about good games is a fair point. It's for money laundering and building shady businesses behind the scenes. Now we're into, like, they're committing crimes because Wuthering Waves is not on that list. Wuthering Waves is on that list. People wouldn't be saying that the Gamescom are here committing crimes, you know? Yeah, I no longer look at these biased game award shows. We all know they're mostly fake, which is true, right? Looks like Gamescom are also a Hoyo shill. No, what is this? What is it?
Alright, at least they're paid Hoyo shills. At least they're getting paid.
Mobile, since it needs to be on the higher end. That's got nothing to do with anything. A Gamescom award only for participating games. Thank you. There's people in the chat that seem to understand things. Certainly, it's just a stupid award. There's nothing to be proud of. I think that's fair, right? But I also think there'd be a lot of people that'd be super proud if Wuthering Waves was in there. You know, it's even Hyperglyph Enfield Dev Company are just a surprise. I am surprised the game's not out right. I'm surprised that it's getting nominated.
Listen, anonymous people on the internet are stupid. Yep.
It's just the game.
Yeah, they just love to accuse people, man.
It's just
they just love
like,
to.
Really weird, man. It's like. What is this sort of stuff, man? You know, like I say, I called it. I knew exactly what was going to happen. The Wii community had come along saying they got robbed, and it's kind of embarrassing, honestly. It's kind of embarrassing, man. Yeah, this is like the sort of stuff that makes the Wii community look bad, in my opinion. It really does. It makes them look like.
I mean, they've always looked bad.
It honestly does. But yeah. Anyway, let me know what you think down below. I just thought I'd talk about this because it's just it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Alright, there's that one done. Okay, there's this one. Wilma has an endgame problem. Oh boy. And then there's another thing here too. The community is blaming Hoyo again. Another one on this topic.
Butterfly in the sky. I can go twice as high.
Okay. Endgame problem, sure.
Endgame content in gacha games is something that needs to be done right, as it is the
I mean, I just look at all endgame content in these as a scam.
primary source of content for any gacha game's core gameplay loop once the player has exhausted the game of its offerings during the launch version or during any given patch of the game. With this in mind, Wuthering Waves has been struggling in this regard to offer satisfying endgame content since the initial release of the game and to this very day. I want to go over why Wuba's endgame is bad and how it is a massive turnoff to players. Before I can get started, however, I need to outline the problems with the game's combat system first to set the scene. After all, endgame content in any of these games is entirely focused on combat, the very foundation of the gameplay. If the game's combat system isn't good, then you cannot obfuscate the shortcomings of said combat with a bunch of endgame modes. So, let's get to it. To start off with, we need to talk about the most damning thing that drags Wuba's combat down the most, the concerto.
A lot easier than that thing. I think either way, they're just dog shit. It's like, I can't wait to go redo the same thing again, but with even bigger HP sponges in a stupid circle with a timer. For dog shits amounts of premium currency as the quote-unquote reward. And don't forget all the other effort and everything involved in order to even get to that point. So you can even do it in the first place. Gee, doesn't that sound wonderful, guys? Right, gee. Sounds great, doesn't it?
System. If you've already watched my video covering the misinformation being spread during Yuzaha's release in ZZZ, then you should already be familiar with this information, but I will reiterate for those who did not see it. Every unit in...
Yeah. I thought there was some, though. I'm pretty sure there is some HP inflation. You're just not paying attention to it. Or at least it's not noticeable enough for you guys to start going crazy. But I'm pretty sure there is. I've skimmed through a couple of those dungeon solo videos from that weird guy doing it. And I've seen pieces of like what he's done in order to barely make do and clear it over time. And the most recent one is insane. The dude is basically using a freaking $1,500 dungeon to clear it at this point. So like I would say maybe there is, especially because he didn't need that back in the beginning. If you wanted to do his dungeon solo, now he needs like a $1,500 dungeon. So, like, you know, there definitely is. But I think it gets masked if you're using more of the more recent ones, because the way they've designed the content, same with Genshin's Abyss, they're basically going to try to favor the element or whatever is, or parts of it that are related to whatever they're trying to sell. They do this all the time. You know, 5-star max dupe weapon? Max Constellation or whatever it's called? Yes. R5 limited weapon. The dude was using an R5 limited weapon. I don't know which one it was, but it wasn't one of the standard ones. They were like using that shit now because he can't do it anymore. They have to use a different one, and they gotta use a... They're not free. I wouldn't call them free. You get them while pulling other stuff. But those pulls are not technically free. They have a cost. But then he's like using like almost completely min-maxed gear as well. So that's its own other mess too. On like, what cost would you put on the freaking time investment, stamina, whatever, to go farm the echoes and everything too? I don't. I don't have her at S6. It don't matter. You still needed to do the pulls at some point. And you still have to factor in the cost of those pulls. It's not as if those pulls were free. But yeah, then you can go into a whole debate about the time factor, the time cost, and the time investment, and the value of that. It's about $200 per guarantee weapon. Okay. It's roughly $200 per guarantee weapon. You need 5 to get it maxed. Okay, what's 200 times 5? That's 200 times 5. That's 1,000. Okay, $1,000. Sure, $1,000. And then I was like factoring in some pulls for the weapon, for the constellations or whatever. But like, yeah. Fine, we'll go down to $1,000 if that makes you happy. We're not gonna even count the time cost. The amount of time he wasted on the whole thing. We'll ignore the factor of time. But sure. I can meet you there. It's still kind of absurd when you think about it.
Wuthering Waves has a circular meter to the left of their health bar referred to as the Concerto Energy Meter that fills up in combat based on the action performed. When full, swapping to a different character will have the exiting character perform an outro skill and the entering character perform an intro skill. Because of just how strong outro skills are in terms of their buffs on offer, WoWa's combat demands you to play your teams and rotations around generating Concerto energy and receiving the incredibly strong team buffs from outro skills. Combined with needing to generate resonance energy to cast a unit's liberation, team rotations, and Wuthering Waves.
But hey, now that he needs a $1,000 dungeon, now will he think, oh wait, no, there is power creep. Because he didn't need that in the past. It doesn't matter that you can use the character in there to clear it, but rather the cost factor. And the resources put in. Because if you have to put drastically more into them just to make it doable, when you didn't need any of that stuff in the beginning, that's definitely a sign of creep. Of HP inflation or whatever they're doing. And the thing is too, there are other ways to have HP inflation without inflating the HP number. Like, here's the thing, right? Let's say you have a boss. Let's say the boss has a 1,000 HP, right? Now, let's say I increase this HP by 10%, so now it's 1,100 HP. Or, let's say I made it so the boss takes 10% less damage. Right? Let's say I make it take 10% less damage. What's the difference between a boss that takes 10% less damage and has 1,000% HP, or a boss that takes the regular amount of damage and has 1,100 HP. They're both the same thing, but done in different ways. Either way, you're getting the creep of 10%. And you can play around and fudge around those numbers as you see fit. I'm just saying this is an example. For all you know, 1,000 HP in a different game could be the same as 1 million HP in some other game. It's like, at the end of the day, you just gotta like, just look at it as like a relative value compared to something else. But like the point is, what I'm trying to say is, what's the difference between 1,100 HP and 1,000 HP with a 10% damage reduction taken modifier? You both have to do 110% of whatever damage you were doing in the same amount of time to kill it at the correct amount of time. It doesn't change that. All you did was move one of the numbers around to make it harder in terms of dealing with more stats without actually changing that. But yeah. Again, like, it doesn't matter what percent I use. The impact is there either way. I just used 10% because it's a nice and small number to think about. But like, yeah, sure, I could also say, like, what if I made it from 1,000 HP to 2,000 HP? Right? But it takes the same amount of damage constantly. Or I make it still have 1,000 HP, but all the damage you do is cut in half. Well, 1,000 divided by 1/2 is still 2,000. So it's the same number. It's the same thing, just done in different ways. And a lot of these games will do a combination of that. And part of why, like, it's really noticeable in these days with Genshin with its creep, in its, like, in endgame modes, is because they do exactly just that. They don't always just increase the base number, but they'll just reduce damage taken or some other modifier elsewhere to give the same result. It's the same problem, just with a different result, and it's not always as simple there. Because yeah, it's very noticeable when you just make HP number bigger. But if you make some other number that you can't see bigger, you can still do the same thing but with less. Right? Like, you can still get away with that. But hey, at least they're not doing stuff where, like, they're like, okay, well, but, like, a 99% damage reduction modifier. So that you're only doing 1% of whatever damage you're doing. I've seen that being done in one of these games before. I think a lot of you have seen it being, stuff like that been done somewhere before. I just wonder where. Although at least in that one, though, when it's done, it was done so because you're supposed to do damage in a different way, and they didn't want you just whacking the boss. But yeah, like, that's just the thing, man. I think the problem with it is, like, it's one thing when, like, everything gets increased by a certain amount, but a different thing when it's like only the enemies got increased and the newest unit that they released has higher numbers than the previous one. Not yet, but eventually it'll get there. Keep in mind how much worse it gets. So, like, here's the thing, right? Let's say right now tower adversity or whatever is 160% the damage threshold you need over 1.0. Let's say every patch, every update, they're gonna increase it by, let's say, 5%. So the next patch, it'll be 168% over the original. And then the patch after that, it'll be 176.4. And then it'll just keep going. Right? This, another patch later, 185. Another patch later, it's gonna be 194. And then finally, it's more than double. I think once it reaches the more than double threshold, that's when it will be really noticeable. But like, this is assuming, let's say 5% creep, for example. Once it hits like 160%, creep 4 or 5 more times, it's going to be more than double the base. It's going to be small, and it's going to slowly increase over time. Because like, again, like if you're gonna be targeting a specific set of creep, if someone does, let's say 1,000,000 damage, right? You creep that by 5%, right? They're gonna have to do 1,050,000. But then if you want to creep that by 5%, they're gonna need to do 1.1 million and then plus another 2,500. And then again, you creep that, and like you're going to get this exponential growth curve that gets more and more crazy over time for just a 5% increase of power creep. Let's just say 5%, right? But yeah, you may not have noticed it yet, but it's definitely there. It is definitely there. But yeah, and like, I know one of the things that they do is as well, I know with Genshin, they would choose certain types of enemies that would like take extra damage from one thing, but less from another, or they would do things like that to kind of mask it too. So that like, if you use those types of units for it, you might not notice it, but if you use the same ones every single time, it'll be very obvious. Right? It's more obvious if you use the same set of units every single time on every single reset, and then look at it there. But also, you have to make sure you're doing fair, equal comparisons. Like, if you got an equipment upgrade let's say you have, I don't know, let's say your stats is like 100% of your stats now, but let's say for the next reset, you got an upgrade on one of your pieces, and now you would have 110% of your stats. If you wanted to do a fair test, you have to compare it with your old gear that you used on the previous one with the next reset. Because if you're improving your gear as well, none of your data will be equal or fair. You're not testing the same thing. You're not measuring the same benchmark. You're not measuring the same sets of data or whatever. Right? You're measuring two different things. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, any increase, for example, is still an increase. And if you want to do a fair comparison, you should be comparing to what you had before. If not, retest everything else with the same set of stats and put them all in the same playing field. And that is kind of the problem there, because people aren't doing that. So they make assumptions on data they have nothing on, because they aren't testing things properly. They're not evaluating everything fairly. And if you never update and just pull the new character, you pull the new character and using the new character. I don't think they're incompetent. They're doing it on purpose. They're doing it on purpose because they're trying to force more of the same shit there. They don't want you reusing stuff you already have. They're obviously doing it on purpose. It's not that they're incompetent, they're doing it on purpose. Especially when it's one way they can get you time synced in there to get you there as logging in regularly and as much as possible. Like, it is a retention system. They're doing it on purpose. Right? Because, like, how do you keep them playing for even longer then? You make them have to start over again. Constantly. And they'll have to redo everything every single time. They do it on purpose. I mean, it is what it is, man. And then moving from your unborn boxes, yeah. Sure. But There are other ways they can make money without having to do that. What do you mean friendlier than the old ones? What do you mean friendlier? They still have, like, really absurd RNG, man. They still have, like, a possible range of 8 values for every substat. They still have, like, 14 or 15 possible substats per echo piece. They still have, like, you still have to RNG as well for the actual echo to drop with the main stat you want as well. I mean, sure, you can technically choose the main stat, but you still have to deal with the substat. And keep in mind, the substat problem per echo in WoA is a worse problem than trying to guess, 6 lottery numbers between 1 and 49 and win yourself a couple $1 million from a lottery jackpot. You'll have an easier time winning the lottery and guessing the correct numbers than getting the exact perfect piece that you want on any echo. Even if you completely deleted main stats entirely, you would still have a harder time because of just how absurd the RNG is when you have to factor in. You have like 15 substats and then 8 possible substats per piece, and the amount of possible ranges you can have for each of those, and on top of it, with them being weighted in terms of percentage, and at best maybe 2% for the highest values.
Are needlessly bloated and take way too long to go through to get to the fun part of the game where you can whack enemies with your DPS for a lot of damage. The ankle weight that is Concerto Energy is so bad that weapons and character duplicates like the Variation and Stellar Symphony Recidifiers, as well as Sequence Node 2 for...
Yeah? You know how much better it would be? It would be 300 million times better. I'm not even joking. It would be roughly 300 million times better. Keep in mind, that is multiple times worse probability than winning that lottery that I mentioned earlier. Guessing 6 unique numbers between 1 and 49? The probability of that is roughly just under 1 in 15 million, which is significantly better than 1 in 300 million odds. Just so you know. And it's done on purpose. Shit's dog shit, man.
for Verena are worth their weight in gold in the WoW community, and is frequently recommended for players to look out for when on rated up event banners. Even everyone's favorite 4-star unit, Sanhua, is only really valued within the meta primarily for her high Concerto generation, making her one of, if not the fastest, rotation characters in the game. Concerto Energy is a system that greatly restricts the freedom of how you play your teams, and artificially inflates rotation times instead of having a genuinely interesting playstyle for support and sub-DPS characters that warrant the higher field times. Continuing on the topic of bloated rotation times, WoW's Resonance Liberation animations are just too slow. To help illustrate my point, I've got 2 videos from DYS Pro that compares ultimate times between the entire 5-star roster of Genshin Impact up to version 5.8 and every single character in Wuthering Waves up to version 2.3. I will not be using Honkai Star Rail for comparisons as it is a turn-based game, and I will also be excluding Zenless Zone Zero as ZZZ's combat system is not based on rotations and casting ultimates in the same way Genshin and WoW is. Here's a quick disclaimer, but even with a possible margin of error, things should be pretty obvious. For your convenience, I've transferred all animation times from the animation starting to when the player gets control of their character back to a notepad document. When looking at the rankings, it paints a very obvious picture with the entire 5-star roster of Genshin Impact having ultimate animations that are shorter than more than half of Wuthering Waves' entire 2.3 roster. Even if you're
Damn.
using a character with a short animation time like Zani or Sanhua, it gets immediately cancelled out by their best-in-slot teammates of Phoebe and Camellia, respectively, having some of the longest animation times of the entire roster. Maybe it's best the video was from version 2.3. I could easily see Cartithia's animations being a combined total of 8 seconds. The last thing I want to point out about WooBa's combat system is its inconsistent parry system. Because of the inherent advantages and disadvantages between different units in terms of attack speed and frequency, there is a steep learning curve to WooBa's parrying that effectively keeps a majority of casual players out of being able to effectively use the system. In most cases, casual players will only ever perform parries by accident or by intentionally spamming out attacks
Yep.
with frequent, numerous active attack frames on certain characters that lets them brute force getting a parry. And before anyone says to just
Yeah, I know they freeze time, but like, it does still make it a slog. Like, to be fair, after a while, you know, when you realize just like how much time you're wasting looking at those animations, you're not losing your timer, but you're losing your real time. Here's the thing though. You don't freeze your real world time. You're just freezing the game timer. The time's still there. Something is still happening. Right? Either way, you're still stuck there sitting and waiting for it. Whether you like it or not.
memorize one character's parry timings and just swap to them when needed, let me play the clip.
So it is inaccessible.
So you have 4 characters in your team. You press the number 1 on your keyboard and switch to a character that can climb it. Oh god.
And so now I have to
So
memorize the precise geography,
Bruh, that's 2 buttons, man.
the precise fucking geological structure of the rocks to memorize and keep in mind which angle I am able to approach from based off the character model type. Is that not...
Yeah? Oh boy, trying to climb something in a boss fight or whatever. God forbid a game makes you do that. To be honest, at some point, it's like, let's be real. How many of you guys are actually looking at the game and just trying to get a bunch of numbers out? Let's be real. At some point, like, what's the difference? You know, what's the difference? But yeah, like, after a certain amount of times, you just get tired and annoyed.
Not
That's
just a
a couple
complete
different ways of
pain
doing
in
it.
the ass that doesn't really need to be there. It's now like
I didn't say there was a great
it's a memory
mechanic
check
that was
of
like the best thing ever.
It's like a memory check of like how can like
Yeah,
can
at least
I
Snowbreak
remember
lets you
what,
turn 'em off.
what angle the rock looks like from like the approach. That's just
But the thing is, what does annoy me though with Wuwa is how much it likes to break the fucking camera whenever anything happens, especially when you use ults and everything. It likes to fuck with your camera, and it annoyed the fuck out of me when I did try to play it. It would constantly annoy me with its awful camera, and you couldn't turn off any of those weird camera effects. It was just super annoying. Like, yeah, ToF has it too, with the camera stuff in there, but I turn them off. Right? Snowbreak lets you skip them, and lets you turn them off too. Right, so you can just not deal with it if you don't like it. But Wuwa didn't let me do that. I don't know if they changed it now, but like, a lot of the effects and the camera stuff in there, I would turn off, like, immediately if I could. Right? NTE, when I played it, I didn't even get annoyed with it, because I already turned it off in the settings before I even started playing, because they let me turn it off from the start. You know what? That would make it easier, actually. Everyone jump cancels it anyways. If you play the Frost stuff properly, you jump cancel Grey Fox every time. You only want Gray Fox's discharge because when you activate it, you get 12 stacks of her time thing. But you don't want to do the animation. So you always cancel it. ToF is just a funny mess where you just end up canceling almost everything. Unless they have some really strong utility on it, or have an insane amount of damage behind it, you will cancel it for discharge in ToF. They need to have a strong enough effect for like utility or something else to make you not want to cancel it. Oh, is it? Okay, give me a sec. I'll be right back. Okay, should be back now. Right, we should be back. Oh, I know Twitch is playing an ad right now. It's that time of the hour. Well, one of those times of the hour. Right, I had to just quickly do the thing. Because, yeah. Encoder glitching and now it's fine. I hope. Alright.
That's just a chore.
This is your reminder that there are more unique attack timings for units in Wuthering Waves for you to learn than there is player models in Genshin Impact for you to learn how to climb a pillar. I could go on about WoWa's lackluster sound design for a large number of characters,
Okay.
the gradually increasing visual clutter across newer units and teams, the
Yeah.
shallow attribute system, or just how little echoes actually contribute to combat in a meaningful and engaging way beyond
Yeah,
the
but,
throwaway
like, in
button
practice,
press.
you just
But I
don't
think
cancel
I've
it
made my
anyways.
point. There's a lot of problems with Wuthering Waves' combat system that drags it through the mud and prevents me and many from enjoying the game's combat, and by extension, its endgame content, which puts said combat under a microscope. So without any more delay, let's take a look at the endgame modes and what went wrong with them. As with any modern gacha nowadays, you've got your boilerplate endgame mode to kick things off with WoWa's Tower of
So you're on
Adversity.
YouTube Premium?
The only thing
Okay.
of note for the TOA, when compared to the other gacha games, is the 3 towers and the Vigor system, an artificial resource that limits how many times you can use a single character across all 3 towers. This is meant to add a layer of decision making to whom you use to ascend floors with. The side towers are easier than the middle tower,
Yeah,
with
having
4
options
floors
are
that
nice.
ramp up in vigor cost by 1, 2, 3, and 4, and the middle tower being the hardest of the 3, with 2 floors that both have a vigor cost of 5. In most cases, this leaves players with 2 options. Use 3 well-built teams to separately ascend all 3 floors, or use 2 well-built teams to fight the final floor of a single side tower, followed by one of the
Okay.
2 floors of the middle tower, with weaker teams clearing floors 1 through 3 of the side towers. Other than that, there's not much else to say about this mode. It's your garden variety Spiral Abyss clone that seemingly every one of these modern gacha games implement for endgame
Yeah.
players. You either enjoy it as an opportunity to put your teams through the ringer, or you roll your eyes and slog through it before the next reset for your rewards. The
Or
only
just
thing I
ignore
can
it
really criticize
entirely.
about this mode is that there's no ability to auto-clear floors 1 and 2 of the side tower if you clear floor 3 and calculate vigor cost accordingly. In a majority of cases, if you are employing the strategy of clearing floors 1 through 3 with a weaker team to save vigor on your stronger teams, and you don't have
I don't think they are. He said there's no skip button.
lopsided investment to make it on an account review video,
Oh.
then there's no reason for you to slog through the first 2 floors if you can clear the third.
If it comes to it, doesn't matter, man. To me personally, it ain't worth it. I mean, by God, it's just whatever. Just skip as much as you want. They don't really care.
That's all I got to say about this paint by numbers mode, so let's move on.
Okay.
Next up, we've got the tactical holograms. Just about the most
put
overglazed
Snowbreak
thing
Mini
I've
here.
seen in the WoWa community when it comes to endgame content. a boss fight mode with 6 tiers of difficulty, and a set of modifiers in the latter half meant to test your ability to perform with almost, if not completely, perfect execution of your enemy knowledge and team comp rotations. Let's get something straight right now. If I already laid out why I think Wuthering Waves' combat is bad at the top of this video, what makes you think I want to play it with a near zero margin of error for 20 Asterite and a vice grip shaped scar on my post-mortem nutsack? Between Wuwa's visual clutter, awkward parry system, and strict adherence to team rotations because of the concerto system, why would I want to bother for an eighth of a poll? And I am confident in saying that a majority of the casual audience likely think the same way as me in this regard. So for all intents and purposes, the tactical holograms...
Same time too, right? If I wanted to play a game where I go around doing the dodging and doing all these perfect stuff in there, why don't I just play a better game for that? Like if I wanted to, I could go play a freaking Souls-like game if I really wanted to. I could go play Stellar Blade or something if I needed an anime theme there. I could play fucking East 10 on the hardest difficulty and try to do a no-hit run and again doing the freaking things there. Those games have dedicated guard and parry buttons that'll give you a way better experience on that too. You know? Like that's the thing, man. Why don't I just go play a better game for that? Especially when I won't have to go through hundreds, if not thousands of hours of bullshit to go and upgrade my character and farm equipment for them so that I can then do this 5 minutes of content. Right? Like, the other thing too, right, is just like, because of how throttled you are on being able to level up, upgrade your character skills and everything else, right, like you're severely throttled and everything. It's like, why don't I go and do, like, I could spend that time and play those other games instead to do a better version of whatever this bullshit is, right? And I can do them on my own time on whatever setting I want, and I won't have to worry about freaking making sure I spend my freaking wave plates or whatever when it comes up, so I don't overcap, so I can get the most per time of whatever materials I need to upgrade the characters' level, ascend them, their skills, their weapons levels, and everything else other than that. And like, of course, the gearing part and farming the freaking echoes with the tuners and all the other shit. And the EXP materials that you need, which are, of course, locked and gated behind doing those tacit field things, which cost stamina, or wave plates, which are also time gated. Right? And then when you realize just like how much time spent there, I'm pretty sure, like if you were like a fresh new player or whatever, getting to be able to even play through one of these hologram bosses would take a complete beginner, in terms of time, significantly more time than it would take them to like play through all of Elden Ring casually on like the first run through. It would take them less time to play through all of Elden Ring than to build up and get all the stuff that they need to go and actually do the hologram mode. Because of all that artificial shit that's put in the way. And they'll have a way better time playing that instead. Too, like playing the Elden Ring instead or whatever. You can like extend this to any other Souls-like game or whatever if this is really what you wanted. But yeah. Like, why don't I just go do that instead? And like, that's the thing for me, right? It's like, I could just go do that stuff instead.
Is something I will never touch. If you ask me, the Virtual Crisis limited time event that occasionally comes back every now and then is a much more interesting and nuanced interpretation of a boss fight mode with a wider variety of modifiers and reward incentives to aim for, all while having a greater margin of error for even my sorry ass to get a 120 rating without making me want to tear my hair out. I don't want to hear anything about Zenless Zone Zero players being sweaty when a mode like this exists in Wuthering Waves. And if your argument is that it's okay because you can do it at any time, then sure, yeah, I can see that. Kind of like how I, at any time, can walk out my front door and start digging up the dirt in the ground and shoving it down my mouth. But you don't see me doing that ever, do you?
Yep.
I can't imagine just how frustrated the casual WoWa community would be if tactical holograms had reset cycles, as I'm confident that an overwhelming number of players would rather not see a helping of
69 is the best
Asterite go
score,
up
yeah.
in flames because they don't have enough screws loose to want to get one shot 20 times every few weeks. Lastly, we have Whimpering Wastes. And let's be honest here, WoWa has not had a positive reputation for many since its initial release. From its abysmal token system, to its enemy behavior breaking formations, straggler enemies making you waste time, or ultimates to wipe up, clear advantages to units with AoE and grouping skills.
I mean, like, that's the other thing too with this mode. It's like, if I wanted to play a Warriors game clone, there are way better Warriors game clones I could play. And if I wanted to have, let's say, waifus in them or whatever, there are tons with anime IPs in them that you could play as well. And you'll have a way better time playing those over these. Over the shit here in there
And
too.
now, some egregious
For like the WoWa mode. Because I'm assuming you're just getting a bunch of just trash mobs coming after you over and over. And the thing is, at least with the Warriors clones, you'll at least have maps and stuff like that where you're actually moving around. Your attacks and stuff in those games, they're independent from movement, so you have a lot of momentum to go around and go and attack all the hordes of enemies and stuff like that with while you're moving. And you're not just standing in the freaking stupid circle with a timer in those. Yeah, some of those will have missions with timers, sure. In those, like, Warriors games clones. Right, they're like the Dynasty Warrior clones or whatever. Because there's so many of them. I'm pretty sure I have at least, like, 10 of them in my Steam library that are just Dynasty Warrior clones with, like, anime IPs. Right? A time attack dungeon? Yeah, that could be interesting, but they don't have these in these games. Right? Like, the thing is, at least with those, it's more like you have, like, an actual dungeon and shit. Even if it's not really a dungeon, like, you'll have, like, large open maps in a lot of these Dynasty Warriors clones where you're doing basically the same shit you're doing in WoWa. Except, unlike WoWa, you're playing a game that was built for and around it in those games. And you'll have a way better time. Like, again, like, for example, like, you could go play stuff like, what? You could go play the fucking... How many freaking Neptunia, asset flips in, like, the Warrior-style clones do they have? I know they had the one with the zombies one. They had, like, the other one with, like, that tried to pretend to be an MMO, but not, right? I think they had, like, another one as well not too long ago. They had, like, a bunch of those. I think they had one with, like, shooting mechanics, for example. And that's just under that one IP. There's freaking Zelda Dynasty Warrior clones, right? Hyrule Warriors. There's a couple of those. There's one for Fire Emblem as well. There's one where, like, you have a bunch of just freaking, waifus that are dressed very questionably in things like that, and they have some other stuff in there. I remember that. There was, like, a Vita game on that. Let's see, what else do I remember that would have it? Right, I mentioned the Persona 5 Strikers already, right? What else do I know of that I have in there? There's, like, well, the freaking Senran and Kagura games, the 3D ones. Right? Like, those ones were all basically Dynasty Warrior clones. Except with the Senran and Kagura stuff, again, if you wanted your waifus, and you have more stuff there, more gameplay options and stuff like that there, you can go play something like that. Those are, like, some of them I remember. Like, how many Senran and Kagura games do they have there? Right? They have, like, there's at least 6 of those. Right? Because I don't know what the hell happened to 7. Because there was supposed to be a 7, and then I remember something, PlayStation, Sony, censorship so bad, the producer behind those games basically rage quit and gave up. I remember, like, reading an article on that a couple years back. That was something else, but like there's a lot more than those. Those are just some examples. I'm pretty sure some of the Sword Art Online anime game flips that they have again are like that. Some of those licensed games are like that. There's probably, I think there's like one with like Fairy Tail, there's one with One Piece, there's an Attack on Titan one. There's like so many others. I think there's like a Demon Slayer one as well. There's like so many of them. You can just like browse through like Steam, you filter by anime and action game, and you'll find a decent amount, like a pretty big amount of them. There's a lot of them. And like that's just like limiting ourselves to freaking anime aesthetics there. If we go broaden the spectrum further, there's so many other things out there that are basically the same type or genre of game. Right? Like they're effectively just like how you have like things that are like people call like games that are like Dark Souls or whatever, Souls like. Those games are freaking Dynasty Warrior clones. Effectively. Same kind of thing. And there's so many of them. Like it's like really not hard to find them. But yeah.
P-inflation, whimpering waste for many, was a mode that was dead on arrival, and any attempts to salvage it has been the equivalent of polishing a turd. I don't know how you can take the simple concept of giving players a power fantasy by facing—
So like here's the thing. If you have issues with WoWa, you are going to have issues with Genshin. A lot of the issues that are in WoWa are also in Genshin. So basically, the reality is, if you don't like WoWa, highly unlikely that you will like Genshin as well. And it's the same thing, you don't like Genshin, if you actually don't like Genshin, very, very likely that you probably won't like WoWa either. Because outside of a couple adjustments here and there, to an extent, they're effectively the same game. Like, that's just the reality. They're the same thing. Right, like endgame mode or not, they're basically the same thing. Right, like every single thing you do in WoWa, you do in Genshin. Yeah, I mean, they're probably gonna do that anyways. It is what it is, man. Honestly, not really. If I had to pick, and only what I would want to play, I would actually say if all I was playing is just the initial start of Genshin and then I uninstalled the game, I'm definitely picking Genshin over WoWa if I'm only going to play what I liked from them. Because at least Genshin had the early Mondstadt stuff. 1.0 Genshin, before you go to Leeway, was the best thing Genshin ever was. And WoWa isn't even close to that. And the only reason why was because that early spot in Genshin, before you got to do basically any of the other crap, before any of the bullshit and any of the problems got in your way, it felt the closest to being a Zelda ripoff without quite getting there. I'm not even talking about COVID buff or anything. I'm just talking about content-wise on how the initial early portions of Genshin was structured. The initial early parts. I'm not talking about everything after the fact. Because here's the thing. After the fact, I don't want to deal with any of that bullshit, regardless of where it is. And WoWa had all that stuff embraced in from the very start, and made sure to put it in your face and in your way the entire time, even from the very start. And it also provided nothing that I would want, or nothing I would want to deal with at the same time. Like, I don't care that you have freaking wall running in a game when there's like no fucking level design or anything interesting built around it, and I'm just using it to run in a straight line from point A to point B constantly. And then like I'm only doing that because there's some random ass dog shit chest with like 132 of a gacha pull waiting for me there, and I repeat the thing over and over again. Like, I don't care about that shit, man. That's not gonna change anything. Like, I play freaking Infinity Nikki from time to time. I don't even do a lot of the exploration crap or whatever. I don't do it. Like, I'll log in and claim my stuff for the daily stuff in like 2 minutes, log off, and that's it. Unless I'm actually gonna play through something. Then I'll be there for longer. Like when I touch that thing. I don't even pay attention to all the other shit in there. Like I haven't for a long time. A very, very long time. Like, the last time I paid attention to a lot of those things was like last year. That's how long. But yeah. But like, that's me personally, right? But like, here's the thing though. The things that Genshin does to make me mad, any of these games will make me mad for doing the same. It's not a Genshin exclusive problem. But rather, a lot of the things that they just all keep doing for some reason. But yeah. Oh, it does have a better implementation, especially when you don't even have to pay attention to it. If you don't want to. But yeah, like, I don't really like farming in general in a lot of these games. I don't. The most farming I've ever really done in a game, though, was back when I played WoW, and it wasn't for anything to progress my account. And it was more so because I wanted to get some nice horse to ride on. Or like a dragon to ride on, or some other mount, or whatever. It was more so because I just wanted, or to get some pet. You know, maybe I wanted to get that secret polar bear thing mount to ride around on behind some faction doing some really obscure thing. Or something. Or maybe I wanted to have like my pet squire from the Argent tournament ground also have like a little pony for him to ride around in, so he can also go and fetch mail for me or whatever. I would go to lengths to get stuff there and do things there when I played WoW. But a lot of it was more so for fun stuff or like cosmetics I liked rather than anything else. But like, those were things I did by choice and not because I had to. Yeah, no, when I played Genshin, I didn't do that, man. Because, like, I only did what was needed. And anything further than that, I was like, fuck no, I'm not doing this shit. Because it's not worth it. It never was. Right, I only did the minimum amount that I was needed. And, like, to get certain things, like, sure, like, back then I would get the Oculi, just so I could get the constellations for the main character or whatever. And if I randomly saw a chest or something in front of me, sure, I would go take it, but I wouldn't go out of my way to go 100% everything. Because what you get out of it is just dog shit, especially for what they ask out of it. And one of the things that annoyed me, though, was picking minced for the stuff in there. But again, that's not also a Genshin exclusive problem. WoW has the exact same problem. Sure, characters in WoW need less mince total, but they still need it. Same time, here's the thing. If we're going to adjust, let's say, material farming for characters in Genshin and WoW, well, Genshin locks skill bucks for the characters behind certain days of the week. The total amount you need and the amount you get per resin, when you adjust it for relative value and compare it to wave plates, you effectively need about half of what you would need to go fully upgrade a character in WoW versus Genshin. You need like half the amount in Genshin. But it feels worse because you're stuck on which days of the week you can go farm the materials, but the overall amount you need is significantly lower. You also get more relative resin per day that you can use to go get more stuff, then WoWa gives you wave plates for the same type of thing. Either way, both systems are absolutely terrible, and I hate the freaking chore of like just going in there, repeat farming the same thing over and over and over again. Let's be real, I don't like it wherever it is, and I would rather just sweep through it or skip it entirely if I could. But yeah, like that's how I look at it, man. I'm not just looking at when you do it, but the amount you have to do as well. And the WoWa side, it looks better on the surface, but deep down it's a lot worse in a lot of those systems. The same thing with artifacts versus echoes. Genshin artifacts, they have a hard rule where the main stats and substats cannot be the same on any single piece. There are also different rules on like the amount of substats you can have in the ranges on there. You only have a range of 4 values per substat in Genshin. WoWa has a range of 8. You have 4 substats per piece in Genshin versus WoWa having 5, right? You can at least see the substats you have in Genshin as well ahead of time. Same time, again, there are less main stats in Genshin, even on the worst slot being the goblet slot, than WoWa has per substat slot in Echoes. So like, the thing is, like if you wanted a fully min-maxed, let's say, feather or flower slot, in Genshin, that's about 1 in 8,000 odds if you wanted it to be like the maximum possible roll in like a crit stat, for example, while also having all of the exact substats you want. And this is even including the factor of getting the domain to drop the item. Keep in mind, just looking at the substats alone in WoWa, ignoring getting the echo to drop chance, and what slot it is or whatever the cost in that factor in, and which set it's on, right? That's already, because of the amount of substats and the ranges for them, that's already 1 in 300 million odds. Like, it's significantly better odds in Genshin. Albeit, they're still absolutely terrible. They're terrible. Sure. Here's the thing, though. You have to factor in the stamina required to level them up, too. So what? You can go farm as many main stats as you want in WoWa. But you need the tuners, you need the experience, and where'd you get those? Those are stamina locked. So what's the difference? You're still gated before you can even look at anything important with them. But the thing is, the actual RNG part, when you start to get to the part where after you get the item and start upgrading it, is drastically worse in Wuthering Waves. When you look at it from probability-wise, you look at it from game 3 and probability, it is drastically worse in Wuthering Waves. The worst that you have in Genshin is getting the fucking goblet to drop. But at least it's just getting the fucking thing to drop. And you're not dealing with that thing 5 times over per piece. Per character. Yeah, and you can get that stuff in Genshin by other means too. So what? You can get some of that stuff by other means. You have the fucking thing to convert one piece into something else in Genshin. You have that selector thingy that they have too. You have as well other sources like those unction items that you can get from events and from your teapot to level up your freaking artifacts in Genshin too. Oh boy, you can do that stuff too. Wow. Oh yeah, the world bosses in Genshin also drop stuff too. You know, those also exist. Oh boy. But the thing is, you also don't get enough either way in either system. You're always going to be bottlenecked. It doesn't matter. You will never have enough. And the thing is, again, like, you can recycle whatever you upgraded in Genshin, or, I don't know, I think you can do it in WoW as well, to at least get the experience materials back. But you don't have the tutor layer to deal with in Genshin. My point is, they're both really awful, but while WoWa will look nicer on the surface, it only looks nicer on the surface when deep down, it's honestly worse. Well, that's good for you, man. That's good for you. You could have 6,000 tuners. I don't care. But again, like, how about the experience materials and stuff like that? I remember that being a very big problem. I don't think people playing Genshin at this point are really complaining about having the experience materials to go and level up their artifacts if they've been playing it regularly as well. Because I remember when I played Genshin, after a certain point, I was just only looking for artifacts for them to drop with the stats I wanted. And that's it. I didn't care about experience materials because my inventory is packed full of those. But yeah. The point is, though, I still have to deal with the RNG bullshit and stuff like that. And the thing is, I would rather take 1 in 8,000 odds than 1 in 300 million odds. I don't care if I have infinite chances at the slot machine, because you also have to consider the time you spend even rolling that quote-unquote slot machine. Let's say it takes you like 5 minutes to go and sort through and go and upgrade each and every single one of your Echo one time. Like, upgrade one Echo one time. Let's say it takes you 5 minutes. And 5 minutes to do it in Genshin. Point is, right? 1 in 8,000 odds versus 1 in 300 million odds. The amount of time spent, even if you had unlimited chances, to compare to the 1 in 8,000, you would be spending literally days of your life rolling to get the same odds as rolling in Genshin. You would have to be spending days of your life for the same amount of odds if you had infinite of every resource. You would be spending literal days of sitting through there and doing it over and over and over again. Even if you had unlimited slots at the chances of the slot machine. The other thing too, with infinite farming and this stuff in this game too, I used to play World of Warcraft like crazy back in the day. I quit during Legion. Why do you think I quit during Legion? What did they change between World of Warcraft before Legion and World of Warcraft from Legion onwards? How did they shift the game and what did they do? Because the way I would play World of Warcraft in the past, completely unplayable with how they shifted and designed things from Legion onwards and the direction they took it. And here's the thing, the stuff they had there is drastically better than the bullshit you have in rolling gear in Genshin and WoW. With the Titan Forging gear, between World Drop Legendaries, Titan Forging gear, and Artifact Power farming, all of those are significantly more tolerable to me than the fucking bullshit they have in Genshin gearing, much less WoW's gearing, which is drastically worse. And here's the thing with Artifact Power and World Drop Legendaries and all that stuff in WoW, you could farm any content that can drop gear. Even trash mobs, they have a chance of dropping Artifact Power. They have a chance of dropping gear that can Titan Forge all the way up to the highest possible gear drop from Mythic Raids, if you were lucky. They also have RNG chance to drop a legendary piece of gear that could be one of your best in slot pieces. And they would replicate this for each and every one of your gear slots. Okay? But at least with the thing there, every single drop still had a fixed stat budget relative to whatever level they dropped at. And they had the same types of stats on them regardless, even if the ranges and budgets between them were higher or lower, depending on if the piece Titan Forged or not. And how far it Titan Forged. Right? So like, it got rid of the whole rolling aspect and just went in for just the range and if the item dropped. And that was still far too bullshitty and too much for me, that I got burnt out really quick. Because one of the things I like to do was play multiple classes to go and do different things, and sometimes play multiple specs within each class. Like, if I wanted to play my paladin, maybe one day I wanted to go play healer in a dungeon, but maybe, like, in a raid, I wanted to play retribution and be a DPS. Or I play my shaman, maybe I want to do the same, except maybe DPS in the dungeon, then go heal in a raid or whatever. And mix and match depending on the spec for whichever thing. Whatever I preferred playing that expansion. And I would hop between characters constantly and play whatever I wanted. Except when they added all that stuff in there, it basically made it impossible because even within the same class, I couldn't even switch specs. Because I had to deal with the same thing all over again for each spec. But yeah. Like, the game basically became unplayable, and I wasn't basically playing the game at that point. And, like, the thing is, as bad as that is, these gacha games are orders of magnitude worse at that aspect. But also giving nothing to make it tolerable for me, or just having no benefit from it. Instead, it's just there as a player retention system to keep you there as long as possible, while also stopping you from doing anything in the game. And it just gets in the way. Right? Like, to me, these systems, they have to be something, like, there's something I tolerate, not something I like or want to deal with or whatever. The fact that I have to use the word tolerate, it should say a lot. Right? My choice of words on it is tolerate. Right? It's not anything else. The word is tolerate. And what if I don't want to tolerate it? And the thing is, if I'm going to compare it on how much I want to tolerate them, or how willing I am, I'm going to be honest, Genshin is more tolerable to me. Especially when I know all the probability and the game theory behind the RNG stuff on everything involved, Genshin is significantly more tolerable. Again, 1 in 8,000 odds versus like 1 in 300 million. What will you pick? Right? Like, what do you pick? I know what I'm picking. If I really had to tolerate. 1 in 8,000 sounds a lot better than 1 in 300 million. Like, I don't care how many slots of the chances of the slot machine, man. I would literally need thousands of slots, like thousands of chances, just to match the 1 in 8,000. And you're realistically not gonna get that many. And that's why you have over 6,000 tutors, because of just how awful it is. It is really that awful. Like, you think about it, how awful is it? Like, Genshin isn't even that awful. It's still awful, though. So, like, when people are trying to say WoW better, I hard disagree. Unless you're talking purely in terms of graphics, then sure. But graphics is all it has. That's all it has. And here's the thing, too. What the fuck I need the stats for if I'm not even gonna do any of the other shit in there? What the fuck would I need that stuff for if I'm not even gonna touch all that stuff? So then, like, if I'm already in that point, perspective and standpoint, why do I even need to bother at all? And why would being able to infinitely farm one thing, even if the probability wasn't that awful, matter to me? Right? Like, why would it matter to me? And the reality is, and the answer is, it doesn't. Like, it doesn't matter to you. Like, it won't matter to someone that isn't gonna bother to give a fuck or touch any of those, like, endgame contents. Heck, it won't matter as well if they're gonna go in and set the world level to as low as they possibly can. And play on the lowest world level if all they want to do is go through the story, if they even wanted to do that. But I can't even be bothered to do that. Right, like, why would that matter to them at that point? If they're just gonna ignore all of that other stuff. And then suddenly what looks like an advantage on the surface in WoW suddenly doesn't exist anymore. it doesn't matter anymore.
Off against hordes of enemies and managed to screw it up so spectacularly as Curl Games have done continually with Whimpering Wastes. Yet they've somehow done it, and it remains to be seen as a forever black mark on the content offerings of Wuthering Waves, one that players must regularly contend with as it's a primary source.
Again. Okay. How about this? What if I don't even want to do that? Okay, you're coming from someone who doesn't even give a fuck about exploring. Especially when the only thing you get from exploring is bullshit amounts of premium currency. That aren't even worth the time you put in there. When I'm looking at it from that perspective, that doesn't even matter anymore. I'm just not gonna do it at all. If I'm not gonna do it at all, it doesn't even matter. At the same time though, like the crafting condensed resin for double rewards or whatever, yeah, I get that. But why would I need to craft it if I'm not even gonna touch the content that would need me to upgrade the characters anyway? To an extent, sure. But if I'm only gonna do the bare minimum, it doesn't even matter, because these games will pretty much guide you toward where you need to go. And they'll give you teleporters to every single spot anyways. So it's not really that much of a factor. Right? Oh boy, I can cut down gliding in a straight line in WoWa. I can cut down the gliding in a straight line in WoWa, so now I'm only spending 2 minutes doing that instead of running there in 3-4 minutes. Oh boy. Oh gee, man, I'm just moving in a straight line from point A to point B. Like, honestly, like with both of these, I'm extremely bored and I don't give a fuck, man. Here's the reality for me. You want to improve my experience in those games? Just delete the open world entirely so I don't have to do that. Because the freaking worlds are completely lacking and devoid of any type of world or level design in them. And they're just basically just that. And WoW is even worse, where basically everything is basically a flat terrain. Right? Like, basically everything is effectively a flat surface. And you're just moving from point A to point B in the fastest straight line you possibly can. At that point, why even have that thing in the first place? Just let me skip to the next part. You know? Like, that is basically how far gone it is and like where I'm at. Where I don't even want to do that anymore, man. I don't even want to do that shit. It doesn't matter where. Right? And if I'm bored the entire time while doing it, even worse. So like, yeah, that's part of why, like, I don't really care. I don't care if you make a game where different characters have different movement tools and will have different ways to go through things. I don't know about you, but like, how many of you guys have ever played, let's say, Sonic 3 and Knuckles? Or Sonic 3? Fun fact, every single level, while the maps are all the same in that game, they play entirely different whether you play as Sonic, Tails, or Knuckles. Because Sonic has the highest jump height. He cannot fly, he cannot glide, he moves the fastest, and because of physics, you can launch yourself and fling yourself to certain areas that you can't reach as other characters. Tails can fly, he moves a bit slower, but you can reach very high vertical spots that are very steep pretty easily and get to certain ledges, especially on floating islands or whatever, or floating platforms, because Tails can fly. Knuckles, he has a very, very low jump height. He can glide. And he can climb. But like, they use the same stages for each of them, but you play through the stages, the actual gameplay will be entirely different depending on the character you use. Because, sure, they're going from point A to point B, but each one of those characters are doing it in a different way. Sure, Sonic will be the fastest to get to point B, but there are a lot of areas that you can only access as Tails, or a lot of areas you can only access as Knuckles. Oh yeah, Knuckles also can just punch through certain barricades and stuff, and access those areas that Tails and Sonic cannot get through. I almost forgot about that part too. But yeah. Yeah, Knuckles can also explore areas that Sonic and Tails cannot. I mean, that applies to each of those characters. Sonic can reach areas that Tails and Knuckles can't. Tails can reach areas that Knuckles and Sonic cannot either, as well. Though the thing with Tails is more of like just extra power-ups and stuff like that. But yeah. With like Knuckles, there's like a huge difference in the entire gameplay between each stage compared to playing as Sonic. There's a massive difference. Despite the maps being literally the same. Except for Sky Sanctuary. Where Sky Sanctuary just has the Mecha Sonic fight for Knuckles. But yeah. Like, that's the thing there. I did most of them, but like, that was mostly because I was filling time while streaming in the category for drops. But yeah, like, I didn't go like completely out of my way to go do everything though. I don't have it finished. I got most of them though. Yeah, I'm talking about like a normal playthrough. I'm not talking about like unintended glitches. Right? I mean, the thing is, like, this applies further in other games as well, where they have multiple characters, with the same stages, right? Like Sonic Adventure, same deal. Same thing with Sonic 06. Right, you have multiple characters, same stages, but each character goes through them differently. Even Sonic Frontiers with the Final Horizon update, where you had that last island, but you could play as Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and Amy. The playthrough for each character of that map there, entirely different. They had entirely different gameplay and ways to go about it. There are areas that only Knuckles could get through, areas only Sonic could get through, areas that only Tails could get through, and areas only Amy could get through. They did have indicators and color coding on certain things to tell you if it was yellow, it was probably for Tails, red for Knuckles, and pink for Amy. For certain things, but yeah. Right, because like each of them had like different mechanics as well. Like, again, Tails can fly, Knuckles can glide and climb. Amy had her weird slow fall jump thingy. And a double jump thing that was a bit different, but yeah. From what I remember. Again, like, they all had different ways of doing things and different gameplay for them. But yeah, hi there, Gamers University. Welcome. Welcome, welcome.
Of premium currency. To wrap this up with a nice little bow, the endgame content of Wuthering Waves has failed to present players with a meaningful experience to its wider audience without coming up short or outright failing its execution. Tower of Adversity is an ancient relic of Kuro's days of living under the shadow of Genshin Impact. Tactical holograms are an overhyped content creator magnet that offers too little in exchange for too much frustration. And Whimpering Wastes should have never left the cutting room floor. For how much the WUBA community brags about having little to no HP inflation, they sure don't seem to care if their endgame content is even fun to play to begin with, so long as they can point out a line going up and shout from the mountaintops, "Hoyo, bad." Except that's not even true anymore for WUBA. Womp womp! And with that, I have said all I really wanted to about Wuthering Waves' endgame content and why it's holding this game back. So long as I'm a content creator that resides within the ZCC community, I doubt my opinions will ever be taken seriously. But that's okay. At the end of the day, whatever happens to Wuthering Waves will have no effect on me, and I can continue to play the actual game that has my full attention. And seeing as how ZCC already took some of the best aspects.
Yeah, I know it's closer, but that mode was dog shit too, man. I used to play PGR. I used to. But I haven't touched it in a year. I wonder why. There's so many problems that built up that I'm like, yeah, I'm done. But yeah. Wait, Weevil is actually the Spiral Abyss clone? That's why I hate it? I mean, TOA is also an Abyss clone. Just with weird entry restrictions. But Wewa is also like, just AoE fast. TOA is the Abyss clone. I hate it for that. And then Wewa is just... What, you're just fighting waves and waves of trash mobs? In a timer or whatever, as quickly as possible? Trying to kill as many as you can or something? That's my assumption there. But like, that's just, like, why don't I just go play a game built around that instead? Because Wewa is definitely not built for around it. Especially, why not play one where I'm not freaking confined to a stupid circle with a timer?
Of Wuwa's roguelite mode, while they at the same time sunsetted their own in favor of an objective downgrade, I'm all for the supposed third wheel of Hoyoverse games to continue to improve and refine their game, while the darling child of Kuro proceeds to watch on as we do so. But until then, this has been Kato Zodan, and I'm clocking out.
Okay. There's also this one. The Wuwa community is blaming Hoyo now. I never played Dragon's Nest. I've heard of it, but never played it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the community, the Wuthering Waves community, a small subsection of the Wuthering Waves community is in an uproar yet again over
Honor of King's World is kind of a mess. I remember I looked at it in the past, but like, for some reason Tencent, they like to freaking strike people, like give them copy strikes and stuff like that, for showing stuff from Honor of King's World. I don't know why. I don't know if they're still doing that, but I remember when I reacted and looked at stuff from Honor of King's World, I think it was like a year or 2 years ago, I had to deal with that, with those issues. So like, probably not ever gonna look at Honor of King's World stuff on stream if I can help it. Or do stuff related to that. Because of what they've done in the past. But yeah. I mean, it's... Tencent can do whatever they want, it's their own thing, but... Yeah. You know... If they don't want people, like, looking at their stuff or, like, doing stuff like that with it, then, I won't... You know... Thing. Yeah, Hoyo doesn't improve anything, yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? I don't give a fuck about endgame in a lot of these games, because the endgame is dog shit in all of these. And it's just another chore that you do.
And that non-issue is not being nominated at the most recent Gamescom Awards. I saw something in my algorithm from Pixel Tree saying the Wuthering Waves community is so predictable.
Yep.
Apparently people they are really upset, even blaming Hoyo, saying Hoyo paid to not have Wuthering Waves at the event. These kind of narratives have to stop. Like, that is absolutely insane. This is where this tribalism garbage comes from. Let's see what's happening. Let's get right into it.
Okay, so I don't know if I'm gonna upload this video because it's just stupid again, but the game's
oh wait, the dude is just reacting to the video we saw earlier.
This is an award that is not really, it's not a proper award in the sense of like the Game of the Year award or anything like that. It's an award ceremony for games that are at Gamescom, right? You know, a little...
They paid to remove Enfield and NTE, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what the hell's going on in there.
With that context, if that's true...
I don't really care, that's their problem.
Wuthering Waves recently just had their whole event, right? So obviously they're probably not gonna go to Gamescom as well. Maybe they are at Gamescom, but I did check the website before this. I didn't see it. It's not announced on their Twitter as of recording this video. But so why are we upset? Why?
The people who are attending the show. You can see here, right?
Because they gotta pretend to be victims, you know? They gotta be professional victims.
Foundation as part of Gamescom. The Gaming Award honors outstanding games, expansions, exhibitors, announcements, and trailers that are presented at Gamescom 2025, right? They are presented at Gamescom 2025, and this goes for games, expansions, exhibitors, announcements, and trailers, right?
Yeah.
So there's awards. It's not a
That's
game of the
fair.
year. It's not, this is the best game of the year, okay? A few hours ago, Well,
So, but sorry to interrupt him again, but because it says announcements, that leads me to believe you'll probably see like Arknight's Infield on there, right? Because it's like the game's not out, but it can possibly win an award because I believe you can play it at Gamescom, you know. So I would assume that would be there as well.
I was streaming. I said that this had probably happened, right? Looks crap, so I've uploaded it to Twitter, but just listen to this a second, okay? Now, the fact that even though this is like an award for like games or appearing, you know, from a certain community. How the fuck is Genshin Impact in best mobile game? What the fuck is this shit? Everything's not even out, man. I know what game should be in here.
Oh, you called it.
I'll leave it there.
You called it.
Yeah. So you say it's like including you, but you can tell. You know the fact that no matter what, even number one Kurobot brought up is not a real problem.
Community does, right? Kind of just makes it.
But they freaking phrase it and set it up in a way where it's like,
Waves left out of Gamescom.
you know.
Here's why. Does he explain in this video that it's not supposed to be there because they're not at the event? I'm hoping that's his explanation.
Again, a shame, right? But Kaz is here. Wuthering Waves left out to Gamescom Awards. Here's why. And if you just have a little snippet here, right, of him talking about it, this is kind of hilarious. Like, it's just like clockwork, as I say.
From what I've seen, a crawler, sorry, I've never heard of the game, but I don't know if the game is actually out, so I'm not going to talk about that one.
It's not about games that are out.
Impact, obviously,
it's not. It's a showcase.
I mean, I have no problem.
Let's just remind, as the award said, it's not necessarily about games that are out. It's games that are at the show, trailers, exhibitors, you know?
That being that, it is a current...
Can we at least get some context before we record and upload these videos? Because this seems like a non-issue. It's gonna have the comment section in an uproar. The Wuthering Waves comment section is going to be in a uproar over this, right? And if you just read the context saying this is meant for games that are at the events, you could have saved yourself a whole, oh gosh, bro, it's just gonna create more tribalism.
I mean, they want it though on purpose so they can farm them.
People say that's fine. Love and Deep Space as well. You know, they have been absolutely killing it, as we've seen on the revenue charts and stuff. So again, they also deserve to be there. And Southern of the Lake, I don't really know either. But we got three gacha games here, and the one that a lot of people talking about is EnVtuber, because they've been nominated for best mobile game.
Now, I don't know if a lot of people were talking about this prior to this video. I'm not too sure. Maybe they are. Maybe there's people angry over in Reddit and Twitter. He's going to Twitter, so
basically, dumbasses going crazy over the fact that Wawa wasn't
this isn't the Game of the Year award.
Wasn't nominated for anything because they didn't show up.
But it's the games at the show, right? Again, for trailers, exhibitors.
Yeah,
it's
pretty
a
much.
Ceremony for the people attending the show, and these are considered the best games at the show. Now, again, these awards themselves are not like true Game of the Year awards. They don't really matter. It's just like, it's unbelievable.
I don't know.
The one community I knew that would be pissy about this, and it's the Wuthering Waves community again with these kind of pointless posts. Like, I'm sorry, this is like super pointless, you know?
It's pointless, and it's just like I said, it's just gonna create more like anger within the community.
It is what it is, man.
Point. There's literally no point. It's not. Wuthering Waves is not at the event. From what I understand, they are not at the event, right? This is meant for, you know, the creators, the people who are in attendance, going to the event. You vote on the best games there, and they hand out awards based on what they played, right? Oh god.
And they were just at China Joy. Yep.
Get some free Primo gems. It's
yeah, to an extent, they're actually worse than those guys, man. I would say they're worse than the PlayStation guys doing that. But yeah, it is what it is, man. They're even worse, man, I would say. But it is fanboy shit.
That was back in 2020. It should be replaced with Wither or a different gacha game.
In 2020, it should be replaced with Woowa or a different gacha game, which obviously they got 4 likes and 7 replies, which is
But like, yeah, what do you expect from a man?
Yeah, I mean,
But it's a dumbass statement, right? Again, because it's for people at the exhibition. I am like.
It's a dumbass statement because the context is not being understood.
Now, I could be.
I mean, it's a dumbass statement from dumbasses. What you expect?
Let's go to.
Wait, no, they probably spell it as Dumas instead because they're too much of a dumbass. They can't spell dumbass.
I'm taking his word for it. I'm assuming this is correct.
Right? They probably spell dumbass as Dumas because they're too much of a dumbass to spell dumbass correctly.
The awards are meant for games that are on the show floor, right? This isn't like the Game of the Year award. This is not that. So I mean, getting pissy over it's a little odd to me.
No, it doesn't look like they're here. Let's.
They want attention. I know it's ridiculous, man.
PC in as well to see if they're there.
Yep.
Now, we do
They
know,
lack the brains,
Artworks
man.
Enfield is going to be at the show. Griffline are there. We've seen the booth already. You can have a look at it over on the Twitter, over on Reddit. They are there. As far as I'm aware,
Dumas, whatever. However you want to pronounce it.
Nominated for the Game of the Year.
Right? I mean, like I said previously, they literally just had their own event like last week.
Right? No, actually, what's funny, the reason why I'm saying that, it's a reference to something. Right? Because I remember back in the day, there was a quest in WoW called Welcome to the Machine. And you basically played as a quest giver, and you gave quests to certain players. And one of them was like a newbie player named Dumbass, but it was spelled wrong on purpose, so it was read as Dumas. D-U-M-A-S. And it's meant to be read as Dumbass. There was another one where you gave it to some random max level player as well. There's like a weird storyline behind it. And then you would give another quest to like some guy who was leveling up an alt in a full set of heirloom gear. There's the whole thing on that. But like the dumbass player, fake player NPC, because you were role playing as a quest NPC for that quest. It's a really funny quest. You role play as a quest NPC. So you're basically just you're just standing there and you're just giving out quests to whoever's passing by and waiting for them to report with their completion thing. But yeah, like they would do things in different ways, and then you had the dumbass one because they were a dumbass. But they're so much of a dumbass they can't even spell dumbass correctly. So you would end up reading however they spelled it as Dumas or something. But yeah. Yeah, why does it matter that Wu isn't there? I don't know, man. It's just that the freaking weirdos are ridiculous. They're complaining that they're not there. They have to be there or whatever. According to them.
Out there in the community, Wuthering Waves CCs, Wuthering Waves community, it's not all a massive conspiracy all the time to undermine Wuthering Waves. I know you like to think that, because it might allow you to be like more just weird on the internet.
They gotta keep it relevant somehow, because it's not relevant outside of that.
All against us. Everyone's out to get us. That's why I've got to be a fucking loser on the internet. That's not the case, okay? Now, again, I'm not 100% sure. I'll tell you what. Let's go to Wuthering Waves just to double check, because I'm pretty sure they're not at Gamescom. Well, let's see it straight from the horse's mouth, because I'm sure they would have tweeted about it, right? They've tweeted about figurines, the new content updates. Yes, I don't think they're going to be.
I mean, you would see it multiple times, right?
Oh yeah, Bootleg Gamer.
You would see it multiple times if they tweeted about it. They have the Gamescom trailer, and then they had the nomination from 15 hours ago. So they're continuously, they're constantly announcing it, right? They're constantly saying, hey, we are at Gamescom. Wuthering Waves would have done something similar if they were there. Now,
but they're not.
Maybe they are there, but I highly doubt it, which is probably why they're not nominated.
Gamescom. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. You can let me know down in the comment section down below if they are going to be there. But this is, as I say, I've said before, right? The Wuthering Waves community doesn't show its...
Either way, even if they are there, I mean, this type of behavior is like what are we doing? What are we doing?
He's a bit more neutral. Okay, I don't pay attention to them. But he didn't seem like a Pepega, you know.
itself off to
the thing,
in the
so,
best
like,
light sometimes. And when I say
sure,
everybody
he's
in this
fine.
community, I don't mean everybody, okay?
Of course not.
It's not
Of course not.
everybody. This is a small subsection of the community. But why are you making this video, Kazza? If you'd have read the award, right, you'd know why these games are nominated. You know this is not really a proper award. I don't quite understand what we're doing
but at the
here.
same time, I think Genshin Impact deserves to be there more than, for example, like Arknights Enfield, which is
I don't understand what we're doing here.
even out yet. You know, I think
Again, it's a game at the show. It's an award for games at the show, right? Best mobile games at the show. Of course, I'll give way. It's not out right. And I suppose you could have that argument. Well, the game's not out though, so it's
Yep.
still.
We should
okay,
shame
right,
their behavior,
it's a show.
exactly.
As he says, he's never heard of these two games. I've heard of this Dungeon Crawler, I think. The name rings a bell. I haven't heard that other one, the Lake game. I don't even know if these games are out either. I honestly don't care, because it doesn't matter. But I think it's just more, this is just another frustration coming from the community for me. You know? It's just another stupid event, you know what I mean?
At least he's not in Loki Gotcha's boat, fair enough.
Say, not just WoW, but also Expedition's not on the list. We'll see we're going to put in a game that isn't even out yet. Bro, no shade to Enfield, but why would they put it there? WoW did not sign up for Gamescom. It's a requirement for the awards to sign up for their awards. It seems currently not willing to pay to Gamescom. Good point, right? Good to see that somebody's actually there.
Hold on.
Yeah, it's like, why would you give someone an award if they wouldn't even show up
His,
to the
chat.
competition? Right, it makes like no
It's
sense.
a requirement for the awards, for their awards, to sign up for their awards. It seems Kuro's not willing to pay. The
Well, they
Gamescom.
probably
Okay,
also
good
have to
point.
sign up
Okay,
for them,
okay,
yeah,
cool, cool.
maybe.
Yeah, just a speculation based on Hoyo's track record as a multi-billion-dollar company. They could throw money at it like they do when mistreating CCs. They'll pay as long as you don't promote their biggest competitor. Here we go. Conspiracy
just
theories.
absurd.
It's Hoyo. Hoyo were paying Gamescom not to put Wuthering Waves in there, even though this is what I say about it sometimes. This sort of content, it stokes the retards in the community.
That's
Exactly.
insane. Hoyo's paying not to have Kuro there? That's absurd.
Yeah,
You know
that
how
makes
much
no
money Tencent
sense.
has? Like, Tencent's backing Wuwa. Like, they
Exactly.
they could get Kuro in a Gamescom easily. Easily.
But they don't have anything to show off, so why would they
Say
even
bullshit
bother?
all the time, you know? Because their brains
It's like, what the fuck is Wawa gonna even show off?
And then you get a video like
What are they gonna put? The most empty Gamescom booth.
53 likes, bro. 53 likes, right? These
Yeah,
people
tinfoil hat, here we go.
unbelievable. These game awards for investors, money laundering and building shady businesses behind the scenes. They weren't about good games years ago. Now, I'll argue that the idea that they're about good games is a fair point. It's for money laundering and building shady businesses behind the scenes. Now we're into, like, they're committing crimes because Wuthering Waves is not on the list. Wuthering Waves is on that list. People wouldn't be saying that the Gamescom are here committing crimes. Committing
Exactly.
crimes, you know? Yeah, I no longer look at these biased game award shows. We all know they're mostly fake, which is true, right?
That's true. 100%.
Looks like
Yep.
Gamescom are also a Huyo shill.
I mean, if you can advertise and pay in there, of course they're not gonna be fair.
Saying the problem with it is it's technically gatekeeps players on mobile since it needs to be on the higher end. That's got nothing to do with anything.
But it doesn't have to do with anything else.
Participate in games. Thank you, there's people.
Kira knew Hoyo would be part of it and they
I
moved
think we
it.
get the gist of it.
Yeah, that
This is just
sounds
being
ridiculous.
blown way out of proportion. Like, what are we doing here? Why? are
Okay,
we
so that's the
mad
one I want to
over
farm from
nothing?
Emmer. Cool.
I swear, there's a small subsection of the community that will just be mad over everything. It is absolutely absurd. Oh my gosh, it gets so tiring. Let me know your thoughts down below in the comment section. Shout out to Pixel.
Okay, that one's done. Alright, let's see. There's this one here. Why he dropped Wuthering Waves. Okay. Alright then, Kekvin. What do you gotta say? And apparently he made another video too exposing the truth, whatever that is. I have no idea what that is, but we can look at it after. Like back when Elden Ring won Game of the Year on the PlayStation and Nintendo guys said softball Game of the Year. It is what it is, man. But yeah. I mean, like, here's the reality. To an extent, all of these companies are definitely buying something. And there's definitely money being moved around always. But I don't think one in particular is more guilty than the others. That said, it's like that year, what else was out there? Right? That year that they won, it's like, okay, what else was being shown off that year? And it's just like, I get it. Fair. You know? Like, there's, like, for certain things, like, the really, really special ones in there, it's just like, But if there's, like, some sort of, like, other controversy and other weird shit going on, you can see it. Like, the only time where I can truly say, yeah, it makes sense, you know, this company had ads running out throughout the entire presentation, and then they happened to win a specific thing that was not in their favor for the longest time, up until the last minute, then suddenly something happened. Like, the only time I can say that is maybe Player's Choice, when Genshin won it, that specific year. But that was partially because, for up until, like, unless, like, basically the entire thing, up until the final day, Genshin was, like, barely getting anything. And then they just suddenly just got, like, this massive spike, and then there was accusations of botting and stuff like that. But the thing is, that entire Game Awards presentation, Hoyo also had, like, ad spots throughout the entire thing. They had, like, 5 or 6 ad spots the entire time. And, like, at that point, it's like, who are they gonna give it to, right? It's like, give it to the one that's just, like, funding a bunch of ad spots and everything anyways. Because, like, the thing is, at that point, money was already exchanging hands. Versus a game that had, like, no ad spots or anything, because it was just a single one-time buy the game, you played, and you're done. Versus something that's, like, actually paying and sponsoring and getting ad spots in there. It's like, That's why, like, the reality is, for any of these award shows to not have these issues, things like money and ads, like, cannot exchange hands, and they cannot be involved at all in the advertisement process, or, like, they cannot have ads in the show, and they cannot be, like, putting money in it. The thing is, as soon as some form of money shakes hands, like, exchanges hands, everyone is guilty that has exchanged hands in any one of these. Because, like, yeah, if you're going to have someone intervene that's running the thing in there after something else happened, realistically speaking, you're probably going to go with whoever is paying you, if they're paying you, versus someone that's not paying you. Especially because you want to make sure you keep that relationship as in as good of a standing as possible. You have similar things happening with other types of war shows for other things as well, right? Like, the same thing for, like, for acting, like, for those ones, or, like, music and all that stuff. There's other stuff goes on there. There's other types of money and bribes that exchange hands to the judges and whatever goes on in there. That stuff is pretty well known in certain circles on what goes on in there, what they do. Well, they might not be, in a lot of those cases, though, for that stuff, it's less so that they're exchanging money directly, but rather exchanging favors and stuff. And depending on what's going on, that connection and favor is probably worth significantly more money than being patted in an extra couple $1 million here and there once you're at a certain scale. Just saying. And that's what happens there too. Right, and, like, the thing is, yeah, it's not always even money that is the most valuable asset that can change hands for these types of things that can influence decisions. There are other things that can happen too that are just as valuable, if not more, than just, like, a lump sum one-time payment. And keep in mind, this happens all the time as well in politics as well. And this is effectively what a lot of lobbyists do when they're lobbying. They won't exactly, you know, they won't necessarily just give money to change hands, but they'll give favors or other types of bribes that are not monetary. because exchanging money directly is technically illegal in a lot of places for these politicians for that. But anything else that could have monetary value in a different form, that's a different story. And like, here's the thing, right? Well, let's say when like a politician says that that they went on a dinner with some guy. Let's say Trump went to have dinner with Jensen because of AI chips. And then suddenly, you know, they announced that one specific AI chip that they could ship and sell is now available to be sold in China again. It's like, gee, I wonder what happened there. I wonder what that was about, you know? And that's effectively like another form of like another way these guys are doing lobbying type stuff. They might not be directly exchanging money, but they're definitely doing something else that is just as valuable or potentially more valuable than just the money changing hands. Just saying. And this stuff happens everywhere. So like the reality is nothing will ever be truly fair or truly unbiased unless you can take all of those factors out. Which, unless they change how they do things and structure things, that's never gonna happen. So to some extent, complaining or going crazy over it is just a waste of time. And then they come up with some other deal where they can add an extra tariff on something and still export that chip to China anyways. I don't remember which one it was, but they recently had like a deal on that thing. And part of why I'm like talking about that actually is yesterday I was actually watching the Gamers Nexus video of like documentary. It was like 3.5 hours long on like what was going on with the smuggling and stuff like that. And I think part of it was like part of that stuff was name dropped on like a specific GPU that they have that is now sanctioned and I mean not sanctioned, but like it's like I guess you could say sanctioned to be like allowed to be sold to China again. It was like this specific GPU, but like, it was like 96 gigs of RAM or something. And like, not exactly the most powerful GPU out there, but it's definitely being used for AI purposes because why else would they care that much about the VRAM size? And that's like what they're being bought and used for anyways. And like the documentary is really interesting because like it went through a lot of things. Like you'll even see stuff like behind the scenes on what goes on with like selling them and how easy it is to buy one of those smuggled in there in China. There's things on like what they do with like repairing them and how they treat those things, or things like even like modifying ones. Like they showed a guy like modifying a 4090 which has 24 gigs of VRAM. And making a new version of the 4090 with 48 gigabytes of VRAM. And they were talking about like this guy who does it all the time, and he would have customers that would bring in 4090s that are smuggled in, and then they would ask for like bulk orders to get them upgraded from 24 gigs to 48 gigabytes. And the reason why is pretty obvious, because running these AI language models needs a ton of VRAM capacity for some of the larger ones. And some of these larger ones, 24 gigabytes of VRAM is not enough. And they would like to have even more. But yeah. There's things like that, and there's like also the other types of stuff as well. But yeah. Really interesting video to watch. If you're really interested in like hearing about that stuff, just watch the Gamers Nexus video. It's like 3.5 hours long. But if you're really interested in that, you'll watch it anyways. Otherwise, if you don't care that much, you don't care that much anyways. But yeah. Hi there, FabX. Welcome back to our React segments.
I dropped Wuthering Waves. 1 year ago today, I decided I'm no longer going to cover the game. I had spent about 1 month on my YouTube channel covering the game, and then it all came to an end. Until very recently. And today we're going to talk about my story, covering Wuthering Waves, why I dropped it in the first place, why I decided to come back, and why at the time I thought Genshin Impact was a better game. You what? Today we're going to talk about all of it and how Wuthering Waves has completely reinvented and changed my mind on its game. Boys, I think this is one of the better redemption stories. Let's get straight into it. So back during the WUWA 1.0 update, I was actually a pretty big content creator for the game. I would say pretty big. It's relative, but early on into the game, I was covering it pretty normally on my channel. I was doing about 35K, 22K, 49K. I was doing pretty well on my Wuthering Waves videos. Early on, I was having a lot of fun in the game.
Probably.
I joined the creator server. I was playing pretty much every day. And then it all came crashing down. The amount of issues that came out during WUWA 1.0 is, I'm sure, something that I don't need to reiterate to you all, because I'm sure we're all familiar with it. But during the 1.0 launch, I would consider it one of the most, if not the most disastrous launch in gacha gaming history. It was a very buggy launch. There were a ton of unpolished issues that definitely need to be sorted out before they release the game. I think if they had just given it maybe 1 or 2 extra months and polished out some of those more finer details, they definitely would have had a lot better product upon launch, but nonetheless, they weren't finished out. There were problems with mobile gaming, with some of the funniest screenshots I've ever seen, with characters getting completely bugged out of the game. There was an extremely underwhelming story that felt drawn out, somewhat boring, and voice acting that just wasn't there. Or more specifically, I should say, voice direction that just wasn't there.
City established in Huanglong, located in inner Huanglong, while Zhengzhou is in outer Huanglong.
There's some very funny clips from early on where it sounds like Rover's supposed to be screaming, but instead of screaming, they're just like talking to Scar.
You're not going anywhere.
But nonetheless, the 1.0 story was, I would say, a big down point.
Yeah, they're just talking like that because they're aura farming, surely. Surely it's because they're aura farming and they're like, you're not going anywhere, trying to be cool instead of screaming or yelling at them. You know? Like, they're having their inner monologue out loud, surely. Surely it's because of aura farming, right?
A lot of other complaints that I've seen online that maybe I didn't feel, but just reiterating some other complaints where it felt like a second Genshin, which, I'm to be honest, I think they take a lot of inspiration from Genshin. But you know what? You take inspiration for the best and you make it better, which is exactly what Wuthering Waves has done since their 1.0 launch.
Wait, for me personally, it has not made it better. Right, you guys know what I have to say. If they wanted to make it better, remove all my problems instead of just piling more on top. They would have to get rid of the problems and not just add more of the same crap while still having all of my issues. Right? Because, like, for me personally, it's not like I will care. If, like, oh, cool, another map expansion to do. Oh, wow, more checklist simulator where I just go from point A to point B to grab shit amounts of premium currency and go pick the new flavor of mint for the newest character. And go farm echoes like crazy. Wow, I can't wait to do that. I would rather them just, like, not have it at all.
More complaints include, it was too grindy, which I do understand. At the time, I was playing 4 gacha games, and Wuthering Waves was, I think, my 3rd, and then I picked up, I think Zenless came out after Wuthering. So I was playing all 4 at a time, which definitely took a big toll on me, and was definitely a very large reason into why I ended up dropping the game, was because I just simply couldn't handle playing the 4 big gachas all at once. Even though I would have loved to drop Genshin at the time, I simply couldn't because I was contractually obligated to play Genshin at the time. And in fact, even a larger egg among that, which you may find a bit of an interesting tidbit, because I was contracted to play Genshin, the people who were contracting me to play the game had actually advised me to make less Wuthering Waves content. Now, I eventually...
I mean, yeah. Because you're being paid. It's a contract. You gotta fulfill your end of the obligations. Like, for me personally, I don't see anything wrong with that. Because you're like, as he himself in this situation chose to sign that contract and do exactly that. And he's effectively basically just doing a bunch of ad spots, even if it's not really an ad spot. In practice, it is with his coverage. That's just the reality. But then these guys will try to paint that in a negative light. But this type of stuff happens everywhere, constantly. And it's just not limited to these things. It's just what happens. But the thing is, when you get these contracts, they're great. Because at least it's a dedicated source of income that you can get, that you can pretty much rely on, versus just not having to deal with any of these at all.
Broke my contract off from these people, but that's a larger egg
Again, it's
for
like
another
that's
day.
the thing you have to take, right? You choose to take a sponsorship, you have to fulfill your end of the obligations there. If you choose to take it and get the money from it. Right? Kuro probably paid him and stuff like that, yeah. Like, that's probably the reality.
I think we'll leave that untouched for now, but know that I did have content restrictions from a third party that did not allow me to cover Wuthering Waves as much, which was another factor that ultimately led me to drop the game in the 1.0 launch. I think I played until about maybe early Changli, uploaded a video on Changli, and then I never ended up coming back. And then
like
there was no
maybe.
Wuthering Waves on my channel for the next 1 year. I ultimately decided to drop Genshin Impact and Zenless Zone Zero as well, becoming a purely Honkai Star Rail channel, which I do think was something I regret doing. I should have dropped Genshin earlier. I should have broke my contract earlier, continued to play Wuthering Waves, but it's really hard to predict the trajectory of a game, and I didn't expect Wuthering Waves to get this much better. And I think when it started to all improve was around the 2.0 update of Wuthering Waves.
I mean, like, I went back and I did try 2.0. I didn't exactly see any improvement, because the things that I was looking at that needed improvement, and, like, my actual issues with it, were still there. My problems and all my issues that needed improvement were never addressed. If anything, they made some of it worse. I would say they made parts of it even worse, especially with the power creeping and making of new echo sets. I would say they made one factor even worse. That's for me personally, right? And this is before they had, I don't know when they added the wawa whatever. That wasn't there in 2.0, I'm pretty sure. So that's probably recent. Or if it was in 2.0, I didn't pay attention to it. But like either way, adding more bullshit that's just gonna add more to the issues with it isn't what I would call an improvement. They're gonna get burnt out of too many 5-star restrictive kits and specialized echoes. Yup. I mean, like, that's the thing, right? If I have to deal with that in these games, I'm just not gonna deal with it at all. Again, it's like, am I playing the game or am I dealing with bullshit that's getting in the way of me trying to play the game? Right? It's like, what am I even doing in there and why am I doing stuff in there? And then when I realized, wait, this is why, and like, I'm not actually playing the fucking thing because there's nothing in there to actually play, and I'm just doing mindless chores over and over again, why the fuck am I even bothering? Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you have something that does something versus a literal stat stick that doesn't do anything else. Right? That's just the reality. So I think with NTE, you'll have the ability to recycle your puzzle pieces. Right? You can keep using those puzzle pieces. Once you farm the puzzle pieces, you don't have to farm more for the same character again. It's just like the thing, that one piece with a set bonus, that one specific disc thing is like the only thing you have to go after. But like, it's not as awful there, and the thing is, like, the reality is, I'm pretty sure you're not going to be playing NTE just to go deal with that all day. At the same time, there is a sweep function in NTE. You can sweep with the butler thing. I don't know how much you can sweep a week and how much like that'll get expanded to when it's fully upgraded. All I know is like the amount of upgrades I had, I think I went to like level 6 or 7. I was able to get 9 sweeps a week. But yeah. No, like what I'm talking about is the puzzle pieces. Once you get them, you have them for good. The only thing you would have to maybe refarm is the disc. The one disc circle piece. That just tells you what set you have. Not the actual other pieces. So like, you know your puzzle pieces like your L shape, your square blocks and whatever, all those pieces? Those ones can stay. Because, like, you keep them regardless of whatever set you're using. You just have to make sure it fits into whatever the character's puzzles thing is. Yeah, it's just a disc thing. That said, though, at least the stat values are not that crazy. So, like, the thing is, at least with this, like, the substat versus main stat stuff in NTE, they're not as crazy. Because, like, the thing is with WUWA, the max value of substat per piece is, like, here's the thing, right? Substats in WUWA are worth more than the main stats in terms of stat total. Like, it's worth more than the main stat. Right? Like, when you're, like, when your Echo has, like, how much is, like, let's say a crit percent substat? Like, your main stat thing? It's like, what? It's like, each substat is, like, 1/3 of the main stat at max value. I think it's, like, 1/3 or, like, 2/5 or something. It was, like, something crazy. And then you realize you have 5 of those. So that, like, when you have, like, when you actually calc it out, the substats have a higher value than the main stat. Genshin doesn't have that problem because in Genshin, substats have less value even if you combine the total substat of the max possible values of substats on your artifacts in Genshin. They have less impact than the main stat still. They have less stat budget total, even when fully min-maxed. NTE is more of the same. You have less of your stat budget on the stat bonus, like substats, than you do on the main stat pieces and on the character-specific passives for equipping certain puzzle pieces. Because each of the characters will have extra stat gains, depending on how many of a specific puzzle piece you put on them. Like, in terms of how many block pieces. Like, some characters will get extra stats for every 2 block piece you put, some with 3 and some with 4. And they have, like, a decent way of scaling that up. But those have a higher value than some of the substats. It's part of why I was able to get away with killing the super boss, the police super boss, with blue gear. Because the substat values and the amount you get from them aren't that impactful compared to the other sources of stats. They still make a difference, but they're not nearly as impactful as everything else. So, like, you probably won't have to worry that much in NTE. And that's assuming you even care. Yeah, the blue gear is good. Like, here's the thing, right? So, like, the blue gear in NTE, when min-max blue gear, is better than min-maxed lowest stat value Echoes in WUWA in terms of stat budgets. Right? Like, you do get increases in, like, stat total budgets by going up between blue to purple to yellow, right? There is an increase, but it's not that crazy, and that's kind of why blue gear was still viable. Though eventually you'll only get purple and yellow gear. Eventually, once you unlock the later stages, you'll only get purple and yellow gear, and blue gear will be completely retired. But, like, you still get the idea. You can still at least keep some good blue pieces. They're still worth keeping. It's not like in Genshin or WUWA or wherever, or a lot of these other ones where, like, the lower tier gear completely worthless because of how much lower the stats are. Like, they're not worth it, and it's, like, even more of a problem in WUWA. Again, when your stat budget is more focused on the substats than the main stats, and heavily in favor of the substats by a lot, you end up with it being worse there, but it is what it is. But again, like, part of the other problem with WUWA is, like, because every single substat can have its range and rolls upgraded to the max possible value, and you have 5 of them per piece, right? Like, even if something doesn't contribute as much to your damage as another stat, the fact that you have a high amount of it and a large amount of it, and a lot of those, it will add up. Like, it will add up. Like, we went over just how awful that is earlier. It is the worst I've seen in any of these games, period. WUWA gear RNG is probably the worst RNG I've seen, period. In some of these, in, like, any type of game with RNG I've ever played and seen. And I've fucking seen Pokemon Emerald's broken RNG that will literally break itself and like have the RNG not work if the battery dies or some other conditions happen. Or like that just takes a shitter. And even that is still far better when we're talking shiny hunting in Pokemon Emerald with its completely broken RNG than Moo Echoes. And like people would say with that was nearly impossible. But that's just another thing. The Pokemon Emerald one is more of a bug because it was supposed to be 1 in 8,192 and not the weird broken odds where it goes into the millions. But at least it wasn't 300 million. Right? At least it's like, you know, a couple million is a lot better than like 300 million.
Waves. Now, there were good stories before the 2.0 update. I actually played the 1.3 Black Shore update. That had an amazing story, but I think the update as a whole was probably a little lackluster. But version 2.0 is when everything changed for Wuthering Waves. There were major quality of life improvements. We're talking flying. They added flying to the game, which was super dope. Not that their movement wasn't already superior to everything else at the time, being like grappling, wall running. Their movement has always been superior to every other gacha game that I can think of.
Yeah, sure. And then, like, put ToF movement in front of him. Like, imagine if you put ToF movement in front of him and told him it didn't tell him what game it was, and told him it was a gacha, and then asked him, okay, how about this one? Then we got fucking mechas and shit. We got mechas, we got freaking Spider-Man swinging, we got flying, we got gliding, we got surfing, we got cars. Right? Like, like technically speaking. But the thing is, for me personally, having the movement doesn't matter if the game isn't built for and around it. Like, let me tell you this, right? You go look at someone going around playing a Mario game. Are you going to complain that in most of these Mario games, Mario cannot fly or he cannot run at Mach speeds? When you go and compare it to, let's say, like a Kirby game when Kirby can fly? Or like where Sonic is literally moving at fucking Mach speeds, like at speeds so fast that like a single level in like a Sonic game for a 3D Sonic game is literally bigger than some of these fucking open world maps in these games because Sonic moves through them so fast that the only way they can make substantial content for them, for Sonic to even zip through them in like 2-3 minutes, is if they literally make maps the size of open worlds to run through. If not bigger. Like, if you've ever seen like anyone who's like looked into trying to make their own custom stages or mod Sonic games, they end up like growing like an appreciation for how hard it is to make a level for Sonic. It's also why, like, for platformer games, you don't really see any clones of Sonic. There's like, sure, there's like some indie games like Spark the Electric Jester, and then like there's like the high-speed platformer in like Haste. But Haste is procedurally generated, and there's a couple like preset map components that are stuck together for that type of game. Well, Spark the Electric Jester, they have Spark is slower than Sonic a little bit, and again, there's not as many stages as you'll think, and like you can go through those games pretty quickly compared to, let's say, like playing a Mario game or whatever. Like even like speedrunning something like the like if you speedrun those games, like the amount of content, it'll feel differently because you're technically going through less, but the actual sheer size and scale in the Sonic games or the Sonic likes are a lot larger. It's also why like the Sonic games tend to have more replay value in the stages, because they have to make them so big. They end up adding more replay value through adding like multiple paths, multiple like routes you can go through, and shortcuts and everything like that. And then they have like the whole time component, so it's like you can like race against yourself, like speed run to the end or whatever, see how quickly you can do things. You have that factor in those games, but like those things are like absent in stuff like Mario, for example. But like you're not gonna say the Mario game is crap because Mario can't move that quickly. But like the thing is, that logic is like not being done fairly and like brought over to like something like the wawa versus Genshin comparison on movement. Because they're also not looking at like how the games are made and how they're built around it. And here's the thing, wawa was not built around having stuff with wall running in mind, nor was it built with their quote-unquote flying mechanic. Because you go around and fly and you're just moving from point A to point B like a glorified glider as quickly as you can. There's literally no level design or world design or anything to get in the way with you, of you or whatever. It's the same thing with wall running. You can just run through anything, like any surface in a straight line to get from point A to point B, completely unimpeded. Nothing gets in your way, nothing matters. You know, here's the funny part. As much as they want to arbitrarily hate on ToF 1.0, ToF 1.0 ironically has the best character swapping gameplay any of these gacha games will ever have. It had by far the best, and because it shifted to where it was, and because it changed from where it was in 1.0 versus having the specific element team comp gameplay now, and how they went about doing that by adding a bunch of buffing supports, off-field damage, and everything like that, and playing into it when those did not exist at all in 1.0 ToF. That's part of where the absurd power creep complaints came from. Because they were basically comparing two different games and how stuff was being handled in them. Because, like, yeah, in ToF 1.0, you used a weapon that would do your damage. You had a weapon to shatter. And then you had your last weapon that you maybe used for like, a little bit of healing or whatever. Or you used it to, like, do a different type of damage. And that was basically how people played ToF back then. Especially with, like, with how early Abyss was, before Boundless Realm. You would have, like, mobs that would need to be shattered, and you would have to use dedicated stuff to shatter shields. You would then have to manage between having single target and AoE damage. The game in ToF at 1.0 was completely different. ToF as a whole is just too hard for the casual gacha gamer. Like, it's just too hard. Because, like, it's the only one that actually tried to put mechanics in your face and make you actually deal with them. You look at, like, ToF raids and, like, it's the perfect example. Or, like, Origin of War. Can you imagine if, like, these guys had to deal with ToF Origin of War? Like, the thing is, at least with ToF, they have the decency to lower the difficulty over time. So that if you can't clear when it's the hardest difficulty, you can come back later. And yeah, like, also, 1.0 only had on-field matrices. There were no background matrices. There were 0 background matrices. And it's a combination of adding background damage support buffers, off-field damage options, and background matrices effects that made the numbers look a lot more inflated because you went from having nothing to having something. Yes, there is creep in ToF, but it's not nearly as crazy as people think. And then also the fact that people had new gear. They added new gear slots with almost every single update back then. They kept raising the level cap, so everyone's stats was different. And because the enemies were also getting a higher level, the way things like crit stats worked on them also changed, right? Yeah, that also played a factor. Like, you have to add all of those things too, right? But, like, no one was isolating them and retesting everything on the same balanced and equal playing field. Like, what's funny is, like, if you told people the way people were gathering data for measuring stuff in these gacha games, right? And you told a scientist or a researcher who is, like, studying and researching data on, like, anything, on, like, something specific, and you told them how you were testing things, and the fact that you weren't retesting everything to have the same playing field, the fucking scientist or researcher or whatever is gonna laugh at your face. Or they're gonna question what the fuck you're doing, and they're probably gonna tell you that all of your data is completely invalid. Because you're not comparing the same or equal data points. You're comparing completely different sets of data that shouldn't be compared. But that's what they're doing anyways. And that's what they were doing, and that's kind of what led to that. Because they completely got rid of the context, and they're ignoring any and all context behind anything. And just comparing numbers directly. But yeah, like, the thing is, yeah, like, the problem is, because of the gacha things and stuff like that, people tried to assume it was a completely different thing. Right? Like, the reality is, yeah, like they said, ToF, it's a terrible Genshin clone. It's a really bad Genshin clone. I 100% agree. But also, because it's not Genshin, and it's not a clone of it. Of course it's a terrible Genshin clone. When, at the end of the day, what the actual game is the furthest thing you can get while still having an open world and an anime aesthetic. It's about as far as you could get. And yeah, that's why it's a terrible Genshin clone. They went in looking for one thing and they got something else entirely. It's like, the way they were acting are kind of like how you see like those weird crazy vegan protesters or whatever. Going after things like restaurants that serve meat or other things like that, or people eating meat and stuff like that. Or like weird Karens getting mad because like they went, like, imagine like you had a vegan Karen. A vegan Karen goes to a steakhouse and they get mad that they're being served stuff like steak and other cuts of meat when they're a vegan. And it's like, bruh, you went to a fucking steakhouse. They're there to serve you fucking steak. Like, you're there to get meat. You're not there to get a fucking salad. Right? Like, who in the hell in the right mind would go to like a steakhouse to get a salad? Right? But like, that's basically how they're acting and like how they're treating it. They're acting like vegans who want a salad that went to a steakhouse. Of course they're gonna get mad and disappointed. It is what it is, though.
But on top of that, they introduced one of the best stories, being the early 2.0 Reinx story, which was very, very compelling and one I enjoyed very.
I don't know, man. You can see my my VOD on that, but I don't know.
Very much. Now, they have expanded since then. We're going to get into that. But there was also the new region of Reinx, which is just, again, another fun region to explore, because with the introduction of flying and the already good movement techniques in the game, it just made for an even more fun experience playing and interacting with the world. Not to mention the amount of free polls they gave out that update. I think it was
playing and interacting. What's the playing and interacting when there's nothing in the world but pretty graphics? It's like, why would I care when there's like nothing to do in there? You can give me all these tools, but then nowhere to use them, and then I just don't care. Right? It's like imagine this, right? Imagine like you bought furniture from IKEA, and let's say you're building a cabinet, and all you need to assemble the cabinet are a bunch of nails and a hammer, and I give you a full toolbox with like a 200-bit screwdriver set, a drill, electric screwdriver, an Allen wrench, another wrench, a jackhammer, an oscilloscope, because I don't know, maybe you do electrical stuff as a hobby or whatever, and then like some other electrical equipment, maybe a crimping tool so you can cut and crimp cables, a pair of scissors that you probably aren't gonna need for that project as well. And some wire cutters too. It's like, you don't need all of that if all you needed was the hammer. Right? It's like, you give all those tools, but then there's like nothing to use the tools on. So you just have a lot of tools, but nowhere to use them. So it just like doesn't make any sense. It doesn't matter. And it, like, for me personally, it wouldn't improve my experience. Because the reality is, if the only thing I have in mind is I want to skip to the end of whatever's in front of me and ignore everything else and just get from point A to point B as fast as possible, my actual problem isn't, oh, okay, cool, this thing lets me skip there a little bit faster than this other thing, but rather, why even have this get in the way in the first place? And why not just get rid of this problem and just put me there instead? Just teleport me to where I need to go. Just skip all of that. And that's where I'm at personally. Like, I'd rather just not even have the open world and stuff in there at all if they're not gonna do anything with it. Because, like, to me, it doesn't matter if it's just a tool that I use to just skip to anything in a straight line quickly. Yeah, it is nice that at least in ToF you can treat every character as a skin. So basically everything is a cosmetic. You can use whatever you like the look of.
The ludicrous amount. I remember I actually logged in for that update just so I can go and get one character. And then I ended up getting that character and then logging off again. Because unfortunately, 2.0 was not enough to convince me to come back. Okay. Even with the rover gender switching, the immersion mode, the early boss access, new echoes and weapons, all of that wasn't enough to convince me to come back to the game. I was still a doubter. In 2.0, I still thought, I don't think this game's going to make a comeback. I saw the new characters. I saw Carlotta. I saw Rosia. I pulled Rosia. And in fact, even right now, I have Rosia on my account, but I haven't built her yet. I really need to build this character. I really need to get to this. I will eventually. But all of that wasn't enough to convince me to come back. I think it was probably just a mix of I was busy with HSR at the time, and I think there might have been a big HSR patch, so I just really wasn't paying attention to what was happening in WUWA. I was kind of blind to it. I don't interact with a lot of community discussion, so unless it like super blows up on YouTube, I usually don't hear about it. So it wasn't like I really made a decision to not play 2.0. I just didn't really hear about it. It's only now that I'm learning about everything that they did in 2.0 and how much better it was than everything else at the time. And looking back at it, I'm like, man, I really wish I came back during that update. It would have been really cool. But nonetheless, another 2 updates patches. We had 2.1, 2.2. I don't think anything too crazy.
End of the day, if he's burnt out of those other things, he'll get burnt out again for the same reasons. Let's be real. Sure, this might make him feel better in the short term, but the same thing is going to repeat itself over again. I think this time, though, he maybe got to deal with something behind the scenes. He probably took it up, and that's probably why. We'll see if he mentions anything like that. But technically, with how these things are set up, they technically don't have to legally disclose it. It's weird. But yeah. No, I have not. If you want to send it, though, you can send it on Discord. We can add it to the reacts list.
Crazy happened during those updates. Same thing with 2.3. I don't think there was anything too crazy that happened during those updates. It was just good stories, new region, a bunch of good characters like Zani I know came out, and the craziest character of all time, that one jellyfish lady with the tongue thing. Now that almost convinced me to come back. But nonetheless, I didn't really hear a lot of hype around WUWA until what came with the 2.4 update, being the Cardathia release. Cardathia, I think? Cardathia? That's when all the hype came back to Wuthering Waves. And I started to get rings of, oh, I'm missing out. And I realized...
compared to what? Like, what is their metric and what do they compare it to? And what are they used to? But I'm assuming they're only used to random-ass TikTok brain rot crap and Pepega aura farming crap. That, like, they think anything is good. If we can kind of deal with those. That's probably why.
What have I been doing? I'm in the middle of playing HSR. I vehemently hate that story. I think Honkai Star Rail is one of the worst stories in gacha gaming, and I will stand on that. I wasn't playing Genshin. I'm kind of playing ZZ, but I wasn't following up on the story. And I'm hearing all this, oh, WUWA has such a great story. So I said, fine. And I went back to the game, starting at the 1.3 update because I was still at the 1.3 story. I hadn't progressed up until.
But yeah, like the thing is as well with WoW, they don't really have characters, more so they have caricatures. They have caricatures, not characters. Yeah, he said he played HSR because sponsored too, yeah.
Till then, and
Yeah, at least you're
originally
getting paid.
I had wanted to go live and experience it with my viewers, but what I actually realized is that interacting to stories live, it's just not something I enjoy doing. I really want to immerse myself in the story, and I can just do that way better when I'm playing it alone. So I loaded it up on my PlayStation, I sat in my bed, and I went through the whole 1.3 story all the way up till 2.0, maybe 2.3 I think, in about 2 sittings. And holy crap, was it ever an experience. I'm now in love with Shorekeeper in real life. Favorite story until the latest one. Carthea, amazing. Lupa, oh my gosh, don't even get me started on Lupa. Lupa probably also my favorite character. There's too many good characters. I swear every Wua story is like one character story mixed with a main chapter story all into one, and they're expanding so much on all these characters that it literally just makes you want to pull them all. And so I did pull them all.
Are they characters or are they caricatures though? What do they mean by expanding? And are they just still throwing themselves to be the next whore for the main character and then toss aside for the next one as they repeat the process?
I came back to 2.3, pulled me a Carthea and a Lupa, and I've never regretted it. I got Lupa's weapon too, and boys, I've never been having more fun in gacha gaming than I am with this. Honestly, it's not even something I even really want to cover on YouTube because I actually enjoy it so much that other than like maybe building videos and pulling videos, I just want to experience it all myself. I'm greedy. I don't want to experience it with you guys because then I'm forced to do commentary.
Exactly.
I have to think of funny jokes on the spot. I can't just walk in, which is something I want to do, especially with this. But getting into more of the 2.4 update, it was such a great update for Wuthering Waves. A crap ton of free pulls. Also, oh my gosh. Yeah, that too, which was cinema. Carthea being one of the best DPSs in the whole game, being HP scaling, arrow DPS, has like some really cool combat abilities that I haven't seen in any characters like her. Definitely has some of the best animations in gacha gaming history. I still think HSR probably takes the cake with the Phynon and the Dragon being super freaking dope. But nonetheless, what HSR was able to do with Carthea, with Lupa, is something I've never seen.
Here's the thing, right? Even if you only do your weeklies in ToF, you get more pulls than someone doing all the endgame in WoA on top of their dailies. ToF gives you more just straight up even normally. Even if we exclude events and crap. But that's its own different thing, man. Well, they did an HP scaling DPS, so have fun with that.
Before. There's never been an update that's made me want to pull a character. The second half of 2.4 has been my favorite story of all time. The first half was good.
No, you know what they should do? They should do an HP scaling DPS in these games, but treat it like the move Final Gambit in Pokemon, where you will deal the same amount of damage equal to your maximum HP stat. And then your character dies after using their ability. That would be hilarious. Give them all Final Gambit. Where like, like if you have 1,000 HP, you will do 1,000 damage, but then you die. That would be hilarious if they did that. HP scaling, but you die if you use your HP scaling. That would be hilarious and interesting if they were to do that.
Good too. Getting to Septimon, learning about our goth.
And like the way Pokemon treated that damage from Final Gambit, it was fixed HP damage. Meaning regardless of whatever their defense stats or whatever is, it would always do that amount of damage. You couldn't reduce it with like a light screen or reflect. Well then, that was a coincidence. I wasn't even looking at the screen when I said that. But there you go, enjoy the ass. You can go study the astronomy of her ass. I don't know. But yeah.
Asta, and I can't remember the blue-haired character's name, but she was super cool too. Learning about the lore of that city, getting all this mystery, and then not getting any conclusions was so frustrating. But then the second half in 2.4, when they start slowly unraveling the mysteries one by one by one by one, and learning more about Lupa and her purpose in the story, in the past with Maya and Trailblazer, letting Lupa be the main character, and that final action battle with Lupa versus Maya, or technically the Thermodian, and them fighting was one of the sickest scenes I've ever seen. And then Lupa breaking out, coming to hug Cardatheon Rover, had me in tears. It was so moving, that whole story. And Lupa easily became one of my favorite characters based on that. And also, that boy, Cristolfo, whatever that dude name is. I do not mess with him at all. But nonetheless, that was my favorite update. And probably all of Gacha Gaming. Easily. And since then, I've been so in love with WUWA. It's been all I've been wanting to do recently. And that's been even more impacted by the 2.5 update with the introduction of Furlova, who, again, had a really good character quest. Or main story quest. I'm gonna be honest. These main quests are such character quests, but main story quests are this all. I said this before, but they're all kind of mixed as one, and they do such a good job at just building up these characters in the main story quest as a character quest. Even though, rest in peace for Lova, but they do such a good job of building up these characters. And again, you know, I had to pull for Lova. Never got her weapon because sad, but I had to pull her. There wasn't an option. Again, another super fun character. I love her gameplay. I love her animations. I love how animated everything is in this game. I always go through this game, and whenever I'm watching a story, I think, okay, when's the black wall white text gonna appear? And you know, the one time it appears, it's with the most emotional words Furlova's ever said, and it comes at a time when you're not expecting it, and then when it appears, you're like, oh crap. And you know exactly what she's talking about, and it has so much meaning. And it's not used as a function to, like, not do an animation. For example, when Age of Star does black screen white text, they do it so they don't have to animate it. For example, Saber eating a burger. They have to write that out because they can't pay to have Saber eat the burger. But at the one moment where WUWA does it, it's for an emotional impact. It's Furlova's, I think, final words in the story. And I think it's all about waiting for the rover and her time waiting for the rover.
Wait, wouldn't that mean because you can't see the emotional impact, it's even less valuable because you're just seeing black screen white text? Like, bro, what? You sure about that?
Which I thought was such a beautiful story, and I absolutely loved it. And I think that about covers my journey with Wuthering Waves, why I dropped it, why I came back to it, and what I absolutely love about it now. I think it's one of the greatest gacha games, if not the greatest gacha game of our generation.
And then he
Will
makes
there be a better one in the
point that
future?
makes no sense.
I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I probably glazed a little too much in this video, but nonetheless, I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you did, I'd really appreciate it if you could like this video, maybe drop a subscription. But nonetheless, that's going to be all for me.
Meaningless.
I'm going to see you all in the next
one.
Peace.
Okay. Wait, that shoot thing is an hour long. I don't know about that. Oh, there's this one here. The worst platinum trophy this guy ever got, and it's ToF. Let's get a look at this one.
I know some people will disagree with that, and that's perfectly fine. Trophy hunting is fun. To me, anyway. I know some people will disagree with that, and that's perfectly fine. I've personally platinumed some games that were either difficult or long or some combination of the two, and I had fun doing them. But what about when a game stops being fun? And how far into a platinum trophy is too far to stop? This will vary from person to person, and what I've learned recently is that I have an exceptionally high tolerance for sitting through rubbish. I mean, this should have been obvious already, really, but what if I told you that the game we're looking at today took me 300 hours to platinum? Well, that's not too bad. You can get similar numbers in a lot of big games. What's the big deal?
It's
okay,
an MMO.
true enough. But what if I told you that that 300 hours took me a year and a half of daily play to get the platinum? To be clear, this isn't a, oh, I can't bear to play more than a few minutes a day kind of deal. This is, there's no way for me to physically progress doing trophies anymore today, so I guess I'll come back tomorrow. At this point, you may well have realized I'm not going to be talking about a normal game. I'd call it live service, but this service is very much dead. Not literally, you can still play it, but it's far from its peak. Today, I'm going to be talking about Tower of Fantasy. Before getting into the game though, I'd quickly like to reiterate that the worst platinum trophy is not the same as the hardest platinum trophy. There's plenty of hard games and hard platinums that are actually good even if you don't personally like them. I'm also not going to talk about every trophy in the game, as some are easy and just not worth talking about. Don't worry though, we will have enough to dig into, trust me. So what actually is Tower of...
I'm gonna guess it's like like you have to get all the original 1.0 achievements or something? Or something like that to get the platinum? Which, like, I get it. I'm pretty sure if I had a PlayStation 5 and I logged into my ToF account on there, I would immediately get the trophy. Probably. But
Fantasy. Tower of Fantasy is an open-world gacha action RPG set in a shared world with other players. I hesitate to call it an MMO because I don't know the exact definition and I'd hate to muddy that any more than it already is. But it is at least of a similar vibe. You run into other players around the world. Now, I'm not going to spend the whole video comparing it to Genshin Impact, but just at a glance you can see what it's inspired by. Fun fact, when the game was launching, it was talked up as the Genshin Killer. I don't know if that was by fans or the company itself, but obviously, Tower of Fantasy did not kill Genshin Impact. In fact, I'd argue it barely made a dent. That's not to say the game is irredeemable though. When the game first launched, on PlayStation at least, because I didn't play the PC launch, I had a lot of fun teaming up with randoms that you just come across to defeat bosses and whatnot in the world. I've never spent any real amount of time in an MMO, so this was my first experience with this kind of player interaction. Even then though, the game's cracks were very much showing. On launch, the English dub just didn't work, so everyone was stuck with the Chinese language. Not the end of the world, there were subtitles and whatnot, but it was an early warning sign that this game was not as polished as I would like it to be. Now, I've played and indeed platinumed a lot of gacha games. The aforementioned Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, Endless Zone Zero, probably another one not made by Hoyoverse, and their platinum trophies at least have never been off-putting. At least if you don't mind these kinds of games. So what makes Tower of Fantasy's platinum trophy so bad to me and different from those? Well, I'll start with something that admittedly is not a problem any longer, but it was at launch and I was playing at launch, so I still want to moan about it. You'll have to indulge me. A lot of gacha games often need you to level up a certain amount to unlock modes or just level up your characters for trophies. This on its own is fine enough, I get it, you need to encourage people to play more. Tower of Fantasy though had the absolutely incredible idea to put hard caps on the amount of experience you could get per day. So day one, launch day, I was...
Oh yeah, that's right, they're talking about the MMO time gate for experience stuff. And then they slowly raised it. Yeah, I don't know why they repeated the same thing on PlayStation. That was just weird.
Having a lot of fun running around, doing puzzles, completing quests, until I noticed that I had been stuck at level 18 for a while. I could not believe it when I found out that that was it for the day. No more leveling until tomorrow. To make matters even worse, any EXP I did collect while at the cap was essentially null and void. It would be one thing if it overflowed and was automatically given to me next day when the cap raised, but nope, completely gone. What this meant was that it was actually a detriment to progression to keep playing for the day. Like I said, I get wanting to keep people coming back day after day, but this is the most heavy-handed way that I have personally seen. Essentially saying, stop now, come back tomorrow. Now, like I said, this is not a problem anymore, and in fact there are actually EXP multipliers now to get you to a higher level faster. And I know this because I ended up making extra characters for reasons we will get into, don't worry. The most pressing trophy you need to level up for though is probably Alliance Expert. How this trophy is supposed to work is that you need to beat the Quarantine Zone map on Joint Operations on difficulty 8 with no one in the team going below 50% HP at any point. This mode has rotating...
Oh, you mean, yeah, you have to just wait for it to make sure you have that stage. But like... That's not hard. It's not hard. It's not a hard achievement to get, but you have to make sure the join up is active that day.
Missions, so you can't go into quarantine zone at any point you want, and you have to make sure it's available on the day that you're on. This is a real challenge of a trophy, and I got lucky enough to get teamed up with some overpowered players that did all the work for me. This was not one that I earned, I fully admit that. Now, you may notice that I said earlier that this is how the trophy is supposed to work. It doesn't work like that anymore, because in one of the game's updates, the joint ops mode was reworked, and in doing so, they removed the difficulties. Now, this next part is second-hand information because I did get it beforehand, but to my understanding, now it just auto-pops the trophy once you reach level 100, which I guess is good that it's not completely unobtainable, and in fact actually makes leveling up even more important than it was before. The game also has PvP, and there are trophies related to it. Now, you may be sitting there thinking, wow, PvP in a gacha game? I sure hope they balanced that and made it a fun and fair experience for every single person that plays it. They didn't. Even though they set everyone at the same level, the truth is that if you're up against someone with a more meta weapon than you, which just translates to a newer weapon than you, 9 times out of 10 you will lose. And that is assuming that you can even get into a game. When I was trying to get footage for this, I couldn't get into a game and I waited for several hours. And when I was going for the trophy, even then the mode was extremely underpopulated. So you have to hope you can get into a game, and then also hope that you're good enough to win, which chances are you won't be, because most people playing this mode are people who have spent actual money on all the good weapons and want to be at the top of the leaderboard. The hardest trophy for this mode needs you to reach the Star General rank, but I went to Grand Marshal, which is the highest rank. And the reason for that is because you get a vehicle out of it, and you need to get 7 unique vehicles for another trophy. You can also use the PvP currency to buy vehicle parts for other vehicles, which is good, as otherwise those parts need to be dropped from enemies, and the drop rate must be insanely low. I couldn't find any official numbers anywhere, because why would I? But this was like, I left my game on for several days straight AFK farming and didn't get a single drop, levels of low. Anyway, you might have guessed from how I've been moaning about it, I did not in fact do any of this PvP mode legitimately. I did try to, but it was clear it just wasn't going to happen. I really should have taken this chance to just give up, but nope, no I didn't. What did I do instead? I loaded up my PS4, made a second account, and leveled up enough to the point where I unlocked PvP, and then matched with myself on the other console to get free wins, and increase my rank to the maximum over many, many hours. I guess something good did come out of this mode barely being used. Is this cheating? Almost certainly. Do I care? Absolutely not. The next batch of trophies I want to talk about, I'm going to call the Do Everything in an In-Game Achievement category trophies. Catchy name, I know. These are all fishing achievements, all raid achievements, all cooking achievements, all minigame achievements, and all ingredient achievements. I'll quickly go over all of these. Fishing needs you to get all the alpha fish. These are completely random. When fishing, there's a chance a fish will be bigger and take longer, but there's nothing you can do to affect it substantially. Raids need you to beat 4 different raid bosses at over 50% HP. Cooking needs you to eat 10 of every meal. Minigames need you to essentially get the best score on all 6 minigames. And finally, ingredients need you to get 100 of every single ingredient. While I said every for all of these, in reality it's every before a certain update added more, which I don't know where that update was off the top of my head, but you do get the point. Now, while these all ask different things of you, they all actually have one thing in common.
Like,
they are all
Lynn is still really
broken.
good.
Okay, that's not entirely true. There's nothing stopping you from doing all of these legitimately, other than a lack of skill and patience. No. How these are broken is to do with the PS5 trophy tracker feature. Now, you know if you're playing a PS5 game and there's a trophy for, say, collect 100 sticky notes. Some games will have a tracker saying, oh, you're at 55% of the way there, and then it updates as you collect more. Tower of Fantasy does this for this selection of trophies as well. Specifically, the tracker increases by 1 every single time you get an in-game achievement that corresponds to one of the ones needed for the trophies. This all sounds completely fine and normal. Well, what the tracker doesn't do is count how many you have. It counts how many times you get the achievement. So what you
Oh.
can do for all of these is make a second or even third character on a different server, but still on the same PSN account, level it up to whatever you need to do raids and whatnot, and then once you get an achievement again, even if it's one you've already got, it will add one to the achievement tracker.
Damn.
Doing it this way lets you skip some of the harder achievements, like I made 2 characters to do the easy minigames, for example, so I wouldn't have to do the hard ones like the annoying box moving one. Funnily enough, this oversight was actually the only way to get the raid trophy for a while, as one of the raids you needed the achievements for was removed from rotation and wasn't added back in until the end of April 24. The PlayStation version of the game came out in August 23, so 9 months with an impossible PS5 Platinum by legitimate means, and a completely impossible PS4 Platinum by any means, because there's no tracker to glitch and exploit on the PS4. In case you were wondering, yes, I used multiple characters for all of these, but believe it or not, it was actually a necessity, because the raid trophy is also bugged in a way that if you get both achievements at the same time relating to a single raid, which is quite easy to do if you or a teammate are overpowered and get the kill really quick, then the tracker only increases by 1, even though it should be 2. I swear the broken tracker both gives and takes away in equal measure. Now, the final trophies I want to talk about here are the Utter Awakening trophies, and they are the reason this game took me so long to platinum. There's 3 of these, but they're basically just an increased amount of the same thing. That thing is for getting 6-star weapons, and the highest rarity of these needs you to get 15 6-star weapons. But what is a 6-star weapon? What does that mean? Well, to put it in a way more people will understand, it's the equivalent of getting Constellation 6 of a character in Genshin, aka having 7 copies of them pulled from the gacha. Well, that's not too bad, you may think.
I mean, you mean the encoder? I think it's still fine. I think we're still fine for now. I'll reset it after. You hate the battle royale not touching again unless they pay you to do it. Fair enough. I think we'll be fine. We're still okay. No, it seems like it calmed down now. I'll reset it after we're done with this, though.
I've C6'd loads of characters in Genshin. True, most of them are 4 stars, but they still count, right? Yes, they do. Do you know how many 4-star equivalents, aka purples, are in Tower of Fantasy? 5. There are 5, just 5, and all of them were in the game at launch. I never want to hear Star Rail players moaning about the lack of 4 stars ever again. This means that 10 of the 15 6-stars need to be gold weapons. Gold is the equivalent of a 5-star in Genshin and other gachas. Now, as mentioned, this is all to do with the gacha, which means the rate at which you complete this is completely out of your hands. You could theoretically get everything you need within 105 pulls. You won't, but it's theoretically possible. Unless you have a massive amount of resources to spend at once to guarantee a 6-star limited character, I actually found it was a way better idea to spend everything on the standard banner. The reason for this is that the one saving grace for this trophy is that for every 120 pulls you do, you can buy a copy of a 5-star you already own with special currency you get. So, mathing it out, let's say that you get half of what you need from the gacha. So you need 10 6-star gold weapons total, which is 10 times 7, so 70, because you'll need the initial copy at 0 stars as well. You're guaranteed a gold at 80 pulls, so just for simplicity's sake, we'll say you didn't get lucky and they were all at the 80 cap. So 70 times 80 is 5,600. Then divide that by 2 because we said you got lucky and got half of what you need, and that will take you 2,800 pulls. Sadly, this number is not too far off what I actually ended up needing. I think I was around 22 to 2,300. And you know what really sucks about this? Is that you can get this trophy day 1 playing within an hour, assuming you're willing to spend real money. Let's do more math. I'm sure that'll be really good.
Yep. I mean, there's other things too you can do too to get them. 1.0 world bosses with your keys. They also drop the things, and they're definitely a lot more than 2,000 gold nucleus on the map for you to get. Here's the thing, right? There's more than 2,000 gold nucleus for you to get from exploration. There's more than 2,000 of them. So, like, he technically could get all of that from exploration. You technically do have more than 2,000. So, like, yeah. You do have enough. There is enough in the game right now to go and get all of it. If you're just gonna do it for free. And do the exploration. And then, of course, there's events with the other stuff in there, and the times they give selectors and stuff like that. But, yeah.
Good for my viewer retention. Let's take that 2800 number from earlier and figure out roughly how much actual money that will cost. So you buy Tanium, which is a 1-to-1 conversion with dark crystals, and then 150 dark crystals is 1 pull. So we need...
There are discount packs to also buy gold nucleus for cheaper. The same time, you can also convert Tanium into, let's say, red nucleus. At a 4-to-1 rate. Even better than that in some cases. This is why this is already bullshit here. Because the reality is, if you're looking at like the actual things when you're buying for pulls, these convert at a completely different rate. You're almost never converting them 1-to-1. Like, this thing is severely flawed. There's so many too that like you have more than enough bundles in the shop that convert at like a similar rate to what I just said, that you have more than enough to completely max out a unit and their matrices, and you'll still have some left. And then the character specific ones are even cheaper than that.
Need 2800 pulls, so we do 150 times 2800, which is 420,000. Your first purchase of any of the Tanium packs gives you the same amount of bonus dark crystals, and every subsequent purchase gives you 1300, according to the wiki. So if these numbers are wrong, blame the wiki. The highest pack is $100 for 6,480 Tanium as standard. So we'll do the 420,000 total needed minus 12,960 for the first pack to give us 407,040. Then we'll add the 6,480 plus the 1,300 bonus to get 7,780. Then we'll do 407,040 divided by 7,780 to get the amount of packs we need, which is 52.3. So we'll round up for 53. Plus the one we took off earlier for the first purchase bonus, so 54. Then finally we do 54 times $100 to get the total amount of money needed to get this trophy with no input from the player at 54.
Yeah, no, this is definitely wrong. It's definitely wrong. He's not including any of that. He's making assumptions as if they never existed. But, like, you were able to convert, like, 60 Tanium, for example, for one gacha pull, plus a third, for the longest time. And now we're, like, for reruns, it was, like, what? 40 Tanium for 2 pulls? You could convert 40 Tanium into, like, 2 pulls at some point. On reruns. This is definitely the wrong way to go about it if you were swiping. You would have gotten this if, like, to actually do that with, like, the ToF bundles, you would basically have to just, change that 5 into a 1 and you can get it on the spot. And you would be doing it with limited units. With some limited units. Like, the reality is you can do this with limited units for far cheaper than this. You can change the 5 into a 1, and you can do it with all limited units. Like, that's what you can do. Yeah, he's just blaming the Reinx and not doing any research. And he didn't even look at the thing in the game. It is what it is, man.
$400. Now, obviously, no one is, hopefully, actually going to spend that much money for a trophy. And it is worth mentioning that our numbers are only theoretical and very few players would have that exact same luck. But the fact that the game has a trophy that even thinks of incentivizing this is unacceptable. I've actually got no problem with free-to-play games wanting to make money. When I was at peak Genshin fanboy, yeah, I spent £60 over a year, and there's nothing in the trophies for that or any other gacha game that I've played that encourages you to spend any money directly like this. Now, before you get all worried about me thinking, no, he didn't, did he? I didn't spend a penny on this game. Instead, I did dailies for a year and a half, as well as scavenging all the maps for as many free pulls as I could, so that is the alternative. Yes, I'm sure I could have done it.
I mean, he basically just said that he got like 2,800 pulls for free over the course of a year. Even if you want to submit it that way, he did say that too. Because he didn't spend anything, and then he said, oh, he got that.
Quicker, but I'll leave that to you. I've got no problem taking the L on this one. You can speedrun this game's Platinum Trophy without spending any money. That's fine. So after all that, what are my thoughts on the game as a whole? Well, in the early days, I did have fun. Everyone had a fresh character and was starting at the same level, but as is always the case, people drop off. It happens to every game. And once that happened, the divide started between the haves and the have-nots. Or the people that were willing to spend a lot of money and those that weren't. To be clear, this is not an issue exclusive to this game, and I'm certainly not going to tell other people how to spend their own money. I really don't care if other people want to spend that $5,400. That's their prerogative. The game itself, though, I'm going to be real, I really tried. I am generally positive about games. I don't like being negative. But strap yourself in, because that's what we're in for. But first, what did I like? Well, I liked Evangelion, and they had a collab mission, so that was fun, even if the Met gameplay...
I mean, he's probably only played, like, single-player games is all he has, and this is, like, a multiplayer-focused one. And then he's mad.
It was bad, but positive. Positive. Staying positive. It was nice to see all the characters. The game's story was certainly there. Maybe it gets good later on. I don't know. I sort of locked in on getting the platinum and ignored everything unrelated to it after a while. I stopped progressing the story, and it doesn't directly give you any rewards, which is a problem in itself, but whatever. What about the combat, though? Look, I'm not going to pretend I fully engaged with it. There's no reason to ever raise the world level, so I just kept the enemies at level 10. Yes, you can say that's my fault and I wasn't engaging properly, but if a game gives me no reason to, why would I? The combat felt very mashy. Like in Genshin, I'm trying to get the reactions, or in wawa, I have to dodge and parry and whatnot. Here, I'm just mashing until it or me dies. It's flashy, sure, but a lot less interesting. Oh, I actually did think of a positive. I like that the gliding doesn't use stamina now. There you go, there's one. An actual really easy positive that I can say is that the game doesn't use the artifact system from Genshin where you need to roll random substats, which, thank God for that. Why did we ever allow this terrible system to be normalized in these gacha games? Because it's not going to go away, and I hate it. When it comes to trophies, though, that's where the game really falters. For the most part, they're actually easier because of the tracker exploit, but I really am not sure if I can consider that a positive, but I think I'm going to. If it weren't for the Utter Awakening trophies, I would have gotten this platinum over a year ago, and I think that makes it pretty clear just how bad that trophy is. It was that one trophy. I've sunk so much time in already and got all the other trophies that it would be silly for me to stop playing without the platinum. That sunk cost fallacy is a dangerous thing. Now, should you play this game? Well, that depends on you. I know I've been really negative, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you will be. If you think you'll like the game, have at it. It's free after all. Just know that I will not be there wherever you search. This was the most satisfying delete from console I've ever done. And that's the video. Did you agree with my takes, or am I being a bit too...
Does this guy just pick things up just to get a platinum and then... Basically, he only cared about the platinum trophy. He didn't want to play the game. He basically only did shit for the trophy, and that's it. He's only doing it because of the trophy, and that's it. He only does it because of the trophy, and that's all he does it for. Look at this, Woo is so dead, only 500 views, but ToF got 4 times the amount. This is hilarious, ToF gets 4 times the amount, but Woo only gets a quarter. The Woo is so dead, like, you look at all of these where the views are for the trophies. And then you see the fucking Woo one. Nobody gives a fuck. It's a month old now. Nobody gives a fuck. Right, that's the funny part. It's like nobody cares. Is it probably worse? Damn. Okay, we got some more reacts here. Let's see. What's this Pokemon? On the 21st, there's gonna be a premiere at 6 a.m. God damn it. Okay. Sure. This is probably to promote Legend ZA, right? Probably a Legend ZA promotional thing. Plus, his latest Windows update could corrupt your SSD. Oh boy, what happened here?
Well, as if the PC landscape couldn't get any
They're teasing Mega Victory Bell? Of course they are.
worse. Now Windows updates are breaking your SSDs, potentially corrupting your...
Although I wonder how the hell, like, why, like, what they'll do with Mega Victory Bell. Because, like, grass poison typing isn't exactly anything spectacular. Like, especially if you're a Gen 1 grass type, of course you're also a poison type. Almost every single Gen 1 grass type Pokemon is part poison. So, like, Victory Bell isn't exactly special. Fuck. Even the grass starter, the entire tree from Bulbasaur was grass poison. And there's like a Mega Venusaur and everything after all. So what's gonna make Mega Victory Bell anything special? Right? We'll see what they do with that one.
data and causing huge headaches for potentially millions of people. So today we're going to talk about what is happening, what's caused it, how to fix it, and undo it before
probably.
you...
Because like either way, Mega Victory Bell will have less stats than a Mega Venusaur, for example. They'll have to like give it like a new move and a really good ability to help make up for the stat differential. Okay, you know what? Here, I'm gonna restart the thing here, so I'll be right back. Because the encoder... Okay. Should be fine now.
Quickly lose important data. Today's video is brought to you by our brand new GPU Apocalypse 2.0 shirt, kind of immortalizing all of the stuff you love about today's GPUs. Our GPU Apocalypse 1.0 shirt was actually one of our most famous and popular shirts, and now it's re-immortalized with GPU 2.0. But let's face it, the Apocalypse never went anywhere, it just evolved. Just like this shirt. Go buy it now.
Did it evolve backwards,
if you have no idea what I'm talking about, this news kind of broke the last couple of days. It's been confirmed by Phison and not...
I mean, the problem, though, is physical attack. Grass is a special type in Gen 1. Right? Grass is a special type. And Poison wasn't exactly anything special for moves. I mean, a lot of Pokemon can solo Gen 1, especially with how broken Gen 1 is. And if you have any type of stat boosting move, you just have the biggest exploit for the entire game. Right? Things like badge boosting with how, like, doing anything to your stats can just amplify everything like crazy. Right? Like, you look at, like, J-Rose. The guy's entire channel is just him, like, testing random-ass Pokemon and seeing how quickly, not if they can, but rather how fast they can solo the entirety of Gen 1 Pokemon games. Keep that in mind. Gen 1 is such a broken mess. Right? That guy's like, he looks at it as a game of like, how fast can I speedrun with every single Pokemon in a single Pokemon run?
Confirmed by Microsoft yet, which is really not that abnormal for Microsoft to be like, I don't know what you're talking about, and then like quietly kind of change things in the background. But specifically what we're talking about here is the latest Windows 11 updates, specifically update KB 5063878 or on the preview KB 5062660. causing Phison controller-based NVMe SSDs, and potentially not even NVMEs, SATAs as well, to basically disappear from Windows entirely when transferring large amounts of data. Now, one of the most common scenarios we're seeing this happen right now is when users are trying to install, say, a game. What they're kind of finding in some of these initial reports, and you gotta remember this is very early on. One of the reasons why I'm making this video right now is to kind of let you know the problem, the drives that are affected, and how to roll back that driver update or that particular update within Windows, not a driver, but a kernel-based update to keep you from potentially losing your data. Because let's say you're writing a lot of data, not just a game, but let's say you're moving important files or something. And that drive disappears from Windows and crashes and blue screens and you restart, that data could now become corrupted. Okay, so we're trying to stop that from happening for you right now and trying to get the word out as much as possible. But what's happening is here right now is certain SSDs are vanishing from the system specifically under heavy write loads. And 50 gigabytes seems to be about the number that's causing it to crash. Which pretty much covers any modern game. Like any modern game right now, if you're downloading from Steam and you downloaded the file and it's installing, that drive actually goes under pretty heavy use and under heavy load. And it's kind of compounded if the drive is more than 60% full.
It's ridiculous.
So this is where we're seeing these conditions, like kind of worst case scenario for you. Microsoft has not posted an official we are aware of this issue, but Phison has confirmed that they are in talks with Microsoft right now. Now, before you even check whether or not you have the update, let's talk about the drives that are confirmed affected. Now, this specifically is affecting Phison PS5012-E12 controllers. Phison is a pretty
common one.
Widely used brand when it comes to SSD controllers. I mean, you'll have like Marvel and other controllers, and
wait, which Phison model did he say? Wait, let me check to see if any of these SSDs that... Okay, I actually don't have any of these SSDs in my machine. Okay. I think I'm fine.
Phison is the other big brand. So drives right now that are specifically known to be affected, and we'll talk about whether they're affected or whether or not they're known to reappear after reboot, because that's the other half of the story, is if the drive crashes and disappears from Windows, does it come back? If it doesn't, that's obviously a big problem. Most of the time, the drive will reappear on a Windows restart, so which means you'll have to avoid installing any big file.
Yeah, I don't see like Samsung 960 in here. I also don't see Team Group SSDs, which is what I'm actually running for my main stuff in there, so I think I'm fine. But I know those SSDs have a Phison controller, so maybe I'm fine.
Files or any big programs until this is patched or you remove the update, and hopefully that fixes it for you. So Western Digital drives that are affected. WD Blue, 5,000 2 terabyte, recovered after reboot. Western Digital Red, SA 500 2 terabyte, recovered after reboot. Western Digital Blue, SA 570 1 terabyte, recovered after reboot. WD Blue SA 510 2 terabyte did not recover after reboot in one test. Now, a lot of this is coming from different sources, whether it be Tom's Hardware, WCCF Tech. There's a lot of companies right now that are covering this and doing testing on this. We haven't done testing on this personally. We're just trying to get the information out as fast as we can. There's no harm in having you guys roll out or roll back that update so you don't find yourself in this scenario. But the fact that the drive didn't recover even one time is scary. That makes me feel like further corruption could be possible. Who knows what's actually happening with that kernel level update affecting the drive controller. Anyway, moving on, Corsair MP510 960 gigabyte did recover after reboot. Corsair Force MP600 2 terabyte NVMe recovered after reboot. Now, it doesn't mean just the size, by the way. Even though I'm saying 2 terabyte, it's just that's the specific drive that was tested. But like the MP600 uses Phison in the 1 terabyte, the 2 terabyte, and the 4 terabyte. So just because I'm mentioning a size doesn't mean that's the only one affected. Keep that in mind.
That's just the one that they tested.
Platinum P41 NVMe recovered after reboot. We do have those drives floating around. We started using those again recently. The Crucial P3 Plus NVMe recovered. AData Legend 800 2 terabyte recovered. HP FX 7000 2 terabyte That's probably only going to be found in like HP pre-built systems for the most part. XPG, which is ADATA, SX8200 Pro 2 terabyte recovered. Actually, these are all looking like they've been recovered for the most part, except for that one. Hanye, H-A-N-Y-E, HE70 2 terabyte NVMe, SanDisk Extreme Pro M.2 NVMe 3D, ADATA SP580 single user report referenced by TechRadar. So reported effective families and controllers, like I said, SSDs using the Phison PS5012-E12 controller, Kioxia, Xeria plus G4, and Kioxia M.2 SSDs. That is going to mostly affect people more in enterprise. Kioxia is more of a commercial enterprise solution. Imagine you've got a server full of these NVMEs. Moving big data, that could be a pretty big problem, right?
I don't think that's a problem if you're using it in servers, because typically if they're doing that, they're probably not having Windows manage their stuff anyways, because Windows is pretty terrible with its file system and like managing all those drives effectively for that type of stuff. If they're like using a bunch in a server, they're probably running some sort of Linux distribution and having their network share from that, and then using their Windows machine to connect to that. And because of that, how that would get handled, unless it can somehow corrupt and destroy the actual freaking server doing, like, sending out the network share, it's probably gonna be fine. If he's talking about, like, in-server use. Because you have to be kind of a special kind of dumb to want to just put all your stuff on a Windows server for, like, file management. Especially in 2025. You have to be a special kind of stupid to want to do it that way.
Is using the InnoGrit controller, and SSDs using the Maxio controller. Now this is a more widely Phison controller problem. Like I said, Phison has a pretty big share of the SSD market when it comes to their controllers being used, but there have been reports of InnoGrit and Maxio being affected. Now unaffected drives, I'm only bringing this up right now because if your drive isn't on the list of affected, you can say, well, I'm probably not affected. So instead of asking me, is my drive affected? These are drives that had been tested by, like I said, TechRadar, Tom's Hardware, WCCF Tech, and a bunch of other third parties. These are drives that are known right now not to be affected, where they were tested and did not fail under the same condition. The Samsung 990 Pro, the 980 Pro, the Samsung 870 EVO, the Western Digital Black SN7100, the WD Blue SA510 1 terabyte, which is really interesting.
Team Group MP34 and the 970 EVO.
The WD Blue
if those are good, then I'm
SN5000.
fine. I have the 970 EVO is what I'm using as my boot drive. And then my storage drive is on MP34s from Team Group. Like, for telling you about J-Rose, it's pretty interesting that someone else you were watching was trying to do it as fast as well. But it seems like less than 1 hour runs while J-Rose starts at, like... Well, yeah, because, like... No, he does have some really, really fast ones. But that's only on, like, Pokemon like fucking Mewtwo and shit that end up being really fast and destroy the game. But yeah, like, J-Rose is, like, he really goes in depth on the whole process of that. Like, if you're really interested in that stuff, like, J-Rose is the guy. Like, he's what I think of for that type of run.
Is affected, and the the WD Blue SA510 2 terabyte is affected, but this is saying the 1 terabyte is not affected. So it is using, I believe, the same controller, so maybe what I just said about the size doesn't matter. I would just say, for good measure, no matter what SSD you're running, you should roll it back, and we'll show you how to do that. But anyway, the Seagate FireCuda 530 1 terabyte and 2 terabyte, the Solid GM P44 Pro, Crucial T700, and the SanDisk SSD 240 gigabyte. That's obviously a pretty old drive because of the fact that when was the last time you've seen a 240 gig NVMe? So here's what you can do right now. First of all, go into your Windows updates within Windows. Within that same screen, go down to Update History and then it'll show all of the recent updates. Under the update history, go to quality updates, and you're gonna look for either KB 5063878 or KB 5062660. If you're not running the preview version of Windows or the preview edition, you're gonna see 3878 like this system does here. If you are running the preview, if you're part of the insider like preview program and you're running the future builds, which are like betas of Windows, you'll probably see it as 2660. You're then gonna click uninstall update, and then you're gonna select the either 2660 or 3878 version of the KB updates, and then you're gonna click uninstall update. What that's gonna do is it's going to roll back and remove that update from your system. I highly recommend you do that whether your drive is on this affected list or not. This is very early information. More drives are probably affected than what's been reported and or tested yet. It is not worth the corruption of your data or your OS
probably not on that update
or
anyways.
your games, whatever.
I'm probably not on that update. But yeah, good to know.
Or the potential corruption of your drive, because who knows what happens to the drive. Right now, what's happening to the drive is unknown as to why it is disappearing from Windows, and it's possible that permanent damage and or corruption to the drive could potentially happen. It is just simply not worth it leaving that update on there. So it's also probably pretty important right now to turn off automatic updates. You don't want it reinstalling again. So there you go. It just seems like right now it's round robin, or let's spin the wheel of crap when it comes to PC to see how we can make things just that much more of a show. At least this one's somewhat easy to deal with. But if you've been dealing with, like, I guarantee someone watching this video right now is like, man, I've been trying to install this stupid game and it keeps crashing and it keeps blue screening, and then they're just restarting their system and the drive's reinitializing, and then they're trying to install their game again and then they're blue screen. So now they're either like chasing, potentially thinking it's RAM, because that's the number one reason people think their PC crashes.
Yep.
It's probably RAM or Expo and XMP profiles, and they're reverting that, or maybe they're doing an overclock, or maybe they think there's something wrong with their CPU. I know for a fact I have been getting emails from people saying they're getting random blue screens. They weren't necessarily saying what they were doing, but I bet you it's tied to this in some way. It's an easy workaround at the moment, and we're going to be kind of keeping our ear to the ground to see what Microsoft ends up having to say. It's not the first time updates have broken things, and it won't be the last. All right, guys, there you go. Hope this has saved you some headaches. Sound off down below what drives you have if you've experienced this issue, just so we can kind of get a little bit more data on what's, potentially affected here. All right, guys, thanks for watching. Good luck.
Okay. We can mark that off the list, and then there's this one.
Hello, guys and gals, me Mutahar, and how's it going, ladies and gentlemen? I want to kind of talk a little bit about Linux. This is not a cope video. I'm not going to sit over here and tell you guys, bro, Windows is so bad, Linux is so great. I think that you as the audience should know the actual reality of what it means to be a penguin lover. Now, I've been using the Penguin for years now, okay? A while back I made this video, this virus investigations, which if you want some more virus investigations, let me know in the comment section below. I'd be glad to make that. Obviously, as you all know, I do want to make a lot of that content that I was making that people really enjoyed. And yes, let me know if you want especially something specific. But back then, I made this video where like this infamous Muta face came out of. And the concept of this virus investigations was like, I ran a virus where like it locked everything in my computer down. Until I played a game of PUBG, okay? If you don't remember PUBG, it's PlayerUnknown's Battleground, okay? One of the most popular battle royales back in the day. The thing about it was to make that video, I had to find a way to make a gaming system that I could run a virus on that wouldn't harm my personal information. So I made a virtual machine that allowed me to pass my graphic card to it. And then I could run games like PUBG. I played it on the video. I freed myself from the virus. But ultimately, the big part about it was to just show you how you could run a computer within a computer, almost like it's the Matrix even. Now, ever since then, I've been a Linux user, but those virtual machines have been super important to me. And until recently, I have not used those virtual machines any longer. In fact, I don't even have any more virtual machines of that style any longer. But that's a video for another time. The reason I needed those machines was ultimately, as much as I hated Windows, I still fucking needed Windows to play certain games. certain games that would be online only, certain games that would, you know, require the most upgraded graphical techniques that still didn't work underneath Linux. You know, like 6 years ago, Linux gaming was kind of in its infancy. A lot of games didn't work. In fact, if a game came out, you sometimes had to wait a couple months for it to actually start functioning. And even then, there were some issues. Nowadays, anytime a game launches day one, it's actually not uncommon that it works alongside the guys over on Windows, which is why I think promoting it has become a little bit easier for the average indie. Now, this is a YouTuber that you guys may know as Jay's 2 Cents, for instance. Jay's 2 Cents is a very popular YouTube channel, 4.2 million subscribers. The guy is a big dominant force when it comes to talking about video game tech. And a month ago, he made a video where he talked about like Linux gaming. And that video did really well. He actually brought a lot of people into the world of Linux gaming, which is awesome to see. I've been doing this shit for years, okay? So when he started having problems a few days ago, I realized, yeah, it's worth talking about. So to give you an idea, ladies and gentlemen, there are some issues that he brought up and some that I want to kind of dive into. Anyways, though, when it came to Jay's video, for instance, he brought up video game cheating, which is a huge problem. He talked about it. There have been issues with games like Battlefield 6. Now, I like Battlefield 6. I played a little bit of it, not a whole lot, because guess what, guys? My computer can't run it. Not because I don't have the hardware, it's because being a fucking Linux user, the anti-cheat butt fucks me to no end. Now, there's been a lot of talk of cheating in this video game. One of the most popular clips that I saw like a few days ago was this clip from apparently what is known as a cat girl. Now, I don't know if this is a lot of Adderall or some people call it aim training or whatever the fuck they call it these days, but they were snapping onto people. So for instance, this clip right over here, if thank God we use the playback feature, there was one sus clip where after killing this guy, they locked onto somebody behind a rock and then immediately strafed out to whack this person. Now, some people have said this is cheating. Some people have said this isn't, but I'm going to give you guys a hot take here. I don't care if this person cheated, because if I play against somebody with that level of skill, even if they're snapping onto my head, I just don't play the game. I suck at multiplayer games these days, and I'm not afraid to admit it, okay? I'm getting older, so I'm just bowing out gracefully here. But let's imagine this person is cheating, right? Obviously, there's an incentive for a lot of content creators and people to clip farm these days, so you know, it's not like we haven't seen cheating in the pro circuit before. It's happened.
Yeah.
And according to the guys over at Battlefield, the guys over at EA, Anti-Cheat Ward, they actually did say during the time that the open beta had launched for Battlefield 6, their anti-cheat engine, which is kernel anti-cheat, which obviously I and, well, plenty of other people have issues with, prevented 330,000 attempts to cheat with their tools. So, again, in a beta, we are cheating. We have cheats in the 6 figures. Now, obviously, even players who were playing on a Windows system, right, which is the actual supported operating system, this is one of the error messages that one user ended up getting. The application has failed to start, that was Battlefield, due to general software incompatibility. Please uninstall the following software, Valorant. So because Valorant had its own anti-cheat card, which we talked about, now the anti-cheats are fighting, okay? The girls are fighting, guys. We might need to have a different computer per AAA game that comes out.
That's
you really
crazy.
do have to pick and choose which one you play. Now, obviously, this is probably like an issue that I think both companies will sort out because I don't think we should ever be at a point where game companies, you have to pick and choose which company gets to sit in the deepest part of your computer. Now, obviously, according to, again, Jay, the way that he discusses this is clearly the world we live in. There's a lot of cheaters that unfortunately live in the gaming space. And the way that a lot of these cheats tend to work is that obviously, you know, it used to be that cheats ran in user mode, right? Where anti-cheats could also run in user mode. So basically, if an anti-cheat was running, it could see, you know, cheating software do unsavory things. So the way that cheating works in video games is every time you're connected, right? There's a server that stores information and the clients store a world state. That world state can consist of enemy locations. Even if you don't see an enemy on your screen, it's not as if your client doesn't know where that enemy is.
Exactly.
So what happens is a cheating software looks through that memory and it figures out where that person is, and it allows you to create aimbots or ESP hacks that let you see through walls. A good example of this is a game known as Cheater's Cheetah, which if you've never played, it basically gives cheats to every single player, and it's got its own sort of... Everyone has cheats, okay? Everyone is cheating. Let's see who's the best cheater of them all. So this is a good example to see what cheating looks like without actually cheating in a multiplayer game. Now, some cheats decide to go into the kernel level. So obviously an anti-cheat has to also go into the kernel level to identify if a piece of software is doing something unsavory. And of course, one of the big problems, if you're not picking up what I'm putting down, is Linux does not support any of this. One of the biggest reasons why I've stopped playing games like Rainbow Six Siege or Grand Theft Auto Online, both games that I've played since their inception, is mostly because I can't run them on my system anymore. I'm a Linux guy. Even using virtual machine software like I discussed earlier, even that is getting banned. Most of that stuff is already patched out. Now sure, I could sit down and constantly fight with the anti-cheat providers and still get access to these games, but then I'm putting my accounts at risk. Accounts that I actually have a lot of real gaming history attached to that I really don't want to lose. So it's really just give up on playing these video games, or for the most part, play them on PlayStation, where anti-cheat really doesn't matter. Now, none of this stuff really actually touches upon the real cancer in the gaming space, which are like DMA-based cheats, where
so basically, he's like, I need to play everything on a separate device that's completely isolated from that. So like, he's doing it on his PlayStation, but reality is the PlayStation doesn't matter. He would basically need to make a completely different machine to play his game from. Got it.
Stick, actual PCI
and then just isolate everything there.
Your system and are reading memory through a different computer and modifying things around. Those people are the biggest scum on the gaming space. And ultimately, you'll never really solve the cheater problem. This is just something where if you're a Linux user, the hardest thing to recommend to somebody who wants to go on Linux is, especially if that person plays some of the most popular multiplayer shooters right now. For me, I don't really play those games, so switching to Linux wasn't really that big of a deal. Plus, I do a whole lot of more shit on my system that isn't gaming. So this is a graph of like performance that Jay was getting. Now, if you look at this graph really quickly, there are games like Stalker 2 where if you're on Windows, the average performance is 98.6 frames per second. On Linux for him, underneath Bazite, which I've also hyped up, doesn't even touch 60 frames on average. I mean, that, ladies and gentlemen, is a fucking massive... That's like a 40% performance drop you're seeing right there. And it's not just that. Some games fare better, like Cyberpunk, even though it's not 1-to-1, still has a bit of a loss on Linux. Avatar, still a big loss. 140 all the way down to 115. And for their lowest lows, 106 all the way down to 66. That, ladies and gentlemen, is obviously a little bad. It's actually not a little bad. It's pretty bad. Now, there's a couple of things that made me kind of question why this happened to him. And the thing about it is obviously one of the big problems with things like Linux, and this is something that is an issue that I've talked about ever since I've discussed Linux, is that there is a lot of different like flavors that you can get access to.
Exactly.
Downloading Linux is like going to a fucking ice cream shop, okay? When you go to an ice cream shop, there's usually like 3 flavors that are like goated, okay? You got chocolate, you got vanilla, you got strawberry, okay? And I want you to look at that similar to like the parent distros of Linux. Things like Debian, things like Arch, those parent, distros. Everything that disseminates from them is like a goofy flavor that some of them are good, some of them are actually dog shit. So again, going to Distro Watch, which is, again, not a site that I totally recommend, but you can see on these like hit rankings, this is one of the most schizophrenic charts in history that I've seen. I swear every fucking year, this list changes pretty dramatically. So if you look at things like Arch Linux, which is basically like what the vegans of Linux are, that is number 48 on this list, okay? Generally at the top, there's things like Kashi OS, which apparently is actually better for Linux gaming than Bazite. And I didn't really even know about this until, of course, very recently, like a few months ago, really.
Okay.
There's also Mint, which is what I use, and I highly recommend because it's the most simplest shit to run. I never really tell people, go get a gaming version of Linux, okay? Because generally that has its own issues. One of the videos that I made like a while back, about a year ago, was how to switch to Linux.
I'm surprised he doesn't use Arch anymore, though.
This is a 30-minute video where about 1 million people watched it, and I'll be real, I think 1 million people watched it because there's genuinely individuals that want to switch over to Linux. But it's like, how the fuck do you do it, right? Like, there's so many different flavors that you can get. And I always recommend Mint because it's just the simplest thing to do. One of the scariest things that you can do in gaming history, one of the scariest things ever, this is scarier than any horror movie you're about to see. This screen right over here, this is what we call a terminal shell. For a lot of people, this is a really scary thing to see, okay? Because it's confusing, okay? They're like, what do I do? You know, how do I navigate this like terminal? What do I do? And the thing is, it's not scary to use this. If you know how to use this, it's like the ultimate tool. You type in one command, you can do 60 things on your computer. But I'm pretty sure most people that want to just play video games on their system or browse the internet, watch some videos, never in a million fucking years want to open this. I mean, how many times as a Windows user have you opened up the Windows terminal? I mean, honestly speaking,
I mean,
how many times as a Mac user
I've done it a couple of times.
The Mac terminal? Unless you're like a programmer, unless you're somebody that is a power user, you probably don't mess around with it. But with Linux, it almost feels like in some cases, it kind of is a requirement, which is why for the most part in this video, I kind of walked through GUI-enabled tools. I walked you through how to do all of this within the standard frameworks that you were accustomed to, how to update your operating system, how to install drivers, how to do almost anything, even applications. I wanted to make this as simple as possible because I think if you want people to convert to something like Linux, you have to make it look as familiar as you can. It's not that people don't want to learn, it's that people just want to have a normal transitioned experience. That's it. You know,
they just want it to work
in the Linux community that to install a web browser, you need to be like fucking Neo from the Matrix and type in a million commands. And I've always fought against it because yeah, it's a meme, but it's a meme that some people end up for some reason believing. And to show you it's as simple as going to an app store and installing whatever browser you want is something that I feel needs to be drilled into people's heads. Now, one of the big things with Linux gaming is obviously Proton. I don't have to sell Proton for you. Valve made this amazing piece of technology. They forked Wine, which is not an emulator, literally what it stands for. The thing about this is that obviously for a lot of games on Linux, they're not Linux ports. They're just Windows versions that are running through a translation layer where, again, commands that typically would be for Windows are completely converted on the fly as a Linux equivalent call. So that's why a lot of your favorite games tend to work pretty well. But to go back to Jay's video, the more complex a game can get, right? Like for instance, let's say you add things like ray tracing, which actually does work underneath Linux. Is it exceptionally as good as Windows?
No.
There's actually more of a performance loss, I believe, on average, if you start doing crazy stuff like that. Which, if you go back to the virtual machines I talked about earlier, was actually one of the reasons why I had those VMs. If I wanted to play some of the latest and greatest games with ray tracing and specially requiring things like multi-frame generation or whatever, I would need to use Windows in a virtual machine because the drivers underneath Windows are actually a fair bit better, especially when it comes to NVIDIA. See, when you're using an NVIDIA GPU underneath Linux, there's going to be a performance loss, and it's going to compound depending on which technologies you use. If you run DirectX 12, if you run ray tracing, on average, your experience in Linux, if you play at that super high end, will never be as good at the moment as Windows. And that's the one thing I never want to like oversell to the audience, because I know that in my community, there's a lot of gamers that play, you know, shit like Balatro or Schedule 1 and that's it, like this kind of stuff. But there's a lot of you guys that play some of the most recent, greatest games on your system. And if your experience is hampered, I don't want to oversell you on an experience that I personally know is never going to be that good. And even in my videos, I have to walk people through how to actually install GPU drivers. See, when it comes to things like NVIDIA is probably one of the worst fucking companies that I could ever tell you right now in regards to Linux support. Now, they've gotten better, but they ain't nowhere close to good. Now, depending on how you actually install NVIDIA drivers, it can change depending on each different system you use. So for instance, it's never really provided in the best possible example. Like there's never really like a straightforward guide. Generally, the experience for that is like this. So you go to your driver manager underneath like Linux or Linux Mint, just as an example. It's different for every single system you use. You know, if you're on Windows, what do? You just go to NVIDIA's site, you download your driver, and you run an application. But underneath Linux, you would have to go into your driver manager like Mint here and pick which driver you want. So typically, you want the one that's the higher number, and that would be the one that they recommend. But the thing is, this isn't even built out of the box. You don't see this unless you go through what I'm about to show you. So you're somebody that wants the latest drivers. You probably go to Google and you type in Linux Mint NVIDIA drivers. And then, of course, you're like, whoa, what do I click on? So I'll guess I click on the October 31st, 2024 page.
Damn.
Enter that in. And, whoa, where do I go? Maybe I scroll down and I guess I find this one link, launchpad.net. So you go over here, and then hopefully speaking, you follow the guides right over here. So you go down here and you add this PPA to your system, and you're like, what does that even fucking mean? What is a PPA, Muda? Well, this is where you get that terminal again, and you start copying these commands into your terminal, and basically, hopefully, on that driver page, you get these drivers. Now, you might be like, whoa, that's so confusing. What the fuck am I... That's one of the issues that I have to talk about with things like Linux, right? It's not always straightforward. There's always some level of learning and tinkering needed. Now, to go back to Jay's video, I don't think that he was like, misleading the audience. I think that there's probably something that he may have missed out on because he himself is a admitted Linux scrub. And it's okay to be a Linux scrub, okay? This is a guy that has primarily been using Windows. The reason why I think this video is so good and so important is because it really is like a mind into a normal person's use of Linux. And if he's having issues, instead of bullying the guy, or like
don't bully the user.
Going, hey, you fucking idiot.
Question, maybe there's something else wrong.
Maybe we have to figure out how to actually help the guy, or at least educate the people and tell them why Linux ain't perfect. Now, there's probably a bunch of other things that happen in this video and other problems that maybe explain why his performance issues were a thing, because his graphs looked really bad. And I myself have obvious performance loss in Linux, but I don't even think it's really ever that bad. There might have been an issue going on over here, and I think that probably needs to be somewhat addressed. Again, it's different depending on which OS you're using, which GPU driver you're on. Honestly, hardware makes such a big difference in this entire space. Now, the other thing that I saw in his video was somewhere down in the testing, it literally broke on him, right? So he's trying to boot into this system, and apparently it was just giving him errors, right? He was seeing this screen, entering emergency mode. Now, for Windows guys or Mac people, you probably go into this cute, nice recovery interface. For Linux, if it breaks, this is what it fucking looks like, okay? You better get used to reading that shell and figuring out what's wrong. And generally speaking, you can figure out what is an issue. Something is going wrong in a system, and obviously it's going to be frustrating. And genuinely, he asks people for help. Now again, normally when I have an issue with Linux like this, I've never had something break that bad, but generally what I usually do is just reset my system from fresh anyways. But one thing I will say about Linux is, for the most part, I've never had a catastrophic crash somewhere like that. One of the things he talks about with dual booting is hey, what if I install Windows alongside Linux? And that's good to have. The thing is, you want to
dual on separate drives.
One of the things that I kind of feel you should step away from,
if you're gonna do that,
this is a common mistake,
don't
is that
partition.
people always install operating systems to one drive.
Yeah, don't do that.
Drive. Typically,
if you're gonna do that, partition them. No, not partition them.
Games,
separate drive
really good speeds. But the thing is, anytime you dual boot a system, whether it be Mac, Linux, or Windows, so you can actually have all three operating systems on a PC, provided your hardware is compatible enough. But the thing is, if you install all of your operating systems to the same drive, one issue that Windows has is it basically is a
the boot manager can nuke everything if you're not careful
and just destroy your bootloader. So
exactly.
You want to have one type of one operating system for one physical drive, okay? And generally speaking, if you want to still use Windows, which I may actually have to consider doing that if I want to play some multiplayer games, consider going back to dual booting, because I'm out of the virtual machine game at this point, okay? The VMs are just not cutting it for multiplayer stuff anymore, and honestly, if that's the only reason I need to use Windows anymore, I may have to consider dual booting. Now look, to end this video off too, it's look, Linux has kind of slipped down a little bit. We're down to 3.9%. So obviously, it's not to say that Linux is, gonna ever beat Windows. It probably won't. Windows is actually kind of gaining a share a little bit, so I don't want to speak out of turn here. Now, obviously, Linux is just a hair trigger behind OS X, and by hair trigger, I mean over double behind. And if the guys over on Mac are having issues with gaming, and there's different problems there, obviously, Linux is not going to be a focus for a lot of the gaming community for now. A lot of the gaming community, since they're focused so much on this anti-cheat stuff, this anti-cheat fucking boner, a lot of those big popular multiplayer games probably will not function on Linux for a good while. And obviously some of the most like recent releases on Linux, the recent games, especially games with like forced ray tracing and things like that, will genuinely have a problem underneath Linux. Now obviously for me, it's not a big issue because most of the games I play are like either indie games now or probably games that are like 10 fucking years old. Now the other issues that I kind of have a problem with underneath Linux still to this day is probably things like modding. It's just not as easy underneath Linux as it is on PC. I mean, usually on PC you drag and drop files. On Linux, similar idea, but you also have to do things like DLL overrides and other stuff that already makes a complex thing like modding even more so complex for the average person. But look, Linux is not perfect.
Even more so if there's no dedicated tools for the game.
Gonna get the win
if you're gonna try to mod it.
Hoping for. I think the best thing about Linux right now is that it's become somewhat of a
simple mod managers.
But I think going into the future, depending on the kind of as a gamer, right, as somebody that has looked at the most popular games right now, unfortunately, given how invasive anti-cheat solutions are, or just how fucking intense these proprietary gaming solutions are, where going into the future, most games need shit like upscaling, need stuff like frame generation. A lot of games now are forcing ray tracing. A lot of these things are, again, hurdles that have set back Linux gaming a fair bit. But these are hurdles that, you're gonna have to figure out how to overcome. Otherwise, this big advantage that I guess we've gained, this big momentum, just kind of slows down. Now looking at, again, Jay's video, I think it's easy to look at his video and think that's just bad FUD for the Linux community. But to me, as somebody that's been talking about this for like years now, like 6 years I've been talking about this stuff, man. I've been advocating Linux for like crazy. Watching a video from Jay showed me the absolute normie perspective of what it looks like for somebody who's just starting out on the Penguin. And sometimes it really ain't that pretty. But one thing that I do want to see is, obviously, I think the community should somewhat band together. And if you're considering switching, just know it's not going to be perfect. And you're definitely giving up a fair bit of things in the gaming space that are super popular, okay? I would never tell somebody, like, just get used to not playing Battlefield 6. It's one of the biggest games that's coming out. And to tell somebody on the PC that, just don't play it. Don't play the newest COD. Don't play the new game that everyone's playing, because the system you're on doesn't support that cheat. Now, is there ever going to be a situation in the future where Linux will support those cheats? Or the game will get better? I think when it comes to the technologies like ray tracing and all that shit, it'll probably get better. But honestly, guys, when it comes to like the whole cheating situation, I don't think that's ever going to change. I think if anything, we're going to have to get used to either having a different system that runs these games, or in some cases, multiple systems, or get another drive, put it in your system, install Windows on it, and start doing. That's about all. But yeah, that's me, Mutahar, ladies and gentlemen. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Just like if you dislike it,
One sec. God, these freaking flying things that can put those barriers are annoying. Alright, let's see. That's another one off the list. I think we'll just look at Gamescom another day then. It's already a freaking 6 AM. God damn, how long have we been live for? We've been on for 6 hours. You hate jumping in Minecraft? Well, that's a rip. Anything else interesting? Or do we end off here again? Let me see. I'm just gonna like quickly scroll through Mr. Cake's Discord. Maybe there's something interesting there. Don't see anything. Oh, but yeah. I guess we'll look at Gamescom stuff tomorrow then or something. But yeah, it is what it is. I think we'll just end off here then. As usual though, guys, thank you all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time then. Alright, you guys have a good day or night or whatever then. I'm just gonna get some sleep. It's already 6 a.m, goddamn. But yeah. I'll see you guys. See ya.